Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Jamie. All right, everyone. Let's do some cool-down stretches, and we'll be done for the day, okay? The young children reply in the affirmative. Some little girls are dressed in tutus, while the boys wear pale leotards. I guide them through breathing activities while they stretch their legs for the final time. Damn. I didn't even realize that this was a packed class. Saturday mornings have become special to me. Recently, I noticed that there were a lot of young kids running around Skyside, but there were no activities for them to do. Fancy as this housing complex is, it's as if the complex's board thinks all the residents are double-income no-kids couples. Turns out there are quite a few families here, and I think it's important for children to engage in fun extracurriculars, all while forming friendships with one another. That's why I begged the property manager of Skyside to let me host some ballet classes for the kids. It took a bit of persuasion, some coaxing, and some flattery, but I did it. I convinced him. Now, I'm standing before a ballet class full of talented young kids with a passion for dancing. Their wealthy parents are happy. The kids are happy. We're all a big happy bunch. Honestly, it's a great way to give back to the community. Sometimes, I feel as if I don't belong in Skyside. The only reason I'm here is because of my former roommate, Camille, and her generosity. When she inherited a condo at Skyside, giving her basically a free place to stay, she brought me along from our crappy old apartment to live in luxury with her. And when she got married and moved out, she didn't even bother to sell the place. She could have pocketed the money and left me homeless. But Camille isn't that kind of person. Lucky for me. Miss Jamie? Hannah tilts her head at me as she stretches her leg to the ceiling. When are we going to learn more about turns? That's for the next class, honey. I smile, impressed by her desire to learn more and improve her skills as a young ballerina. But don't worry, I promise that we're going to practice our pirouettes next week, and I might even show you all how to do a grand jeté. With a gasp, Hannah and the little girl next to her start squealing happily. I have a pair of professional ballerinas on my hands, it seems. I sigh, rolling my neck and releasing the tension in my joints with audible cracks. There's something bittersweet about this whole thing. Yes, I like helping these kids and seeing them improve, but sometimes I can't help but feel a little jealous of them. As a little girl, I would have burst at the seams with happiness to have the same opportunities that they had. Do they realize how easy they have it? Having rich parents solves most problems, I swear. That isn't the kids' fault, though. They can't help the circumstances they were born into. That's just how it is, and I could never hold something like being well taken care of against them. Make sure to drink some water, I remind them, ushering the children to their bags at the side of the room where they keep their spare clothes and water bottles. I don't want any of you overheating on me. We need to take it easy during cool down. What happens if you overheat? Hunter asks, holding his blue water bottle with race cars along the sides. Is that bad? You die, Raina replies in a matter-of-fact tone before taking a long gulp from her princess water bottle. I make my way over, patting Hunter on the shoulder. He looks petrified by Raina's answer. Not quite. You can get pretty sick. All you have to do is drink some water and take a break. That's all. You'll be fine. Teaching young children ballet isn't what I imagined I'd be doing at 28 years old. But hey, it's a better gig than many I've had in the past. This isn't the only thing I do. I've wrangled together a couple of part-time gigs for the experience and spare spending money, so I'm doing all right. Still, my ambitions are larger than this. I want to make it as a professional dancer in this city. I want to see my name featured with the best of the best, but there's still a long way to go until I reach that point. I'm not old. I still have a whole lot of life to live. But if this doesn't work out, what the hell am I going to do next? Flip burgers at the local diner? Bus tables? I don't want to imagine myself meandering aimlessly from job to job well into my 40s. But damn. I think I might have to start considering that as a possibility. It'll happen one day, Jamie. With all the rich people here in Skyside, what are the odds that I might connect with the person who will get me a gig with a renowned dance company? I laugh quietly to myself, watching from the wall as the kids start to return to their parents outside of the recreational room. They chuck their bags over their shoulders and head out to their CEO dads or super lawyer moms who talk quickly on the phone. Just as I'm gathering my things, I notice one of my students in my peripheral vision tugging her dad's hand. That's Lainey Hayes, one of the sweetest little girls I have in my class. She's got a drive for dance that I haven't seen in a long time and an innocence about her that makes me want to protect her. And her dad? He's a looker, a fine white man with green eyes and short black hair that he keeps neat. He towers over my frame, and he's wearing a tight white dress shirt with black pants. He looks as if he just ran out of the office to pick up his daughter. But then it hits me that he's heading my way, and I tense up immediately. I swallow thickly and pat the curly hair I've arranged into a messy bun atop my head. Do I look like a mess? Am I sweaty? Oh no. Do I smell? Hello there, he says, offering his hand to shake. I'm Lainey's dad, Derek. Good to meet you, Mr. Hayes, I reply with a wide smile, reaching out with my clammy hand and shaking his. He's got a firm touch, but his palms are pretty soft. What can I help you with? Lainey tugs at his sleeve as if to urge him to say something to me. She's a cute little girl, but sometimes she doesn't speak her mind when she should. It's probably because she's shy, but I would love to see her break out of her shell a little more. When it comes to dance, it's a whole different story. She doesn't hold back, and the results are beautiful. Lainey Hayes is a girl with a lot of potential, and it makes me honored to be her teacher. So, Derek begins, crossing his arms over his chest. I perk a brow, wondering if I'm in trouble with this handsome man. Lainey's told me a lot about you. She says that you're an amazing dance teacher, and she wants to learn more from you. Daddy, Lainey whispers, furrowing her brows together. That's not what I told you. Tell her what I told you. What? I told her the gist. No, tell her what I said, Lainey insists, making a small gesture with her hand. I watch their exchange with wide eyes, not wanting to intrude as Lainey mouths things to her dad and basically instructs him on what to say. It's amusing to see Derek try to navigate this whole thing. I love seeing young dads just trying to do their best. It warms my heart. Oh, I see. Okay. Derek nods firmly, then turns back to me. Lainey has been wondering if she can take some private ballet classes with you. I'm willing to pay extra and work with your schedule if need be. Is this really happening to me? She wants that, I blurt out loud, glancing at Lainey. The little girl smiles and nods. Yes, I do. You're really good at dancing. I've seen some videos online of other people dancing, but I think you're better than them. Wow. I've heard a saying about kids being brutally honest about things, so getting a compliment like that out of the blue from a sweet child makes my heart flutter a little bit, and my ego swell. She's really passionate about this sort of thing, so I trust that she knows what she's talking about, Derek says, Then his eyes meet mine, and I feel the world stop. Is this something you'd be interested in doing? God, he's beautiful. In another life, maybe I might have had a chance with him. As it stands, there's no way he'd be interested in me. I mean, come on. He's probably some super wealthy businessman with a long list of women vying for his attention. I'm just some broke black girl trying to achieve my dreams with hardly a penny to my name. If it wasn't for Camille, I'd be on the streets right now. What could go wrong if I agreed to this? Looks like it's an easy gig to get some more money. That's just what I need. I would love to do private lessons with Lainey. Your daughter has a natural ability to dance, and I want to help her hone those skills. I say with utmost sincerity. Lainey's face lights up immediately. You have a prodigy on your hands, Mr. Hayes. Yeah, I know. Dance is her life, and she's been begging me for these extra lessons with you. Derek sticks his hands in his pockets and gazes down at his daughter. He tilts his head in my direction. Say thank you to your teacher. Thank you, Miss Jamie, Lainey exclaims, clutching her bag tightly. When are we going to start with the lessons? That's up for Miss Jamie to decide, Derek replies, sending me a look that I can't decipher. With the way he's staring at me, I could start tomorrow. I'd work every day for a guy like him. Holy hell, calm down. He'll never want something like that with you. You're acting delusional again. We can work something out, I say, keeping a nonchalant demeanor. I'll give you my details and we can talk about this further. Does that sound okay?
Chapter 2. Derek, she's been talking about you again. I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose as Caleb briefs me over the phone about the going-ons happening back at the office. Hearing that Sabrina is stirring up trouble and dragging my name through the mud in front of the other board members isn't surprising. Honestly, I should have expected it. But seriously, saying that I'm not a family man when I'm the one who makes sure Lainey has food, clothes, and a roof over her head every day? That's laughable. I might date a few pretty girls now and then, but it's hardly my ex's concern anymore. It's a shame that I still have to be connected to that woman, I reply, staring down at my lukewarm coffee cup. People don't actually believe the stuff she says, right? Some people think she's acting unhinged because of the divorce. Maybe she's turned one or two people against you at this point, but it's nothing to sweat about. Everyone here still thinks you're a great guy. You're the one who takes care of Lainey, after all. Yeah, Lainey. In my peripheral vision, I gaze over at the dance room she's currently in, taking classes with a woman named Jamie Dempsey. She's one of the best dance teachers around, according to Lainey. I trust my daughter and her perspectives on people, so if she says that this Jamie woman is good as gold, then I have no reason not to trust her. Of course, I have some questions as to why a professional dancer would ever waste her time teaching a group of children. But hey, I don't know the ins and outs of the dance industry. That's not my forte. Derek, still there? Yeah, I am. Thanks for the update. I hope this doesn't bother you. No, not at all. You know how I am. I scratch my chin, craning my neck to try and see what's going on in the dance room. All I see are a bunch of kids practicing ballet moves. I don't care what people think about me, but because Sabrina's yapping and bad-mouthing me, it does make me a little bit worried. I get you, man. I have your back throughout whatever. You know that. See you at the office. Bye, Caleb. The call drops and I'm back to the waiting game. That's one of the perks of being a parent. Waiting on your child while they finish whatever extracurriculars you've signed them up for. Every now and then I get a glimpse of the dance teacher, Jamie. She's a beautiful black woman, I can't lie. She's got a dark complexion with clear skin, as well as pretty curly hair that she keeps on top of her head. I'm a sucker for curly hair, and it looks great on her. Then again, I shouldn't be too focused on the beauty of other women right now. I just got out of a messy divorce with a woman who's more interested in seeing my downfall than securing the safety of our only child. I'm sure if it came down to sacrificing Lainey's best interests to get a blow in on me, Sabrina would take that option without hesitating. Well, that's what you get for marrying that woman. My eyes perk up, drawn to how Jamie is calming down the kids in the room and making them get water. That's my cue. I get up, straighten out the wrinkles in my clothing, and start heading to the door like the rest of the parents here. It doesn't take long for Jamie to dismiss the children to their parents. Lainey runs to me, but she's got determination in her eyes. She grabs my hand, but she's already instinctively pulling me towards her dance teacher. Lainey has been nagging my ear off about getting more lessons from her dance teacher. She likes this woman a lot, and from what I can see, she's not lying when she says that Jamie is a kind soul. There's a softness to her that's undeniable. The way she treats the children is sweet and patient. Compared to someone like my ex-wife, it's a breath of fresh air. You're going to ask her, right? Lainey asks, staring up at me with wide eyes. You promised me. Yes, honey, I will, don't worry. Normally, I'm a wealthy enough man to get Lainey anything she wants. But I'm not certain Jamie is interested in an offer like this. Considering she's living here in Skyside, I imagine she's well off like the rest of us and does this sort of thing as a hobby. That could work in our favor if she's passionate enough as a teacher, or she could flat out refuse to spend her time teaching yet another kiddie class. There must be someone paying off her rent. How else would a dancer make it here otherwise? I'd eat a cow eyeball if she were somehow paying off everything on her own. Artists are great. They supply the world with so much creativity and charm, but they don't make much. I know that for certain. She's so good, Daddy, Lainey whispers, all but dragging me towards Jamie. She's so much better than that old ballet teacher you had me go to. Miss Virginia. I don't remember, I don't care, come on! Lainey's getting insistent. Clearly I'm walking too slowly. All right, honey, don't tear my arm off, I reply, focusing on the task at hand. Jamie looks at me with a soft smile, and I nearly blank. Hello there, I'm Lainey's dad, Derek. I offer her my hand, and she takes it in stride. Good to meet you, Mr. Hayes. What can I help you with? Lainey's tugging at my sleeve again. Damn, I taught this kid to be persistent. So, Lainey's told me a lot about you. She says that you're an amazing dance teacher and she wants to learn more from you. My little girl is glaring holes into me at this point. But why, though? I'm literally doing what she wants. Daddy, that's not what I told you. Tell her what I told you. What? I told her the gist? No, tell her what I said. Oh, I see. She's making a gesture, and I get what she's trying to say. Okay. Lainey has been wondering if she can take some private ballet classes with you. I'm willing to pay extra and work with your schedule if need be. She wants that? Jamie asks. Before I can reply, Lainey's already jumping at the chance to speak to her more. Yes, I do. You're really good at dancing. I've seen some videos online of other people dancing, but I think you're better than them. She's really passionate about this sort of thing, so I trust that she knows what she's talking about. Is this something you'd be interested in doing? Jamie smiles slightly, then nods. I would love to do private lessons with Lainey. Your daughter has a natural ability to dance, and I want to help her hone those skills. You have a prodigy on your hands, Mr. Hayes. Yeah, I know. Dance is her life, and she's been begging me for these extra lessons with you. Then I tilt my head in Jamie's direction. I'm trying to teach Lainey to be polite to others, especially when they do nice things for her. I won't let her mother poison her in that regard. Say thank you to your teacher. Thank you, Miss Jamie, Lainey exclaims, just about bursting with excitement at this point. When are we going to start with the lessons? That's up for Miss Jamie to decide, I say, glancing at her. We can work something out, she says coolly. I'll give you my details and we can talk about this further. Does that sound okay? And just like that, I managed to get some private ballet lessons for my daughter with a beautiful woman. I tip my head at Jamie as Lainey grips my hand tightly. We begin to make our way towards the elevator up to our condo, Lainey's free hand swinging happily. Thank you so much, Daddy. Miss Jamie's so cool. Lainey lets out a happy little sigh. She also is super pretty. Don't you think so? Absolutely, but my daughter doesn't need to know I've got the hots for her dance teacher. She's a sweet woman, honey, I can tell. I see why you like her so much. She's great with all the kids in there. Yeah, I know. She doesn't yell at us like Miss Virginia used to do. She was so mean and angry for no reason. I didn't like dancing with her. Miss Jamie is different, though. She likes to make sure we're learning and improving. Do you know what I mean? I hit the elevator button. I do. Sometimes I wish she could be my mom, she says. I'm not sure whether she meant to say that aloud, but when I shoot her a wide-eyed look, she doesn't back down. In fact, she elaborates. Mom sometimes makes me feel like how Miss Virginia used to make me feel. Like I couldn't make a mistake around her, or else she would just get mad and start yelling. I'm sorry you feel that way, Lainey. I don't care what Sabrina does to me, but she shouldn't mess with Lainey. She's screwing around, and she's begging to find out. Is there anything I can do to help you out? Lainey shrugs. We load onto the elevator and begin the slow ascent to our condo. I just want Miss Jamie as my mom. That's all. She would make my life so much happier, I know she would. Huh. Her comment just gave me an idea. If Sabrina wants to whine and complain about how I'm not a family man at the office, why don't I prove her wrong and rub it in her face that I can do so much better than her? Daddy? We're here, Lainey says, motioning out to our floor. You looked frozen for a second. Sorry about that, honey. I've just got a lot on my mind. Are you excited for me, Daddy? Yes, I am, I reply. The both of us have a lot of time to spend with Miss Jamie now. I'm extremely happy for you.
Chapter 3. Jamie. Would you like a bit of champagne before beginning? I've got this new bottle from France, Derek says, showing off an incredibly beautiful bottle with rose gold designs etched on the exterior. I'm sure you know this brand, right? I pause for a moment. Does he really think I'm rich like him? Setting down my dance bag, I shake my head. Oh no, thank you. Water would be nice. It would be better for my body right now. I reply coolly, hoping he doesn't catch that I have no idea what makes one champagne better than another. I buy the $20 bottles from the market, for God's sake. Is Lainey getting ready? Yep, putting on her shoes and ballet clothes right now. Derek pours a fresh glass of water, pops in a slice of lemon, and hands it over. Thank you for doing this for her, by the way. She hasn't stopped talking about it. The pleasure's mine. I love working with Lainey. She's a great kid. Realizing that I've been looking at Derek for a bit too long, I sip from my water and gaze at his condo. Much neater than mine, I have to admit. You have a lovely home, by the way. Thank you, but it's not all me. My nanny, Lucia, does a lot of the heavy lifting around here whenever she can. Sometimes when I'm feeling lazy, I'll have a maid come in and do my share of the work. In a nonchalant way, he pours himself a bit of champagne and sips it while he gazes out the window. Not something I'm proud to admit. I get it. I'd do the same, I reply with a shrug. No way I could afford a nanny or maid, but if I could, I'd definitely put them to good use. I nod toward his drink. How's the champagne? Amazing. Are you sure you don't want anything special? I can whip up a refresher for you if you'd like. I also have a $400 bottle of cognac if you're interested. What the hell? People spend hundreds of dollars on cognac? I wouldn't spend hundreds of dollars on shoes or clothes, much less cognac. Still, I keep my warm smile and cool demeanor at the forefront. I have to act as if I'm not struggling financially. The last thing I want is for Derek to pity me and maybe stop hiring me for Lainey's private lessons. I know that I've basically slithered my way into Skyside, but I want to do something worthwhile during my time here. I'm not going to mess this up now. I'm all right. I'm not too big of a cognac fan to begin with. Yeah, it's definitely an acquired taste, he replies. Then he brightens once Lainey turns the corner, dressed and ready to dance. Hey, Lainey, say hello to your dance teacher. Hello, she shows off her pointed feet. Do you like my new shoes? I made Daddy buy me a new pair, and I broke into them this morning. That's perfect, Lainey. Are you feeling comfortable in them? Yep. Her hands fall loudly to her sides after resting them proudly on her hips. I'm ready to dance. I cleared out the living room for you two. I don't know if this will be the permanent thing we end up doing, but I hope it's all right for now, Derek says, gesturing to the grand space in the middle of the condo, where Lainey is already practicing her twirls. It's great, Mr. Hayes. Thank you. You can call me Derek, you know, he replies, playfully clinking his champagne flute with my water glass. I'll be catching up on some emails and calls in my home office. If you need me, give me a shout or just knock on the door. Okay? I nod, somewhat dazzled by this man. Even in the comfort of his home, he still manages to dress nicely. He smells so damn good. I'm afraid to stand next to him for too long. It might make me act up. Jamie, get it together. You're here for his daughter, not for him. There's no way he would like you. After Derek retires to his home office, I clap my hands and look at Lainey. She sits bouncing on her heels with a big smile on her face. First, we should do some stretches. I'll guide you through them. Is that okay? It's just like the stuff we do in class with everyone else. My daddy says he once sprained his leg because he didn't stretch properly before he went running, Lainey discloses, already getting down on the ground and stretching out her legs. I do the same across from her. It sounds scary. I don't want to do that to myself. Me neither. You wouldn't be able to dance for a while if you injured yourself like that. Oh no, I don't want that. Let's finish these stretches then. After that, we can start working on turns and leaps. It doesn't take me very long to realize that Lainey's a great dancer, but her lack of confidence makes her second-guess her movements. I see the hesitance in her eyes whenever I tell her to adjust her movements. With gentle coaxing, there are slight improvements, but it's as if she's scared of doing anything wrong, and it cripples her performance as a result. Your shoulders look a little tense, sweetie. Do you need a break? Maybe in a little, Lainey says quietly after stumbling out of a turn. I don't know why I can't do it right. I'm sorry, Miss Jamie. You don't have to apologize, I reply, shaking my head. You're thinking about it way too hard. You shouldn't think. Just let your body do what's right. Don't strain yourself either. You might hurt yourself if you try doing something that you're not ready to do just yet. But Lainey bites her bottom lip, bringing her fingers to her mouth. What if I can never do it right? That's not true. With a lot of practice, you'll be able to do everything. Do you think I was able to dance perfectly on my first try? I raise a brow, waiting for her to answer. A small smile appears on her face, then she shakes her head. Nope, I didn't do anything perfectly. I messed up a lot, but I fixed my errors with practice. You can do the same. I don't want to make you mad or frustrated with me, that's all. Honey, you could never do that. My heart sinks with her words. Why is this young child so worried about disappointing me? No child should put so much pressure on themselves to be perfect. Let's practice our turns again. They're getting better, I can tell. You've improved so much since our first ballet class. I know what it's like to not feel as if you're doing enough. It took me a long time to realize that there will always be another dancer who is better, faster, more agile than I am. Instead of beating myself up over that, I used it as a way to improve my skills. Still, I really don't think an 8-year-old child should be worried like this. It puts a bad taste in my mouth. At the end of the lesson, Lainey sips on a water glass while I do the same. Her cheeks are slightly red, and there are loose strands of hair falling out of her ponytail, but she's happy and smiling. That's all that matters to me. You did a great job today, Lainey. Practice on your own whenever you can, but remember what I said. If you feel too tired and your muscles start aching, stop. I want you to be a beautiful dancer, not an injured one. Yes, Miss Jamie. Lainey taps her little fingers on the water glass, staring down at the clear liquid. I talk to my dad about you a lot. I think he's starting to like you. The water nearly spills out of my mouth to hear that. Recovering quickly, I wipe the stray drops of water from the side of my mouth and clear my throat. Oh, well, that's good to hear. I like your dad, too. He's a very nice man. No. Lainey shakes her head. Not a friendly like, but more than that. Do you know what I mean? Adults like each other in a different way than kids do, and then they start dating and get married, and then... I hear you, Lainey. I nod, smiling. That's nice to hear. As moving as it is to hear that, I think Lainey's optimism is far too high for me to reach. There's no way Derek Hayes would ever date me, much less marry me. Our lives are too different. If he found out the truth about how I made it to Skyside, what would he say? Laugh in my face? He'd probably think I'm some moocher with no real direction in life. And honestly, he'd be right. I'm happy that I get to spend more time with you, Lainey. You're improving so much, and I can't wait to see what you do with your new skills. Thanks, Miss Jamie. I'm doing the best that I can, and I try really hard to follow your instructions. Lainey sets aside her water glass. We're going to spend some more time together, right? Absolutely. You'll get to see my daddy a lot, she continues, as she twiddles her thumbs. He likes talking to you. I like talking to you too, but it's different for him. I don't know about that, honey, but I like talking to you and your dad too. If only I could integrate myself into this family, I would. But that won't happen. It's not possible. I can't keep my head in the clouds like that. It'll only lead me to more disappointment and another broken heart, yet again. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Derek. When I get to the firm and take the elevator up to the executive floor, I see the all-glass boardroom is packed. No surprise. I knew what this meeting would be about. My colorful single life versus the company's wholesome brand. I tap on the secretary's desk. All here in attendance, I gather? You gather right. They've been champing at the bit, waiting for you, Doris says with a smirk, side-eyeing the septuagenarian gang. Any last words as you go to the firing squad? I smirk back. Yeah. One, help? Doris chuckles low and cheerfully waves me in. I take a seat at the far end of the table, crack open a bottle of water, and take a big swig, wishing it were straight vodka. Then I wait for the verbal tsunami to come my way. I sit back and flash a confident, albeit forced, smile at the men. They reciprocate with sober stares. Sitting at the opposite end of the all-glass table is Bernard, NNN's senior board member. He was my late father's best friend and the most robust of the group, with his commanding physique and winter-white shock of hair. The old man leans in with his fingers crisscrossed. Despite the old codger being 20 feet away, I lean hard against the chair. Listen, Derek, most of us on the board have known you for quite some time. Well, ever since your father brought you to work one day all those many years ago. We know you're of an age now where you want to sow your oats while taking this firm soundly into the 21st century. I clear my throat to speak. Nothing comes out. I take another swig of water. Bernard waits for me to say something. I shake my head and wave my hand to give him the floor. NNN has always stood for family values, household items for the dutiful wife. Your late father instilled that brand the first year he started the business. I nod but remain silent. What am I going to say to these men? They were all my dad's cronies decades before I was even a twinkle in my father's eye. I want to tell them to retire, to head out to the back pasture and let me call the shots. These guys are so removed from what middle America wants these days, but I hold my tongue. Old and outdated they might be, but they still hold the purse strings of N&N, and in any billion-dollar company, shareholders do the talking. Bernard, I remember how well my father thought of you, and I, more than anyone, know N&N's family brand. Right. Well, you ending up in the society pages every Monday with yet a different woman on your arm is hurting sales. Monday is shopping day for housewives, as you well know, and they don't like what they're seeing on the front page of their morning paper. Sales slip every time you're courting yet another flirty socialite. This time I lean back, not out of intimidation, but from the plain facts. I know what Bernard is saying. I get the weekly sales figures myself. If I do some family events, sales go up. If I'm found coming out of a Manhattan nightclub with a chick on my arm whose dress sleeves are longer than her skirt, the sales plummet. I know what Bernard's answer will be. I obviously have a death wish and ask anyway. So I assume you all have come to a solution involving me. What is it? I look at my Piaget watch, hinting I don't have all day. Bernard finally leans back, unlocks his fingers, and sports a wide grin. The solution is simple, dear boy. You need to settle down. Select Miss Right once and for all so the housewives of America can revel in your happily ever after while they use our furniture polish and sink cleaner. I let out a slow, quiet sigh while keeping the fake smile in place. Gentlemen, coffee? Doris pokes her head into the room. That woman is a lifesaver. She must have felt my psyche squirming and came in with a subject changer. Yes, please, Doris, I say. Her refreshment ruse will give me time to think. I help her with the cart. Call me 5 minutes after we resume the meeting, okay? I need an out. Doris quickly nods. No smile, no grin, not even a smirk. She knows how to play the game. Okay, men, let's have a break, shall we? Bernard stands up and all follow suit, the dozen men milling about on the adjoining high-rise patio. I get up in a fake attempt to stretch my legs. I stride back and forth like a caged animal, pretending to talk on my phone. Instead, I call up the U.S. Naval Observatory at the correct time. As the automatic voice calls out and the line goes dead, I use the dead air to think back to my daughter's dance class and what she said about her teacher, Miss Dempsey. Lainey wants her to be her mommy? Wow, if that isn't kismet, I don't know what is. Do I kill two birds with one stone? I can give Lainey what she wants and get these old duffers off my back. My epiphany is tempting. Tempting as hell. In the past, if I had an idea, it was as good as done. The problem is, I'm not sure how Lainey's teacher will fit into the mix. What should I say? Hey, Teach, will you marry me and be Lainey's mom so I can live happily ever after with my board of directors? The thought makes me grin. I catch Bernard eyeing me through the patio glass. I wipe the grin off my face. I rue the day Dad had this company go public. Sure, it's what made it into the Fortune 100 it is today, but kowtowing to these old farts drives me nuts. In private moments at cocktail parties, I catch these old duffers still debating the pros and cons of the Korean War. I'm not entirely certain they know what century we're in. After 15 minutes and plenty of coffee, the meeting resumes. Bernard raps the table to bring it to order. Well, Derek, now that you've had time to think, what is our plan? The next time we read about you in the society pages, might there be an engagement announcement? Our shareholders are counting on you, and your father will be so proud. Just then my cell rings. Doris is an angel. Men, I have to take this overseas call. I hear you all loud and clear. Leave it with me. I rap my knuckles on the glass, get up, and make great strides for the door. Instead of heading to my office, I head for the elevator and my car. No time like the present, I always say. I need all the time I can get to convince a perfect stranger to be Mrs. Nardone. I hit the Bluetooth and call Laney's teacher. While it rings, I wheel out of the underground garage. Destination, Skyside Apartments. Jamie Dempsey speaking. Hello, Miss Dempsey. Are you free just now? I'm heading back to Skyside and wanted to talk. I figure I might as well be myself. Forward, aggressive, with absolutely no bedside manner. She'll be in awe of my charm. Right. Well, I have a class in a couple of hours, but I could meet you at the Solarium Cafe in the lobby. Works for me. See you there in about 20 minutes. I hang up. I probably should have said goodbye. Oh, well. I hit the throttle and weave in and out of the usual snarled city traffic, taking side streets and honking my way all the way home. The car hits the air as I take the down ramp into the building garage. I squeal my tires at the front gate, get out with the engine still running, and call the car park concierge. Hey, Bob, can you park this for me? Have to run. Sure, Mr. Nardone, don't you worry in the least. I hand him a $50 bill, smile, and race for the elevator to the main floor. The doors open, and in a couple of minutes I reach the Solarium Cafe. The vaulted all-glass ceiling and tropical plants framing the al fresco-like cafe of wrought iron and glass is a popular meeting place for the condo's elite, private and secluded, where socialites can freely talk with no prying paparazzi eyes. I spy her sitting near the bar. Her eyes are looking straight at me, but I think she's worlds away. I wave. Nothing. I call out, Miss Dempsey. Finally, she sees me and waves back. The woman looks down at her watch. 20 minutes on the dot. Being on time for an appointment in the city, that's quite the feat. I smile and pull out one of the white wrought iron chairs. It scrapes along the tiled floor. The scraping annoys me. Note to self, ring the manager and get felt foot pads on these chairs. Yes, well, time is money for everyone, don't you think? Miss Dempsey nods, but only slightly. Great. Less than a minute in, and I'm already annoying the poor soul. I wave at the server. In his white and black penguin suit, he dutifully attends. An iced mochaccino for me, and another of what the lady is having. She raises her half-empty glass. Iced cappuccino. Thank you. Once the server leaves, I get down to business. What's the point of pleasantries? Now, Miss Dempsey. She raises her hand. No, please, call me Jamie. I instruct your daughter, so I assume we can be on a first-name basis. Yes, of course. Now, Jamie, I have a proposal for you, which, if you agree to it, will be mutually beneficial. Do you want to hear more? I have to ask the question. What's the point of going through my spiel and her stomping off afterward? Jamie's soft smile vanishes, and a thin-lipped grin appears. I don't know what the heck that look means, so I blindly dig in. If you would consent to a marriage of convenience, in name only, I can offer you anything you like. I mean, the sky is basically the limit. Just say it. I only ask because it will please my firm's board of directors. Your thoughts? I have literally no idea how rich she is or what her price might be. Always the cart before the horse kind of guy. Jamie's lips return to a full-on smile, and I'm stunned by her ready and easy reply. Sure, why not?
Chapter 5. Jamie. Sure, why not? I hear myself utter the words like an out-of-body experience. I feel my lips upturn like they have a mind of their own. Did I just accept a marriage of convenience proposal from a practical stranger? No, of course I did not. He's the father of Lainey, one of my dance pupils. Derek and I go way back. To like last Wednesday. What the hell did I just do? Not that it's probably any of my business, but how is this beneficial on your end? I lean in and stare down the guy, hoping he'll flutter his eyelashes so I know he's pulling my leg, and then I'll have an escape clause. It has to do with the company brand, N&N's family values. I can't go around indefinitely being Manhattan's most eligible bachelor and keep the shareholders happy. Plus, being married will help with future mergers with like-minded companies. Basically, it's me being married pumping up the bottom line. I nod and smile while my mind races a mile a minute. Straight to the point. No eyelash flutters. The guy means it. Does he see through me and know I'm desperate for cash? Nah, can't be. Nobody who lives in Skyside is desperate for anything but their faces on the society pages. What this Derek fellow doesn't know can't possibly hurt him. And a big fat check in my hands can't possibly hurt me. Right. Brand loyalty, transparent intentions, mergers in the 10 figures, and a happy board and shareholders. Makes sense to me. Of course, it makes no sense. This guy is nuts with a capital cashew. But I know a happy ever after ending for me when I see one. And if it means tying the knot with this rather fit, rather dashing goofball with more money than sense, so be it. My student loans could be paid in full. I could live the Skyside lifestyle for real. I'd have to be loonier than Derek not to say yes to this uber cushy deal. You might appreciate that I have further questions, I say, then sip at my iced cappuccino, wishing it were straight vodka. Derek leans back and smiles. I assumed as much. Fire away. First, what does your daughter think of all this? How can a little child understand a transactional marriage, never mind an instant mommy? Well, as it happens, I've not told her yet. Wanted your input first naturally, but it was she who gave me the idea. Telling me before her last lesson with you that she'd love you to be her mom. I blink my eyelashes. Now it's me who's fluttering. Really? Really. I take another sip. I notice Derek doesn't touch his coffee. The ice cubes are melting in the crystal glass, and they aren't mixing nicely with the java. The look disturbs me. I want to grab a spoon from the bartender to mix things up. I stay put and grind my teeth instead. I think of little Lainey, and I stop grinding. Jamie, girl, this could be a literal dream come true. I adore that little child. She's heart and soul on 2 legs. Being a stepmom to Lainey would be a pleasure, and whatever Derek is willing to pay me could finally allow me to open up a dance studio, something my current income would never let happen in Manhattan, not even in Jersey, for years. I take 3 sips of my iced coffee. I look down into the glass. My ice cubes are melting too. If I knew this Derek better, I'd fish them out with my fingers and crunch them into oblivion. Again, I resist the urge, stare into the drink and keep thinking. I raise my eyes and look warmly at Derek, turning on the old Jamie charm. Well, I have wanted to open up my own dance studio for quite some time. It's great having the Skyside children here to teach, but I'd like to expand. I'm sure you can appreciate that, being an entrepreneur yourself. I don't come right out and say, dance studio or else. I let him read between the lines. Yes, of course. How about on the top floor in the Brill? I know the owner's there. Right in the artistic hub. Top floor all to yourself with a 99-year lease. No maintenance fees. All utilities paid. All your dance revenue would be your own. I stare at Derek. I don't blink. I believe I've gone catatonic with joy. He doesn't blink either. Not an eyelash flash of faking. Not a hint of a lie. That's a let's make a deal look if I've ever seen one. I swear I feel my eyes dilate. I finally come out of my stupor, blink once and offer. Fine print will be all written up, completely contractual, and strictly business? Yes, and absolutely yes. We both enter into this arrangement with our eyes wide open. I breathe easier. At least he didn't mention that Cruise and Kidman movie, Eyes Wide Shut. Well, all that's left is you drawing up the documents, my lawyer looking them over, and this deal is done. I fish through my purse for my brief's business card. I see my hands are shaking. I will them to stop. I can be as cut and dried and businesslike as Derek. I'm no wallflower here. Even if right next to the business card in my purse sits my current Visa bill, I can't pay off in full. Derek takes my lawyer's card with his left and reaches across the table with his right to shake my hand. I take it. We shake. My grip is as solid as his. My soon-to-be husband gets up from his chair and says in a surprisingly flat tone, "My lawyer will contact yours. You'll have the contract by the end of business tomorrow. Good day, miss. I mean, Jamie. Talk soon." And with that, Derek Nardoni turns on his heels and walks away, leaving me to wonder what the actual hell just happened. I notice his back as he walks away. His large back that looks so damn good in that blazer. I shake my head. Oh no, you do not, Jamie. You do not fall for this guy. Nope, not one bit. Transactional, remember? Fake marriage in, money out. I mutter under my breath instead. Yeah, but what about adorable Lainey? I can't stay detached from her. She and I are already tight. Lainey lights up my day every time I see her run into the Skyside recreation room. I try to take another sip of my drink. I suck air. I get up and order another one from the bar. The bartender smiles as I approach. Another ice cap, but could you add 2 fingers of vodka? The barman cocks his head ever so slightly, then quickly nods and smiles. I return to my table. I pull out the wrought iron chair. Its feet scrape along the tiles. Management really should put felt on these chairs. I sit down and await my drink, tapping my fingers lightly on the glass tabletop. Perfect. Now even the barman thinks I'm a daytime alcoholic. Meh, whatever. I'm a wealthy Skysider. Or, at least, when we sign that contract, I will be. Before I have a chance to think about anything, the server brings my drink. I take a huge gulp. I cough from the vodka. I smile at my cough. My corner table faces the majority of the gigantic solarium. I watch how exotic birds flit to and fro from the tall palm trees, happily existing in this warm and humid space. It hits me. By the end of this week, I will be living the high life for real. No more faking it with my friends. I mentally calculate the fees I could be charging at the dance studio. My eyes pop at the monthly bottom line. I take another sip. This time, I don't cough. I pull out my cell, hit the notebook app, and start making a list of things I'll have to do to go from a fledgling dance instructor to a full-fledged, in-demand one. Then I stop. I put down my cell and simply stare at nothing. The future has so many possibilities I can't merely focus on one. How did this happen? All from little Lainey's mention of me to be her mom? Is that how life really works? You study like a robot. You try your best on your own. And then liking someone who likes you back takes your world and lifts it into the stratosphere. And you haven't had a chance to buckle up for the ride. I lean back in the chair and ponder. Well, everything and nothing at all. My heart settles on the ready-made family I'll soon have. The thought sits so well. I envision so many things. Then reality pokes the bubble. I mumble. Yes, a ready-made family you cannot love. A little girl you adore. A husband who is so easy on the eyes. Your heart has to remain as cold as the ice in this glass. I look down at the ice cubes still intact. I look over at Derek's discarded drink, the one he never touched. There are no ice cubes left. Ice melts. So do hearts. I nearly choke on my last sip.
Chapter 6. Derek. I let my mouse wheel move as I scroll down the Cartier website. So many engagement rings to choose from. All of them seem good-looking to me. I mumble to myself. But what about Jamie's taste? I haven't got a clue. Maybe she'd want a custom-designed ring. She's a skysider, after all. I let my hand leave the mouse. I lean back in my office chair and gaze out at the floor-to-ceiling windows. The Manhattan skyline is crystal clear. The weather doesn't exactly match my mood. I glance down at my watch. Half an hour till the board meeting. At least I'll be able to get those members off my back with this engagement. I hope they don't ask too many questions I have no answers for yet. A transactional marriage is one thing. Infusing it with personality is something else. Even with all the doubts, a part of me is champing at the bit to show Jamie off to my colleagues. She has the corporate and artistic spunk everyone in N&N will adore. I feel my lips upturn with a smile that exudes contentment, yet has no earthly reason to back it up. I'm going on faith in my 8-year-old's endorsement of a woman I've only seen a half-dozen times. What could possibly go wrong? I laugh at the irony. My intercom rings. I punch the button. Yes, Doris. Jamie Dempsey is here. Right. Show her in, please. I spring out of my chair, straighten my tie, and throw on my jacket. The door opens. Doris smiles and waves Jamie in. I catch my breath. Jamie is wearing a sky blue dress suit, fashionably cut on acute angles with matching high heels and a clutch purse. Her curly hair is in a swirling updo. She exudes sophisticated beauty. I smile as I approach. Here is your copy of the contract. I received them last night. Read, signed, and sealed. Jamie smiles and hands me a manila envelope. Without taking my eyes off her, I lay it on the desk like its contents are inconsequential. So you found your way here, okay? Your driver made it easy, yes. Good. I glance down at my watch. Listen, we still have time. You want a drink before we head in? A Perrier would be nice. I believe my tongue is 2 sizes too big from being so nervous. Doris overhears this, and she scoots out to get us drinks. I glance at Jamie's hands. They are fidgeting enough to see a tag stuck to the inside of one of her jacket sleeves. Without a word, I head back to my desk, rifle around for a pair of scissors, then come back and snip the tag off faster than Jamie has time to stop my aggressive move. I hold the price tag up. Jamie's eyes pop. Silence. Then we both laugh. Oops. Jamie looks sheepish. Hey, it's happened to me before. I lie, of course, as I have a valet who arranges my clothes. You're lying, Jamie says with a smirk. Here you go. 2 Perrier bottled waters. Doris comes in the nick of time and hands the tray to me. I wave Jamie to a set of 2 chairs opposite my desk. I have a nice intimate corner set up with comfortable leather furniture, but neither one of us, I can tell, is in the mood to relax. I clear my throat, take a drink, and talk first. I can see Jamie is a nervous wreck, at least on the inside, if I go by her darting eyes. Her outer self looks like the picture of quiet confidence. How does she do that? Listen, this is just an informal thing, okay? I introduce you to the members and announce our engagement. They will congratulate us, and the meeting will adjourn. We are the only topic on the docket. It'll be in and out. I promise. I watch for Jamie's reaction. Her shoulders fall, and her smile seems more relaxed. Jeez. She's quite the looker. Stop staring. She'll think you're a weirdo. The intercom rings. I reach over and hit the button. Yes, Doris. The members are seated. They're ready for you. Right, thanks. I let go of the button with my finger, which I find shaking. I thought you said this would be easy. Jamie eyes my finger. I chuckle. Stage fright. Shall we go? Jamie stands and I show her to the door. Once we reach the far end of the hall, I stop. There's a mirror there in the waiting area. I check my tie. Behind me, I see Jamie's reflection. She's removing a gold bracelet she had on her wrist. I turn around. Why did you remove the bracelet? Jamie chuckles. Oh, it's just a trick someone told me once. Remove one accessory before you go out. I raise my eyebrows and nod. I don't have the faintest idea what she's on about, but this is not the time for fashion sense 20 questions. I take her arm and fold it into mine. Jamie doesn't fight the move. Are you ready? Born ready. Let's do this. And instantly, her residual nervousness seems to vanish like it was never there. Erect posture, head held high. Jamie is a new person with the world on a string. Man, how does she do that? I smile. Let's. And I open the door. Under an hour later, Jamie and I leave the boardroom. My smile is so wide I fear my lips will crack. As we make for the hall, I whisper in her ear. You had those old goats melting in the palm of your hand. They were kissing and hugging you like you were their own daughter. How did you do that? Jamie smiles. Oh, it's all in a day's work. She winks and we walk on. With each step, I breathe easier. Not only am I off the hook with the board, but I also have a lovely lady by my side and a child who is over the moon with her new stepmom. The feeling is like I've won the lottery, but no money hits my hands. I side-eye Jamie. Is this what true happiness feels like? I don't dare answer, for I know a transactional marriage has no room for matters of the heart. I clear my throat, tamping down the rising emotions, and we make for the elevator and a quick getaway. Once installed in the town car, we both relax. I reach for a chilled bottle of champagne in the built-in drink cabinet. Time to celebrate, don't you think? I open the wire and pop the cork. It gives a great pop and fizz sound. Time indeed. What's on the agenda now? I fill 2 flutes and hand one to her. Are you up for heading to my suite to spend time with Lainey? It doesn't have to be long. Lucia, her nanny, will have her in bed soon, and then you and I can talk. Sounds perfect. Jamie raises her glass. I raise mine. The crystal rings a pure sound. We both drink like we've been in the desert for ages. I refill our glasses. As much as Jamie looks relaxed, and as much as I feel it, we both undoubtedly have lingering nerves to drown in the golden bubbly. Daddy, you're home, and Jamie too. Lainey runs to me. I scoop her up and give her a twirling hug. We are, little one, back from telling everyone at the office of our engagement. What do you think of that? I think it's about time you two made it official, Lainey says with a stuck-out tongue. I tickle her, and she runs back into the lounge and to her coloring book and dolls strewn on the white, plush-carpeted floor. I guide Jamie into the front room, and we sit on the sectional couch opposite Lainey. We watch her act as if we have been a family since day one. There's not an uptight bone in her tiny body at this news. The sun, which had been searing bright all day, slowly sinks into the Manhattan skyline, transforming the powder blue to a warm indigo haze. Street lights slowly blink on, and before us is a diamond-encrusted island jewel. I watch Jamie. By her expression, the vista enthralls. I hand her a cocktail. Tom Collins, light like her. I hope she enjoys it. It never gets old, does it? Jamie happily accepts the drink. What? The skyside view. It's the building's top feature, don't you think? The main reason I chose to live here. You too? Jamie rapidly blinks her eyelashes. Odd. Gosh, yes, it's why I love it here so much. Lainey, time for bed, Lucia calls out in her thick Portuguese accent. Oh, already? Do I have to? Jamie only got here and I haven't shown her my picture yet. Little one, you can show Jamie your artwork for all the days to come. Tomorrow is a school day and you know how you are if you don't get enough sleep. Even a pinch doesn't pry you out of bed. Oh, Daddy, don't say that in front of Jamie. Lainey giggles. Night, you. I hug and kiss my little girl. Without hesitation, she runs over to Jamie and hugs and kisses her too, like she had done it 1,000 times before. I see the joyful shock on Jamie's face. It mirrors mine. The evening and our chat ends. I usher Jamie back to the elevator. Without thought, I kiss Jamie goodnight like we had embraced 1,000 times before. A heart spark ignites. We step back, desperately trying to ignore the passion surge. I sense we are not alone. Sabrina, my ex, who has taken a suite on the opposite wing to be near Lainey, exits the elevator. In our embrace, neither Jamie nor I realized the door had opened and we had a spectator. Sabrina eyes us like a cat going in for the kill. Jamie quickly steps into the elevator. I swing on my heels to head down the hall to avoid any of Sabrina's flack. Of all the eyes in town to witness our first embrace, they had to belong to Sabrina. Oh, well, I hope our kiss was convincing. I smirk as I close my condo door.
Chapter 7. Jamie. Am I really doing this? I ask myself as I study my reflection. It's the third outfit I tried on. Like I know what the mom of an 8-year-old would wear to chaperone a field trip. Most of the kids in my dance classes are brought in by their nanny or the housekeeper. Occasionally, a mom will show up in business wear or a designer athleisure, the kind I would never spend the money to sweat in. One time, a mom showed up for the end of the session demonstration in an evening gown. Turned out she was going to the opera afterward. I settle on comfy jeans and a t-shirt. And sneakers. I have to keep up with the kiddos. I'm not making the cover of a fashion magazine today, but I should be able to chase down any wayward third graders with no problem. I just hope it doesn't tip Derek off to the fact that I'm broke. He still thinks I live in the same neighborhood of wealth that he does, based on my Skyside address. I'm too nervous, or maybe embarrassed, to tell him the truth. I definitely can't afford brand name athletic wear, especially after he ripped the tag off my last outfit that I hadn't intended on buying in full. But rich people wear t-shirts, right? He won't see through me just because I dressed casually for a school field trip. I hope, anyway. The doorbell rings. I peek and see Derek. I can hear Lainey chattering away excitedly. I open the door and he smiles at me. All of a sudden, my knees are weak. It's the same feeling I had when we kissed, the feeling I really need to ignore. Derek holds up a bag. I ordered us lunch, he says. Turkey sandwiches, I hope that's okay. Condiments on the side since I didn't know what you wanted. Thanks, I say. All business. Turkey's great. I also don't mind a big old PB&J. PB&J? Lainey asks. Peanut butter and jelly, Derek explains. You can't have nuts at school, Lainey practically shrieks. Oh, of course, I say. You don't have a nut allergy, do you? No, Lainey says. I'm allergic to bees. You are not allergic to bees, Derek says. You got stung before, and it hurt. That's not what being allergic is. Look, we need to go. I want to push the button, Lainey says and dashes off for the elevator. Do not get on without us, Derek says. I grab my purse and lock the door. We walk down the hall together. What do you want to see at the museum? I ask Lainey on the way down in the elevator. I gave the Museum of Natural History website a good scan last night. I guess it's the dancer in me. The quality of the performance depends on the preparation you put in ahead of time. I'm not expecting an answer, but Lainey doesn't hesitate. The giant whale in the diamond room. I look at Derek and he shrugs. It's called the Hall of Minerals. We have a membership. It's a great place to go on a rainy day. There is so much to do. I prefer the dinosaurs myself. Those are just dead bones, Lainey says. We walk through the Skyside lobby, with the two of them arguing amicably about whether dead is a proper adjective for bones. That's my car, Derek says as we exit Skyside. The chauffeur opens the door, and Lainey climbs in the back. Hi, I say to the driver, and he tips his hat to me. I can sit in the front, Derek says. I didn't think about that. Usually, Lainey and I sit in the back together. You can both fit, Daddy, Lainey says. There are 2 more seatbelts. She's already buckled herself in. Okay, Derek says. I get in the middle, and he gets in next to me. Our hands brush as we fasten our own seatbelts. Sorry, we both mutter at the same time. He's very close. I can smell him, the same smell that overwhelmed me when we shared that kiss. Luckily, Lainey is so chatty that I don't have to say anything. She gets particularly excited when she sees a dog. Being that it's first thing in the morning, there are a lot of dogs out for their walks. At the school, I get the once-over from the security guard. Derek introduces me to the principal who shakes my hand. In the classroom, Lainey's teacher is busy trying to get 20 very excited kids to calm down. She gives me a name tag. Derek and I are in charge of the blue group, 5 little girls. The teacher hands out sleeveless jerseys, emblazoned with the school's name. The kids all immediately pull them on. We divide up into our groups and sit on the floor together. Are you Lainey's mom? A little girl whose name tag says Simone asks. No, I say. She teaches ballet, Lainey says. The group erupts with all the kids talking about their dance lessons. Derek nudges me. Looks like you'll have some new customers once we get your studio open. I smile at him. This whole fake engagement was a good idea. I'm 28 years old. I lost track of how many auditions I've been to in my life years ago, and how many times I went home and cried because they told me I was too short before I even did my first combination. I needed a backup plan. Having my own studio eventually would have been my dream anyway, even if I had made it big as a dancer. It sure beats the hell out of bartending or becoming a barista. The bus ride over to the museum is rowdy, to put it mildly. 3 classes are crammed on one bus. The kids stay in their seats, but they are loud. I pass the time by dreaming about my soon-to-be studio. Maybe one day I can put on a full ballet. Derek passes the time on his phone. Lainey is sitting in front of us. She pops her head up over the seat and looks at us. Daddy, no working. You promised, she says. He looks up at her and taps her nose with his finger. I absolutely promise that when we get there, I will put it away, he says. Pinky promise? She says. He links his pinky with hers and swears. Butt seat now, he tells her. She listens and he's true to his word. He shuts off his notifications when we pull up to the museum. I can't turn it off completely, he says. You need your GPS in here. It's huge. The bus drops us off at the main entrance. There are some massive dinosaur skeletons in the giant hall. Just this one room alone is so big. We gather in a group around the teacher and get a final lecture about behavior and what to do if someone in our group gets separated. Suddenly, this chaperone thing seems like a major responsibility. I can't be the mom or fiancé who loses someone at the museum. We hand over our lunches to be picked up later. The teacher says as long as the rain holds off, we can eat outside. You'd think Christmas came early based on the cheer that goes up amongst the kids. Their enthusiasm is definitely infectious, but I'm determined to take my responsibilities very seriously. Our group votes to see the diamond room first. Derek leads, and I trail behind counting heads over and over. To get to the diamond room, we have to walk through a history of man exhibit. The girls giggle at an almost naked Neanderthal couple. The diamond room is spectacular. Unfortunately, it's not just one room. I really want to look at the stones and read the explanations, but I have to keep track of everyone. Finally, the kids all settle down and gather in front of one case. These are sapphires, Derek says. Sapphires can be any color except red. Red sapphires are actually rubies because they have chromium in them. The kids all nod. He has their full attention. I'm listening too, but I'm noticing things that I'm sure the kids aren't, like the warmth in his tone and eyes. His eyes are so green. I glance over at a case of emeralds. I wonder if I could find a stone that matches his eyes exactly. I kind of doubt it. Emeralds are pure green, and Derek's have warm gold flecks in them. After we've had our fill of gems, not really, I could stay there all day, we head to the giant whale. And Lainey wasn't kidding, it's massive. It hangs from the ceiling in another enormous room. We make the loop on both levels of the room looking at the displays, and then settle down in front of a huge screen to watch a short film about marine life. "That's it, girls," Derek says when the movie ends. Our eyes meet, and I feel a little jolt run through me. We head back to the entrance and meet up with the rest of the class. Once the teacher is sure everyone is there, we head outside. I assist the teacher with distributing lunches. Then I make my way over to our group. They are sitting on the edge of a giant planter. "Here," Derek says, handing me a sandwich. Lainey is almost finished. "I told her to wait," Derek says somewhat apologetically. "I was hungry," Lainey says. "It's fine," I say. "I'm starving too. That was quite a bit of walking. The museum is huge. I wish." "What?" "Just that we had more time," I say. "I could spend all day in the diamond room." He laughs. "Well, we could come back, just the three of us." "Bee!" Lainey screams and waves her arms frantically. Derek jumps up and runs over to her. He kneels down next to her and wraps his arms tightly around her. "Just be still," he says. She's crying so hard I'm not sure she can hear him, but he has such a grip on her that she can't move. The bee buzzes around their heads, Lainey twitching wildly in Derek's arms. Then it flies off. I run over to them. Lainey pushes him away and Derek stands up. She runs back to her friends, and he looks down at me, and our eyes meet. My stomach starts flip-flopping just like it did when he pretended to kiss me. "She's fine," he says, brushing his hands together to indicate the incident is over, as is my impulse to kiss him, and that really needs to stay over. This is a simple business arrangement. Well, maybe not that simple, but still, strictly business.
Chapter 8. Derek. "Daddy." I open one eye. Lainey's face is about 6 inches away. "What's wrong?" I ask. "Did you have a bad dream?" "No. Is it time to go to the carnival?" I look at the clock. 6:13. I suppress a groan. She's too happy, and I don't want to start the day on the wrong foot. She never gets up this early for school. "The carnival doesn't open until 11, I say. "And we told Jamie we'd leave at 10. It's way too early. Can you go back to bed for a little while?" She goes around to the other side of the bed and climbs in. Close enough, I tell myself with a sigh. Despite her excitement, she's snoring away in no time. I brush the hair off her face and look at the ceiling. The carnival was my idea. We went to it every year when I was growing up. Since Jamie and I are supposed to be engaged, it only makes sense that she would come with us. "Sure," says a voice in my head. The truth is that I think about our kiss way too much. I've told myself it's because it was embarrassing with Sabrina staring at us. Or it's just the prospect of a new relationship eventually, down the road. Not with Jamie. This is just a mutually beneficial arrangement. I doze off, and when my alarm goes off, I am alone again. I peek my head out, and Lainey is eating cereal in front of the TV. "Can we go now?" she says. "I'm going to shower and eat breakfast, and then, yes, we can go." We are ready before 9:30. I text Jamie and ask if she minds going early. "No, I'm ready to go too," she replies back. I call the garage so they can get my car ready. I don't drive myself very often, as parking in the city is a hassle. But since we're going up to Westchester, it makes sense. Lainey insists on ringing Jamie's doorbell herself. "I'm ready," she says when she opens the door. She has a hat on and is holding a tote bag and what looks like a small cooler. "I brought along some fruit for the ride," she says, holding up the cooler. Figure we should eat something nutritious today. What's in there? Lainey says, pointing to the other bag. Oh, other essentials, she says. Sunblock. Oh my God, I forgot sunblock, I say, smacking my forehead. I have plenty, she says. In the garage, my SUV is ready. Jamie looks around the garage. Looking for your car? I ask. Oh no, I've never been down here before, she says. I don't have a car. I don't blame you, I say. Definitely a hassle to drive in the city, but I like to have it available for days like this. We pile into the car. Jamie offers us some blueberries. Lainey gets her own pint. I can't hold them to eat them and drive, so Jamie hands them to me a couple at a time when I stop for red lights. Then we are on the parkway heading north. We make good time and there is plenty of parking. There is no one waiting in line to get in. Can we ride that, Daddy? Lainey says while I'm paying. I look. She's pointing at a Ferris wheel. The rides will start at noon, the lady in the ticket booth tells us, but there are plenty of animals to see. Here's the schedule. We step away from the ticket booth and I look at the map. I kind of remember this. I used to come here as a kid, I explain for Jamie's benefit. Okay, goats, sheep, rabbits, sorry. It's probably not as classy as the entertainment you're used to, but you learn to be flexible when you have a kid. We can go someplace nicer next time. Jamie has a strained look on her face, but before she can answer, Lainey interjects. Rabbits! She calls out. We should ask Jamie too, I chide. Rabbits, definitely. I glance down at Jamie's shoes, breathing a sigh of relief to see they aren't name brand. Sabrina would have had a fit if I tried to drag her into a barn in her best clothes. In fact, I think most of the women I've dated would have a fit at being anywhere near a barn. At the rabbit barn, kids Lainey's age and even smaller are showing their rabbits. We walk around and look in all the cages. Then we go back, and each of us decides what our favorite one is. Lainey and Jamie pick a brown one called a Threonta. Why that one? I ask. He looks like he is smiling, doesn't he? I agree, but I decide my favorite is a big gray one with really long, floppy ears. When we're done with the rabbits, Jamie suggests we all put on some more sunblock. To my surprise, Lainey agrees without protesting. Jamie covers Lainey thoroughly, then she does her own face. She passes me the stick while she sprays her arms and legs. You've got... What? She says. I rub the side of her nose very gently where there is still a white smudge left. She's got her sunglasses on and I can't tell what she's thinking. Sorry, I mutter. No, she says, smiling. Thanks. I probably looked stupid. You didn't... Sheep fashion show in 5 minutes. We are unknowingly standing right under a speaker for the PA system. We all jump and then start laughing. Sheep fashion show? Jamie questions. Let's check it out. It turns out the sheep fashion show is a big deal. The kids and sheep are dressed in clothes the kids made themselves, using wool from the very same sheep. This is actually really impressive, Jamie says. Sheep in a fashion show, who knew? There isn't a stage. They just parade around the pen. And some of the sheep take a break to do their business, right when they are strutting their stuff. Lainey, of course, finds that hysterically funny. We stay and see Moira and Eleanor accept their blue ribbon. I have no idea which one is the sheep and which one is the teenage girl wrangling her. I check my watch to find it's almost noon. More animals or rides now? I ask the girls. Rides, Lainey says immediately. We head to the midway where there is a ton of fair food. We pass stands with fried dough, fried Oreos, and fried butter. Lainey doesn't notice any of it. She's laser focused on the rides, but then... Cotton candy! Can we, Daddy? Can we, please? Thank you for bringing the fruit, by the way, I tell Jamie as I take out my wallet. The vendor hands the cotton candy to Lainey. It's bigger than her head. She takes a bite and then holds it up. Try it. What flavor is it? Jamie asks. Pink. We both start laughing. I lean in to take a mouthful at the same time Jamie does. Suddenly our faces are incredibly close and I'm thinking of that kiss again. I pull back. Ladies, first, I say. She takes a bite. It's good, she says. You're a terrible liar, I tell her. Lainey is practically ear-deep in the giant ball of fluff, and I doubt she's listening. Okay, it's not exactly white truffles, I admit. Kids like this stuff, though. We can double back. I'll get you some fried butter if you want. Oh, God, no, Jamie says. I guess as a dancer you are pretty careful about what you eat. Not that careful, she says, but I like food. I'm not sure any of this stuff qualifies. So, what is your favorite fair activity? I ask. The games, definitely. I had a room full of giant stuffed animals as a kid. Lead the way. First, we play the water squirting game. We don't win. Lainey wants to play again, but Jamie talks her into moving on to the ring toss. I buy a giant bucket of rings. Lainey tosses them willy-nilly, but Jamie takes her time and wins. The carnival worker comes over to us. Tiger or unicorn? Jamie and Lainey look at each other. Unicorn, they say together. Lainey insists on carrying it, but the thing is bigger than she is. Give it a big hug, and I'll take a picture, Jamie instructs, whipping out her phone. Jeez, Lainey says. I'm going to name him Harold. Harold's a great name for a unicorn. The best, I add, but I hope I don't have to buy him a wristband for the rides. That is not a problem. The ride operators let us leave Harold inside the gate while we ride the tiny roller coaster and the giant swings, and he's allowed to board the Ferris wheel with us. Harold and I sit on one side, Jamie and Lainey on the other. This is so much fun, Jamie says. Thanks for inviting me. Her face is every bit as bright as Lainey's. I've always thought she was pretty, but when she smiles like that, I'm blown away. What else does she like to do, I think? What else could I do that would make her smile at me like that? I want the way I feel right now to last forever. Jamie takes off her sunglasses to take a selfie of the two of them. We go up to the top, and then the ride stops to let more people in. She wraps her arm around Lainey, and together they search the parking lot for our car. There it is, Jamie says. Next to the red one, see? I see it. Then the wheel starts moving. As it speeds up, Lainey is no longer excited. She's starting to look a bit scared. It's okay, honey, I say. Hold my hand, Jamie says. After the Ferris wheel, Jamie suggests we head back over to the animals. Lainey is still clinging to Jamie's hand. I carry Harold. The goats seem to cheer Lainey up, but she's even more fascinated by the riding competition. After we have done, seen, and eaten everything there is to offer, we head back to the car. Lainey announces she is too tired to walk and wants Jamie to carry her. No way. I hand Harold to Jamie. I want Jamie to sit in the back with me, Lainey says in the car. Don't you want to hug Harold? Jamie asks. Lainey protests, but I put Harold in the back seat and buckle him in. Lainey falls asleep before we make it back to the highway. Sorry about that, I tell Jamie. Oh, it's fine. She's just tired. Exhausted, I agree, but my mind is elsewhere. I'm worried. I've realized Lainey is getting more attached to Jamie every day. When this ends... Oh, God. What have I done?
Chapter 9. Jamie. I take the drawer out of the dresser and dump my underwear in the suitcase. Then I do the same with the bras. Ding dong. I know it's Derek. He said he'd come back after dropping Lainey at school to help me move. We both agreed it would be easier without Lainey helping. Good morning, he says when I open the door. He's got a luggage cart. Where did you get that? I ask. Oh, the doorman has some in a closet behind the desk. I don't know if you want me to bring it in, though. The wheels are probably pretty dirty. We prop the door open, and he follows me to the bedroom. I point to the closet. He goes in while I hurriedly flip the suitcase top down to cover up my unmentionables. I join him in the closet. I'm going to miss this, I say. It's bigger than the room I had growing up. At least the place won't go to waste. I've already invited my sister to come stay for a while, and then when this whole deal with Derek is over, I'll just come back. pretty easy considering. I'll just... He grabs an armload of clothes and leaves. I zip up the suitcase and follow him. You should have let me get that, he says, taking it from me. With both of us helping and the use of the luggage cart, we get all my clothes moved in under an hour. Derek says he has to check his email as the office is working on the quarterly reports. I offer to go down to the Solarium Cafe and pick us up some coffee and muffins. Do you mind taking the luggage cart back? He asks. Of course not. While I'm waiting for the elevator, I list what else I need to bring down from my apartment. It's mostly the bathroom stuff. I can do the laundry while I pack that up. I don't want to move a hamper full of dirty clothes. And if I'm being honest, it's a little more than a hamper full. Luckily, I don't need to move much else, I think, as I get on the elevator. If I need anything in the meantime, I'll just run back and get it. It's not like I'm moving across the country. Besides, I have to leave half my stuff behind, or he'll know right away just how broke I am and start asking questions. The average Skyside resident probably doesn't have bras with underwire poking out, or an assortment of kitchen items bought exclusively at the nearest dollar store. Oh, the food. I groan out loud as the doors open at the lobby level. I have to do something about that. I can't leave everything to rot in the fridge, and I'm not sure when my sister will even arrive. Good morning, Spencer, I say as I approach the desk. This maid moving a breeze, thanks. The morning doorman jumps up and takes the cart from me. Behind the front desk is a room where he stores any packages that come in. You don't happen to have a shopping cart in there? I say, joking. Oh, absolutely, he says. Do you want it now? Oh, that would be great, but let me get it in a bit. Thank you so much. I have to move all the food. You're moving? Oh, God, I think as I turn around. Hi, Sabrina, I say. What brings you here this morning? Since our first encounter, we've run into each other a few times here and there, mostly when Lainey has visitation with her mom. She sniffs and takes her time answering. She gives me a good look up and down. I'm not exactly dressed for a showdown with a glamorous ex-wife, and boy, is she glamorous. She's in a sleek, pale peach suit with a business cut, but nothing can hide the fact that her legs end at approximately the height of my neck. She doesn't have a hair out of place. If you had to picture the opposite of her, well, I'm it. Short, stubby, and in grungy clothes. Not to mention that I did not bother doing anything with my hair other than tying a scarf around it in an attempt to contain it. I stopped by the office, but Derek wasn't there, she said. Is that so? I ask. I nod at Spencer and start walking towards the cafe. She follows me. I asked you a question, she says. You're moving in with Derek, aren't you? I don't want to answer her. I don't want to give her the satisfaction. I get in line and slip my phone out of my pocket. I don't need to text Derek. I know what he likes. I text Camille instead. What kind of muffin do you want? I type. Jamie, I'm talking to you. Oh, I know, I say breezily, but inside I'm shaking. This is all really fast, Sabrina says. How well do you guys really know each other? I don't see what business this is of yours. Are you kidding me? When my ex-husband moved some rando into my condo, it's not your condo, I remind her. Not anymore. That's what ex means. How? Excuse me, I have to order. I step up and make a big production out of ordering, telling the barista what my fiancé likes. She rolls her eyes as she steps away. I give her a big tip, getting nervous that maybe she can somehow sense my poverty. If Sabrina catches on, she might say something to Derek. Luckily, he gave me money for our snack, so it's not coming out of my pocket. Sabrina is also ordering, so I don't even get a minute of reprieve as we wait. I don't know what you are up to, she says, glaring at me. But I know you are up to something. I am not up to anything. Oh, so this is all Derek's doing? I'm saved as my phone buzzes. It's Camille. WTF are you talking about? I read. Sorry. I type back. Then I text Derek. Sabrina is in the cafe asking questions. She knows something is up. Could she have found out? He's probably on a conference call or something. I'm doomed. But then he texts right back. We just have to convince her we are really in love. Stay there. I'll be right down. I get my coffee and muffins and take them over to the table. She follows me. Is Derek upstairs? She says. He's on his way down, actually, I tell her, which is a very good thing. We'd have to stop her at the doorway if she tried to pop in. Otherwise, she might see that I'm moving into the guest room. Or maybe we could tell her I'm using the guest room for Lainey's sake. Damn, this has gotten way too complicated. Why did I ever agree to this? Does Camille sense out that I'm not posh enough to be married to someone like Derek? Sabrina pulls out the other chair at my table and sits down without asking. She takes a long sip of her coffee, no muffin for her, and glares at me over the top of her cup. Hey, gorgeous. We both look up and I realize Derek means me. Well, he's pretending he means me, or he. He grabs my hand, pulls me to my feet, and kisses me. It's nothing at all like the kiss from earlier. That was somewhat innocent and held back. I start to sag from the intensity, and he cradles me tenderly. Then he ends it somewhat abruptly, looking sheepish. Sorry, he says. I'm just so excited. Derek, Sabrina says. He turns to her and looks totally stunned to see her there. Sabrina, hi. What are you doing here? You weren't at the office. No, I have to run out to the distribution center in Weehawken, he says, breaking off a bit of his muffin and stuffing it in his mouth. Thank you for the coffee, darling, he says and hugs me again. But I really have to go now. Derek, I need to talk to you, Sabrina says, somewhat desperately. I can't help it. I'm grinning. She's definitely off her game. Of course, he says. What is it? Is it about Lainey? No, she says. Okay, good, he says. Then walk with me. I forgot to call for the car, so I'm going to have to wait. We can talk in the garage. I wish I could give you a lift, but I can't really spare the time today. Sorry. You always forget to call for the car, Sabrina says. I know. He says it like he really doesn't give a crap. Then he gives me a little kiss goodbye. It's nothing like the other kiss, the one that actually made my knees go weak, but I enjoy it just the same. Then I remind myself it's just for her benefit, and I need to calm the hell down. We all leave. They head to the elevator to go down to the garage. I get the shopping cart from Spencer and head to my apartment. I start a load of laundry and empty the fridge and all the perishables. When the elevator door opens, Derek is there. What are you doing here? I say. Did you really think I had to go to Weehawken? He said. I just said that to get rid of her. Here, let me get that for you. He pulls the shopping cart into the elevator. How much more do you have to move? He asks. It's not much, I say. I know you are busy. Oh, it's fine, he says, but when we get to the condo, I shoo him into his office. I empty the shopping cart. What would it be like to really live here, I wonder? Not in the guest room. That kiss. Any man who can pack that much passion into one kiss in public. Stop, I tell myself firmly. I spend the rest of the morning running back and forth between the apartments. Finally, nothing is left to do at my old place except give it a good cleaning. That is not a very appealing chore. So I go back to my new bedroom and focus on unpacking. His condo is way bigger than mine, and I thought mine was huge. The guest room I'm in is bigger than my bedroom, and so is the closet. I organize my shirts into neat rows of long sleeves, short sleeves, and sleeveless. I have so much room, I can actually keep them all separate. Knock, knock, Derek yells. I come out of my closet. He's standing in the doorway. You want pizza for lunch? He says. You must be hungry from all the moving. I am. You're not weird, are you? What do you mean? I mean pineapple. I might have to make you move back to your old place if you are into that. I am not, I say seriously. But I do like mushrooms. Oh, good, he teases. We are compatible. It's like we were meant to be, I say weakly. He winks and leaves, promising to get me when lunch arrives. I throw myself down on the bed. I got it bad, and that is not good at all. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Derek, ring, ring. I look at my phone and sigh. It's Sabrina. I really need to give her a special ringtone. That way I'll be able to steel myself before I even look at the phone. I answer it. Maybe it's no big deal. Maybe Lainey left something at Sabrina's place. Or if it is something that is a big deal, or that she thinks is a big deal, better just to get it over with. Hey, I say, frowning. Hopefully my voice conveys I am very busy. And this better be important. I've made it clear many times that anything not urgent should be done by email rather than text or phone call. The Times, Derek? Really? I pick up the copy of our engagement announcement I have on my desk. The actual printed version I sent out to get framed for my office. To keep up appearances, of course. Oh, you saw it, I say with a smile. Can't you hear how happy I am, Sabrina? Just the mention of my engagement makes me want to sing. And dance. Can't forget the dancing. You know I saw it. You knew I would see it. She's obviously steamed. I did know. She reads the Sunday Times religiously from cover to cover. Except for the sports section. It's practically her religion, even though sometimes she doesn't finish until Tuesday. After her wedding, Miss Dempsey plans to open her own dance academy, Sabrina reads to me over the phone. I'm aware of that, I say. I wrote it. I did. Well, with a little help from the PR department. Being the CEO has its benefits. But I also checked with our legal department. It's okay to use firm resources to help with anything that might appear in the paper. Just don't try to write off the honeymoon, the firm lawyer, one of them, told me before he hung up. He also cautioned me against saying anything that wasn't true, especially if it would impact the business in any way. I had no worries there. Are you paying for this dance academy? Sabrina says. And what if I am? It's not coming out of N&N. It's quite frankly no business of yours. As one of the stockholders, despite our divorce, Sabrina does still have some say in how company funds are spent. Sometimes I swear she just argues to make my life difficult, even when everyone else clearly understands the purpose behind a particular business decision. Luckily, this isn't an example of one of those times. She has literally no say in how I spend my personal money. You know what is my business? Sabrina says. The arts. So you can come to the first show and write a review then, I say. I'm starting to enjoy this. She's had me twisting and turning for months over Lainey. I picture a Sabrina-looking marionette, and I'm pulling the strings. Dance, baby, dance. I'm on the board. I know what boards you sit on, I say. Is this going somewhere, like soon? 'Cause I really don't have time. She's sleeping with you, isn't she? That catches me off guard. We aren't sleeping together unless you count my increasingly X-rated dreams. But if I say no, Sabrina won't believe me. Or she'll want to know why not. There is one answer. Also none of your business, I say coolly. Do I ask who you were sleeping with these days? You are so mean, she says. I can picture her wincing. I have a flashback to one of our many epic showdowns. Man, I don't miss her at all. Jamie is so easygoing. Derek? Her voice is softer with less edge. What? I say wearily, without anger. I'm just worried. This is all happening so fast. I mean, I didn't even see a ring on her finger the other day. How serious are you about this? Very serious. Well, I hope you're being careful. I promise I'm being careful, but now I really have to go. Good. I end the call. I look at the engagement picture of me and Jamie. The PR manager suggested using one with Lainey too, but I said absolutely not. I don't want my kid's picture in the paper. I get back to work. I'm up to my ears in spreadsheets for the next hour. God damn it, I say when I add the same column for the 5th time, and it doesn't match the number in the draft of the report. Someone messed up. I stand up and stretch and decide to go see the CFO myself. He's in his office. Hey, Bob, I say, knocking on his door. What's up? I need you to look at this, I say, holding up the printout. It takes about 20 minutes, but we hash it out. Bob apologizes profusely, but I wave it off. The important thing is that we caught it before it made it into the quarterly report. I see it as proof that our checks and balances system is working the way it should. That's it, I guess, I say, standing up to leave. Bob doesn't say anything, and he has a strange look on his face. Is there something else? I ask, looking at my watch. Yeah, shut the door, will you? I do as he asks and sit back down. What is it? I ask. Bob squirms in his chair. That bad? This is awkward. Just spill it then, like ripping off a Band-Aid. All right, well, my wife. Janice? Yeah, Janice. She and Sabrina are still friends. They can be friends, I say, shrugging. I know, Bob says with a sigh. But the things Sabrina is saying about you and... Lainey? Your fiancé? What is she saying? Bob grimaces. Never mind, I say. She's smart. She wouldn't go so far as actual slander. She's just trying to stir up trouble. She's doing a fair job, Bob says. People are talking. Look, I'm happy for you. Not many people get a second chance. Just be careful, I guess. Thanks, I say and stand up again. Sabrina still has plenty of friends here, Bob warns me. You do too. It's just... complicated, I know. I head back to my office, fuming. Doris passes me in the hall and smiles. I'm going to head home now, I tell her. I'll be available from there, but I just need to go home. She gives me a knowing smile. I don't know what she thinks she knows, but I'm sure she's wrong. Maybe she thinks I can't wait to get back to my beautiful fiancé. Well, in that case, Doris isn't totally wrong, but it's complicated. I shut down my computer and leave the building. It's a nice day, and I decide to walk for a bit before I grab a cab or even jump on the subway. Freaking Sabrina, I mutter, startling a woman who is waiting at the crosswalk. Sorry, I say. She nods but hurries away from me as soon as the light changes. I turn left so she doesn't get the idea I'm following her. The side street is quieter, which is perfect. I need to think. Sabrina seems hell-bent on ruining my reputation. I could probably withstand that. It's my name on the door. Nobody's under any illusions that she was ever an integral part of the day-to-day operations. Why can't she just focus on her charity work? I think to myself. It's not like she ever found the business titillating. She's a smart woman. She's done a lot of great work for the aforementioned arts. She even started a fund for her rich friends to dump money into. They buy full-price tickets to give to veterans and underprivileged kids. Why can't she just be happy with that? My phone rings. I wince as I pull it out of my pocket. If it's Sabrina again, I've had more than enough for today. For the past couple of days. It's not. It's Jamie. Hi, I say. Hi, she says. Did I get you at a bad time? Not at all, I say, noting that she appreciates my time. Unlike Sabrina, who just assumes that I will drop whatever she is doing to handle her needs. What's up? Dinner? She says. I'm at the market. Do you and Lainey eat shrimp? I was thinking of making a pasta primavera. I start to tell her not to bother, but she sounds excited about it. I eat shrimp, I say. Lainey, well, we'll see. There's always a first time for everything. Okay, I'll make some mac and cheese on the side. Then Lainey definitely won't try the shrimp, but I don't tell Jamie that. She sounds so happy, and I don't want to rain on her parade. She says she has to go. I say I'm on my way home and I'll see her soon. I hang up and stare at my phone. Then I realize I'm smiling like an idiot. I really like this woman. And I can't imagine how she will feel if Sabrina manages to convince people that she's sleeping with me, so I'll fund the studio. That would crush Jamie. The idea of her being sad about anything, but especially about some horrible rumor Sabrina started out of spite, infuriates me. I don't just want to protect her. I have to. Before I know it, I've walked all the way home. But I haven't solved my problem yet, so I keep going around the block. What will fix this? I think over and over. I get nowhere. So I switch to what am I trying to accomplish? I want to prove that Jamie and I are the real deal. And what would do that? The answer hits me like a bolt of lightning. A grand romantic gesture, I think. Something that would blow the socks off anyone who hears about it. Something that would make every woman swoon. Something all their husbands and boyfriends will hate me for a very long time. Something epic. I turn around and head back towards Skyside. I can do this. I have a goal. Now I just need to make a plan. And if it works, not only will I shut Sabrina up once and for all, but I'll give Jamie a hint of the life we could have together. I'm tired of dreams. I like her. She's great with Lainey. I need to make Jamie forget this was a fake engagement and make her fall for me for real, because I am definitely in deep for her.
Chapter 11. Jamie. Derek pours us each a glass of red wine, sending me a look under his brows as he does so. I'm trying not to get too excited over this whole thing. Considering it's just a ploy to make his ex jealous. Still, I like the attention he's giving me, even if it's fake. How are you liking the salmon? It's seasoned pretty heavily, Derek says, taking his knife and fork before slicing into the fish. Honestly, we should be drinking some white wine with this dish, but whatever. It tastes good with the red, I say quickly, after taking a sip from the wine. Thank you for taking me out, by the way. You really didn't have to. Of course I did. Derek glances around before leaning in a little closer. If we want to make this more convincing, we have to spend as much time together as possible. I nod. Then I focus on the meal at hand. It's delicious, it's super expensive, and Derek looks incredibly handsome under the dim lights of this bourgeoisie restaurant. I can't let myself get too attached to him. This is only temporary. It's never going to last. However, it's really hard to keep that in mind whenever Derek looks at me with his pretty green eyes. As we walk out of the restaurant together, my arm links with his, and we people watch while we make our way back to the car. These dates have become a staple for us. Over the past few weeks, Derek and I have done all the things couples do. Go out for dates, hang out with each other, and spend time with Lainey, who's like a light in both of our lives. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I think I'm getting close to the little girl. It's a bond deeper than a simple dancer-student relationship. My heart is going to break into pieces when this all ends. Derek won't need me anymore, and he won't want me teaching Lainey. And it might all end faster than I thought. If he figures out I'm not as upper class as he thinks, it'll hurt like hell. But I'll move on, I think. The next Saturday, he doesn't even bother with the public display. Instead, we stay at home and bake like we're a real family. Daddy, you're not supposed to put that much sugar into the cookies, Lainey exclaims. She's dressed in her white apron and chef's hat. Her hands are stained with flour, and she's standing on a step stool so that she can be near the same height as I am. You're going to ruin the whole thing. Honey, I'm trying to follow the recipe. But you're mixing up teaspoon with tablespoon. Lainey smacks her hand on her forehead, smearing some of the flour across her skin and then into her hair. She glances at me. He's so silly sometimes. I know, right? I agree, leaning on the kitchen island and smiling at Derek. He's a bit disheveled, but it makes him seem even more endearing. His hair is messy. There are wrinkles all over his white collar shirt, and he somehow has streaks of flour on his cheeks. The silliest. I'm doing my best over here. I'm not good at following recipes, he says, craning his neck to look into the book where we got this cookie recipe from. I don't even understand why we need a recipe. We should eyeball it. No, Daddy, because you're going to end up ruining the recipe again, Lainey replies in a brusque tone. Listen to the chef, I say, laughing at the way he puts down the sugar bag and measuring cups. She's the boss around here. Okay, you're right. I won't argue with the head chef anymore, Derek says, lifting his hands up in defeat. Lainey lets out a satisfied hum. Finally, she snatches the sugar off the table and starts measuring out the proper amounts. And Daddy, can I ask you for a favor? Sure. Can you clean up after we're done? God, that makes me laugh so hard. This kid is a riot. Lucky for me, spending time with Derek means I get to spend time with Lainey as well. They're a package deal. Lainey's a sweetheart, and her dad is trying his best to tear down my walls. But I won't let him. I'm having a lot of fun right now. There's no need to ruin that by actually falling in love with him. I hope it's not too late. Daddy, you're supposed to work on the corners first. Lainey sends him a pointed look as she tries to gather most of the puzzle pieces and sorts them out by color. We're seated around the coffee table with Lainey at the helm, directing us where to put different pieces together. It's easier that way. I know, but I like to do things my own way. I've solved a lot more puzzles than you have. Another night. Another hangout session between the three of us. I like seeing the way Derek and Lainey banter over the smallest things. It's always lighthearted and fun. Yeah, but I can solve them faster than you. Is that so? Yes, Lainey nods firmly, solving a big chunk of the puzzle and placing it in the middle of the table for the two of us to see. Your way takes forever, Daddy. She's got a point, I say, sending him a shrug. Derek clicks his tongue. I can't believe I'm getting disrespected like this in my own home. On some occasions, we take Lainey out for a walk in the park where she's able to run around with the other neighborhood children. Derek and I watch from afar. Every now and then, I have the urge to flinch or run in to save Lainey whenever there's a kid trying to play too rough. Honestly, Lainey isn't the only child I act like this with. In the distance, I see a little girl walking on a high beam as she tries to get her dad's attention. I cover my face with a hand, shaking my head. Someone needs to get that baby girl off the beam. I can't watch this. Derek chuckles, picking at the banana he brought along as a snack for Lainey. She wanted a root beer float with shaved ice instead, so the healthy option goes to him. You're acting like such a mom right now. Let her play. I raise a brow. Seriously? She might get hurt. Then she'll learn not to do that again. Kids have to learn the hard way sometimes. You should only step in when they're about to kill themselves or someone else. Trust me, kids are pretty damn good at figuring out the strangest ways to accomplish that. I don't know if I'm too good at this whole parenting gig then. I'd worry out of my mind most of the time. My eyes gaze across the park, landing on Lainey. She's sitting with another little girl as they try to build a sandcastle in the sandbox. That doesn't sound too good for my health. That's the thing about being a parent, though, Derek says, popping another piece of banana into his mouth. There's no room to be selfish anymore. It's not about you. It's about the kid. A lot of people don't get that. They don't want to put in the work to make sure that the child in question gets a good upbringing. Sticking my hands into my pockets, I dig my heels into the gravel beneath us. We're sitting on the metal bench, keeping an eye on Lainey from afar. Sounds like you're talking about someone in particular. Sabrina never liked being a mother. That's what I always figured about her, Derek admits quietly, keeping his eyes on the banana. I should have known better than to marry her and have a kid with her. But at the very least, she gave me Lainey. I have something to thank her for, I guess. That's admirable of you, I reply, glancing his way. Selflessness is a good trait to have in any parent. It comes easy to you. You could demand I only take you to nice places and give you the best things, but you're so casual about everything if it makes Lainey happy. You never act like you're too good for a simple park, you know? I appreciate that. I had to learn how to be this way. It didn't happen overnight. Derek sighs, straightening his back and tossing the banana peel into the trash can beside us. I like to think that it's made me a better man, but I don't know. I think so. I smile stiffly, trying to hold back the comment that jumps to mind. I don't act like I'm too good for a park because I'm not. The amount I live off in a year is probably a day's worth of interest accumulating in some offshore bank for Derek. Derek smiles, relaxing against the bench and settling beside me. Maybe I'm talking out of my behind, but I think he lets loose pretty easily around me. Whenever he speaks about his ex, there's anger and bitterness underlying his words. It corrupts his tone. The brightness in his eyes dies quickly. Right now, he's light and jubilant, and there's an optimism to him that makes me feel as if everything's going to be all right. Lainey's in good hands. I have nothing to worry about because Derek will take care of her. By extension, he's also taking care of me. That means a lot to me, Jamie. Thank you. Derek wets his lips before continuing. I doubted myself a lot over the years while Lainey was growing up. It didn't help that Sabrina was always in my ear, telling me how I could do better. You're doing the best you can right now, and that's what matters. From what I can tell, Sabrina doesn't do anything. Lainey's running towards us now, with a giddy smile on her face. You shouldn't let what she says affect you that much. It's taken me a while to learn that, he says. Once Lainey is within earshot, Derek and I immediately shift the topic of our conversation. We get up and start walking along the perimeter of the park, where we find a kind old man making balloon animals. Lainey asks for a cat, and the man happily transforms a long, narrow balloon into a kitten. This is the best, Lainey exclaims, leading the way while she carefully handles her balloon cat. Derek and I trail behind. His hand grazes mine, nearly grabbing it, but then he pulls away. Is it bad to feel disappointed? Is it wrong for me to wish that he would just do away with this fake relationship stuff and make this into the real deal? Maybe, but I'm trying not to get too caught up in my emotions.
Chapter 12. Derek. At the breakfast table, I let Jamie and Lainey in on my surprise. How would you two like to go on a trip? Lainey claps her hands and jumps up and down in her seat. Jamie, I see, is more measured. Where to? And when? Jamie sips her coffee, hiding her doubt behind the cup. I've reserved a private thatched bungalow on the island of Cozumel, Mexico. The resort is called Posada Isla Bonita. We fly out tonight. I can barely hold my excitement in check, but I do as I can see Jamie isn't completely on board. Maybe it's too soon. Maybe she's wary of my expectations for this trip. I'll try to allay her fears. All I really want is time for this made-up family and my relationship with Jamie to gel. And I wouldn't mind avoiding another run-in with Sabrina. The way I see it, this trip can kill two birds. Jamie's eyes pop, but it seems more out of shock than glee. Lainey tugs on Jamie's arm and flashes her big, bright-eyed smile. Come on, Jamie. Say yes. Be excited. We're going on an adventure together. I'm thankful for the cheerleader in Lainey. If anyone can melt Jamie's heart, it's my little girl. Well, it looks like you two have it all planned. I have no excuse not to go. Mexico, here we come. Yay! Lainey and I chorus. In no time, all three of us scattered to the winds to pack suitcases and buy last-minute items in the Skyside boutique shops for our exotic getaway. Before the orange ball sets over the Manhattan skyline, we three are up and away. Jamie and I clink champagne flutes to Lainey's soda glass in first class on board the 757, heading west to sun and surf. By the time we land on the island, Lainey is sound asleep. I carry her from the airport to the taxi and into the bungalow. Jamie and I are dragging our feet along with our luggage. The bellboy unlocks the front door and guides us into another world. Plush tropical, I guess I would call it, Jamie whispers. Oh, Derek, this is gorgeous. Look how huge the place is. The sectional, all the teak furnishing, and that beach-facing wall. It's all glass. The bellboy picks up a remote and hits the button. The glass wall rises and our senses are hit with the warm, salty air. She and I giggle like kids. Let me put Sleeping Beauty to bed, and then we can relax. I'll show you to your rooms. The bellboy takes me down the expansive tiled hall to two oceanside master suites and a small bedroom for Lainey, which has thatched walls, a small sitting area, and a small four-poster bed with mosquito netting. I know the minute Lainey wakes up tomorrow, she'll be over the moon in her tropical space. The bellboy pulls back the flower print quilt so I can quietly put Lainey to bed. I softly kiss her on the cheek, and we leave the room. Mr. and Mrs. Nardone, welcome to Posada Isla Bonita. Please call the front desk if you require anything. Please have a wonderful stay. The bellboy hands the keycard to me and takes his leave. Weren't we supposed to tip him? All included. This is a no-cash holiday. Wow, I like the sounds of that. Jamie plunks down on the sectional facing the open-air wall. The waves come up and over the shore, and, by an optical illusion, it looks as if they will crash into the room. The sight and sound are exhilarating. I hand Jamie a large glass of sangria, chilled with distilled water, crushed ice, and topped with a paper umbrella. Okay, now I know I'm on vacation when I see a drink umbrella. Jamie takes the glass and smiles wide. I thought you might be a paper umbrella kind of girl. I wink and plunk down beside her. Wow, look at this view. I could sit here for the rest of my life. What about you? If somebody feeds us and waters us, I could plant roots here. Jamie giggles. We sit back and stare at the crashing waves. The scent of mollusks, salt, sand, and exotic blooms overtakes our nostrils. Body stress in us both melts away. A question sits on my lips. One I don't want to ask, but I know I must. If only to gauge Jamie's comfort around me. Were you uncomfortable when the bellboy called us Mr. and Mrs.? Jamie jerks her head, stares into my eyes, and flashes me with a serene smile. You know what? Actually, no. Isn't that funny? I guess I've internalized us, our little family. I have to work hard to remember a time before I was Mrs. Nardone, even though I'm not really. Jamie sheepishly laughs and takes a healthy sip of her sangria. I take a healthy sip, too. We finish our drinks in silence. I hit the glass wall remote, and we both head to our separate rooms. Jamie stands at her door. Before she closes it, she whispers, "Tomorrow, then?" "Yes, tomorrow." I close my door, even though I want to be anywhere but in my own room. Alone. After the next morning's breakfast on the lanai of crushed pineapple, cottage cheese, freshly squeezed orange juice, and coffee, Jamie lingers with me at the table. She's already dressed in a turquoise bathing suit and white lace wraparound. We both watch Lainey playing in the sand. Her efforts with her sandcastle tools already have constructed a massive 3-story structure, water moat included. "So, how do you feel about us getting away like this? Just the 3 of us?" I refilled Jamie's cup. "We should have done this weeks ago, that's my feeling." Jamie chuckles. "Right, and avoided that uncomfortable confrontation with Sabrina." "That too. Seriously, though, we're really meshing, aren't we? I thought this arrangement would be beyond impossible from the start, but we're folding into our lives together like a genuine family would." "My thoughts, too. And Lainey couldn't be happier if she tried. She was a little chatterbox at breakfast, and look at her out there on the sand. I haven't seen her this happy in I don't know how long. Of course, I know how long it's been. It was when Sabrina and I still got along, when Lainey was a toddler. I leave that bit of history to myself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The day ends. Once I tuck Lainey away in her exotic 4-poster bed, Jamie and I head to the main lodge for an intimate late-night dinner. I sport a breezy white button-down shirt and light tan slacks. Jamie amazes the heck out of me, bedecked in a gorgeous hibiscus red print and black flowing dress. A matching scarf holds her curls into an updo. Over candlelight and the muted sounds of crashing waves in the inky night, we sip ice-cold champagne and savor a king crab dinner. Although there are other resort guests dining around us on the open-air, grapevine-covered terrace, I only have eyes for Jamie. I raise my glass. "To us." Jamie raises hers. "Yes, to us. And thank you." "Thank me for what?" "For, well, everything." We clink the flutes. The lyrical sound wafts up and away on the warm ocean breeze. I open my mouth to speak, but I stop. I know what I'm on the verge of saying. I want to tell Jamie this isn't just a ruse, a transactional affair. I want her, this to be real, and forever. But I know I could ruin everything if I speak too soon. It takes all I've got to stay mum and to simply offer a smile. After dinner, we return to our bungalow, and over a nightcap we talk about everything and nothing. The rhythmic sway of the waves and the humid sea air lull us. Jamie leans her head against my shoulder and simply falls into a contented sleep. I don't want to move. I want to stay like this all night long, with her close to me, touching me, trusting me. I look at my watch and see it's close to midnight. I sigh. I put down my drink and slowly, softly scoop Jamie up in my arms. She's in such a deep sleep the movement doesn't wake her up. I'm thankful for that. I walk down the hall. My master bedroom appears first. It's all I can do to fight the urge to lay her on my bed. I walk on. I gently lay her on her own bed. And again, the urge I have to fight to not join her there is immense. I know I have to be the big man in this arrangement, the man she can trust. If I'm to take this union from the head to the heart, I have to do things right. I pull the quilt over her beautiful body and quietly close the door. Yet every particle of my aroused body screams for more. I reach my bedroom and undress. Before I join my little family in a contented slumber, I ponder this moment and all the wonderful moments to come. I must protect Jamie from myself. The family must come first before my urges. But my heart wants so much more and forever. Those are my last thoughts as my head hits the soft, downy pillow, and I carry Jamie away in my dreams.
Chapter 13. Jamie. "I'm not tired," Lainey says with a big yawn. I meet Derek's eyes over her head. We are both smiling. Derek calls for the check. We have to get Lainey back to the villa. We walk through the resort with Lainey between us, holding each of our hands. I offer to help Lainey get into her pajamas, and then Derek joins us to supervise the brushing of the teeth. She balks at flossing. "Just this once?" Derek says. "Tomorrow when we get home, you better floss twice." "Okay," Lainey says. We take her into her room and tuck her into the bed. Derek sits down next to her. "I want to go home," she says. Her eyes are half closed. "I thought you liked it here," Derek says. "I miss Harold." "I miss Harold too," I say, stepping forward. "But we'll see him tomorrow." "Good," Lainey murmurs. I'm pretty sure she is asleep when Derek kisses her. I walk out, and he shuts the door softly behind us. "Do you want a nightcap?" he says. "It's still pretty early." He heads over to the minibar. I shake my head. "Have you seen those prices?" I ask him. "They're ridiculous." Then I nearly bite my tongue off. "Rich people don't care about that stuff, Jamie. Pretend like you're somebody, for God's sake." "It's our last night. I'm going for it. Come on, what do you want?" "I don't know," I say. "What do we have?" "Oh, there's this," he says, holding up a bottle of champagne. It was waiting for us in the room. And it was complimentary. "Well, then bring it on," I say boldly, trying to sound more confident than I feel. It goes against everything in me internally, but my socialite facade is certain it's the right move. We take it out on the patio. He opens it, dropping the cork into the shrub below. He looks down at it, dismayed. "Should I try to find it?" he says. I peer over the railing. It's dark and thick. "I think I just remembered that cork is biodegradable." I lie. "Well, maybe it is." "Okay," he says. "Glasses?" I hold out the 2 flutes and he pours. When they fizz down, he adds more. "Cheers," I say, holding out my glass. He clicks his glass against mine, and we both drink. The champagne is perfectly chilled and very refreshing. I look out over the water. There's a gazillion stars over the ocean. "I'm glad she's looking forward to going home," he says. "Even if it's just to see Harold. I figured she wouldn't want to leave. The pool at Skyside does not compare to the one here." "No slides?" I say, nodding. "Still, we could take her swimming a couple of times a week," he says. "Sure." I shrug in agreement. "Will you wear that bikini again?" "What?" I said. He puts his glass down and slides his hand around my waist. "Would you wear that bikini again?" I'm speechless. His hand is on the small of my back, and it's like a lightning rod connecting us. "What do you mean?" I stammer out. "Come on, Jamie," he says. "You know exactly what I mean. I want to kiss you," he says. In fact, I think I'm going to. Now I know exactly what to say. "God, yes." He pulls me in close. I can feel his hardness against my body, and suddenly I want him, like I never wanted anyone or anything before. "Kiss me," he says. I tip my head up, and he brings his lips down on mine. It's like the kiss in the cafe, the one I thought was just for Sabrina's benefit. But Sabrina isn't here now. "Oh," I say. "Oh, yes." I slide my hands up his arms. He's so strong, I can't wait to see him with his shirt off. I curl my hands around his neck and open my mouth for him. While his tongue explores me, I grind my crotch up against him. He moans, but I'm absolutely frantic. The hollow feeling between my legs is growing. It's torture, and I want him to end it for me. "We'll have to go inside," he says, "but I do want to see you out here." I don't dare talk. It was too perfect. Whatever I say will mar it. I let him pick me up and carry me over to the bed. I risk spoiling it by tightening up around him and hoping I'm not being too clingy and scaring him off. I fall asleep on top of him, happier than I have been in a long time. In the morning when I wake up, I'm next to him, but tucked securely under his arm. I look longingly at his naked body, there for the taking, but Lainey could wake up at any minute. I pick his shirt up off the floor and put it on, realizing my dress and bra are still out on the patio. By the time Lainey gets up, I've cleaned up any and all signs of what we did. Relieved that Lainey will be none the wiser, I make up a pot of coffee. When Lainey wakes up, I help her pack. I look longingly at the closed door to Derek's room, but I don't dare go back in there. I want more of what we did last night, a lot more. But in addition to Lainey, we have a plane to catch. "Hi, Daddy," Lainey says when Derek walks out of the room. He's showered and fully dressed, which is understandable, but also disappointing. Did he smell me in the shower? I wonder. Like I smelled him, us. What we did rose off me when the water hit my body, overwhelming me with desire for him. "I made coffee," I say and point. "Great," he says. "But if we are going to eat before we go..." I jump up. He's right. I know we need to get Lainey fed before she gets hungry and, inevitably, hangry. We walk over to the seaside breakfast buffet. He doesn't take my hand. He doesn't talk to me. He doesn't even look at me. He just woke up, I tell myself. But that's not it. At breakfast, at the airport, on the plane, no matter where we go, he barely says 2 words to me. By the time we get into the car to go back to Skyside, I'm holding back tears. I can't complain. He said he wanted me, but he never said he loved me. I don't know how he could do those things to me and not feel something. Obviously, though, he doesn't. I wanted to know what it would be like to be with him, and now I know. And I also know now for sure that I can't live without him, but I guess I'm going to have to. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14. Derek. I want Jamie to take me to school. Lainey, please. I plead with her. I've been pleading with her for about 10 minutes. We're going to be late if we don't get out of here now. I want you to stop telling me what you want. Jamie was up late last night. She has her own responsibilities besides taking care of us, okay? She needs her rest. Let's be kind and considerate, okay? Lainey's eyes get wide. Okay, Daddy, she whispers. Why are you whispering? So I don't wake Jamie up. I smile at her. She picks up her backpack and tiptoes over to the door. A little bit of overkill, but I'll take it. My driver is waiting outside. Lainey forgets all about Jamie and starts looking for her favorite dogs as we drive our normal route. There's Borzoi, she says excitedly. We've Googled the various breeds and tried to figure them out. She loves doing that. Some are easy, Golden Labrador, Beagle, Pug, but the Borzoi was a new one for me. She names them after the breed. The 2 corgis are named Brown and Black. Be right back, I tell the driver when we get to the school. I walk Lainey inside the gate. One of Lainey's friend's mom tries to chat me up, something about a play date. I lie that I have a meeting to get to and ask her to email my assistant the details. Right to the office? The driver asks. Yes, I say glumly. Before our vacation, before the crazy hot sex we had, I was working from home as much as I could. Now I try to avoid the apartment when Lainey is at school. Jamie hasn't been getting up to see Lainey off in the morning. I have no idea if Jamie was up late, working on anything or nothing. She disappears into her room when we put Lainey to bed. Then I don't see her again, sometimes not until dinner the next day. I don't like lying to Lainey on principle, but I don't really have a choice. I can't tell her what actually happened. Hell, I don't even know. Seduced Jamie? And it was spectacular, but she had almost immediate regrets. I realize the car hasn't moved for a couple of minutes. Hey, what's going on? I ask, trying to peer out the windshield from the back seat. Garbage day, sorry. I groan. I'll walk the rest of the way, I say, and unbuckle my seatbelt. Are you sure? Absolutely, I could use the exercise. See you at 5. Righto. I get out. It's a beautiful morning. I decide to walk through the park. I don't need the exercise. Last night, Lainey wanted to watch a movie I've seen with her about 80 times. I begged off and went to the gym instead. I ran on the treadmill like I was on a mission I failed at. I did not figure it out. What am I going to do, I think now, for about the 80,000th time? When I get to the office, I resolve to think about work, and only work for a few hours. The quarterly reports are done. It's time to revisit next year's goals and projections. I bring up the shared document that people have put next year's goals on and read through it. It's hard for me not to dismiss them all as crap, but I know that's just because I'm in a bad mood. Obviously, we want to increase revenue. Focus, I tell myself sternly. I can't. I open up a new document, private, not shared. The first column has a decidedly personal label. Goals, Jamie. I stare at it. Make her fall in love with me, I type. I know how to do that. I used to do it all the time before Sabrina and I got together. The issue isn't making her fall in love with me. It's keeping it up forever. At least that was the issue before. Forever, I type. Then I backspace over the question mark. I want forever with her. I want to make her happy. Make her eyes light up when she sees me. I want to take her breath away every day for the rest of my life. I know that nothing would make me happier. I get up and walk over to the window. I stare out over Manhattan, but I see nothing. Just tell her. A little voice in my head says, no, I say back. That is a truly stupid idea. Terrible. The odds are 50-50, scratch that. The way Jamie's been acting, I'd put them at 80-20, maybe even 90-10. No way I'm putting it all out there right now. There are questions you don't ask unless you know the answer for sure, and this is one of them. It isn't about whether I can win her over, but whether or not that's even the right thing to do. It seems potentially dicey to try to make this into something more if she's already having second thoughts. Maybe she's got the right idea. Luckily, I have a long meeting in the afternoon. One of the divisions isn't performing well. I've been thinking we need to cut it loose for a while. We can't keep carrying it, I say finally. Let's roll it into another department. Let the employees start learning the other products. If it takes off, we can always reverse the decision. Everyone begrudgingly agrees with that. Hopefully the employees will see it as a good thing. Probably not, but one can dream. It would probably be easier and more cost-effective to cut the whole line immediately, but people's livelihoods are on the line. We draft an announcement. I suggest talking to the affected employees first in a small group before we tell the whole company. I don't care if there are rumors if it's a done deal. I think they would prefer the courtesy of being told first. It'll probably take them a while to realize that, though. I go back to my office. When I log back into my computer, my stupid document about Jamie comes up. I delete it with a shudder. Just end it now, I think. There really isn't any to end. We had our one spectacular night in paradise. I close my eyes and think about her slowly stripping down for me on the patio. When the ocean breeze picked up, I could see the goosebumps rising up all over her. Then in my bedroom, screw me, pun intended. That was unbelievable. We were perfectly in sync. It was like we were made to do that to each other. Falling asleep with her on top of me, still inside her. It was perfection. Then the next morning she was gone. I had just woken up when she pulled away from me and hurried out of the room. It was like she couldn't wait to get away from me. I couldn't believe how much I had misread the situation. I open up a new document. "Dear Jamie," I type. "This is better, I think. Not just for me, but for Lainey. The longer Jamie and I pretend we are in a relationship, the harder it will be on Lainey. She can still see Jamie for dance. Oh, God damn it all, I think. I forgot about dance. Jamie is going to be in our lives until Lainey gets bored of dance. I don't see that happening. I'll have to get Lucia to do the dance drop-off and pick-up. I pick up my phone to text her. "Knock, knock! Come in!" I yell. Doris comes in with a package and puts it on my desk. "Thank you," I say. She smiles and leaves with a nod. I pull a box cutter out of my desk. This is just what I need, a distraction. It's the framed engagement announcement. I cradle the picture in my hands and then set it lovingly on my desk. Jamie beams out of the photograph at me. Even in grainy black and white, she's beautiful. And more than that, she's all I've ever wanted. I pick up my phone, and the next thing I know, I've accidentally called Lucia. "Hi," she says. "Still on for tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" I say. "The gala, isn't it tomorrow? Should I still come at 7? I hurriedly punch up my calendar. Crap, I forgot. "Derek?" "Oh, sorry, Lucia, I got a lot going on here. Yes, 7 tomorrow is perfect, thanks." We hang up and I look at the photograph. What Jamie and I need is a fresh start. We need to start dating. We need a little romance to go along with the fantastic sex. That's what women want, right? I pick up my phone again. I have to play this very carefully. I don't think I've cared this much about what a girl says since I wanted to ask that girl back in middle school to the 8th grade cotillion. This is nuts. But it could also really change how everything plays out between us. I end up texting her the info. "Can you check this link out? I have to go tomorrow night. Thought maybe you could go with me." She doesn't reply right away. "Well, you screwed that up good, I think." Then she responds. "Seems like a good cause." "Yes," I say and pump my hand in the air. "It's black tie. Not a problem. So it's a date?" I type, then immediately delete. I decide to leave it as if she's helping me out. That way, there's no pressure. Once we're having a great time, I'll see about that subtly shifting the tone of the evening. Thanks for helping me out. It's a fundraiser, but these things always come with some networking. I'll have to talk to some board members that I'm sure will be there, but I promise to save time for dancing. I study it carefully, and then do some small edits. When I'm convinced it's flawless, I send it. She sends back a thumbs up. "Perfect," I declare. I think I got the right balance. We are going for business and to support charity, but we are also going to make the most of it and have a good time. By the time I leave at 5, I'm in a very good mood. If things go well at the gala, I'll remind her how well things went that last night in Cozumel. Maybe history will repeat itself, that I could definitely live with.
Chapter 15. Jamie. "Here it is," my cousin Emily says when she comes out of her humongous closet. I pull the dress on, and Em nods approvingly. "I don't know," I say, tugging on it. "Come on," Emily says, pulling me into her closet. "You have to really see it." She has a full-length 3-panel mirror in there. I stand in front of it. Emily frowns. "Wait, let me dim the chandelier," she says, then moves to the switch to do so. "Why do you have a chandelier in your closet?" I said it was pretty, and Alfred got it for me as a surprise. She says it like it's the most natural thing in the world. I try so hard not to roll my eyes that I nearly bite my tongue. Instead, I look at myself. I do like the dress, and I have a feeling it's a nice enough brand, knowing Emily, to let me pass for wealthy in front of Derek and all his work associates. It's one thing to wear sweats around the house and claim they are more comfortable, but I can't exactly snatch a dress at the secondhand store, considering Derek still thinks I'm some sky-side socialite living off an inheritance. Well, she says. I'll borrow it, thanks. Where are you going exactly? She asks as I take the dress off and put it carefully back on the hanger. The dress is probably worth more than my life. It's a gala. I don't know much about it, just that Derek's company bought a table. You pay so much per plate and the money goes to whatever noble cause they've picked. It had something to do with education, I know that. Well, that sounds like it could be fun, she offers. I don't know, I say as I put my own clothes back on. Derek said there would be people from his board there. That sounds boring, she says. But you can find the people who are there just for the entertainment and good food. I'm sure you can find someone to talk to while he's doing the business stuff. Thanks for this, I say, holding up the dress. She leaves the bedroom and I follow her. Don't mention it, and good luck. I don't need luck, I say as she opens the door to let me out. It's just an expression, silly. Have fun. I promise to. In the elevator on the way back to my floor, I kind of hope good luck happens. It is not fun living with a man you had amazing sex with, who is now barely speaking to you. And you both have to pretend to be friendly for the sake of his kid. How did I get myself into this? I think as I let myself back into the apartment. Something smells good. I follow the aroma to the kitchen. Are you cooking, Lucia? I ask. She nods. Caldo verde. I brought it. Simmered all day. Just warming up for Lainey. You want some? It smells good, I say. But I better get dressed. I shower and do my hair and makeup. I'm happy with the overall effect, but I still finger one of the delicate straps nervously as I leave my room. I run into Derek in the hall. He's all decked out in a tux. He's so handsome, but all I can picture is how he looked the morning after in Cozumel. Naked is his best look. I feel the heat rise to my face. You look beautiful, he says softly and takes my hand. He kisses the back of it. The simple gesture takes my breath away. That has to mean something, right? Maybe the dress is good luck. I think Emily got engaged in it. We say a quick goodnight to Lucia and Lainey. Oh, and Harold, Lainey's pink stuffed unicorn that she got from the fair. Harold has his own bowl of caldo verde. Lainey says my dress is pretty, but Harold likes pink better. Harold is a tough customer. The driver is waiting. Derek opens the door for me. Where to tonight? The driver asks. The plaza, Derek says. Wow, I say. You didn't tell me that. He shrugs. I kind of wish we were staying home. Whatever Lucia had in that pot smelled heavenly. Maybe you can have Harold's when we get home, I say. I don't think he'll finish it. Derek looks startled and then he starts laughing. I think it's the first time he's laughed, really laughed, since we got back from Mexico. It's like the ice has broken between us. I'm not exactly sure where we stand, but a lot of the tension seems to have dissipated, thankfully. Good luck dress, I think, looking down. I realize I'm staring at my own cleavage and quickly look back up. But damn if the girls don't look spectacular in this thing. By the time we get to the plaza, I'm relaxed and ready to go. Derek has explained that he found out before he left the office that some potential investors will be there. Maximus Jones, whoever that is apparently the one he's worried the most about. I promise to dazzle all of them with my dance moves, and Derek laughs again. I walk into the plaza on his arm, and it's about as dreamy as I've ever imagined it would be. The ballroom is just stunning, with arches lining both sides. Everything is white and gold. I feel like a princess. Derek introduces me to Bob, the CFO of his company. His wife, Janice, is with him. I see her giving me the once-over, but I just hold out my hand. Don't let them bore you to death with shop talk, she warns me. Every one of these events, It's the same. We come to have a good time, and then they just sit around and rehash business from the office all evening. Like there aren't enough hours in the day for that. I laugh. Well, maybe we should leave them here if they get too boring and eat all the good food ourselves. Derek. We all turn. Derek introduces me to the man greeting us as his fiancé. I can't help it. Hearing Derek call me that is still thrilling. What's this I hear about you cutting a division? The man, who it turns out is Maximus Jones, says. Max, Derek says. There's nothing to be concerned about. Sometimes you've got to cut the fat, but if we have to talk business, let me cut Jamie loose. I don't want her to get bored when she's here to have a good time. He pulls me in by the waist and gives me a kiss on the cheek. Nice to meet you, I say to everyone. The food is being served. I circle the room. It looks amazing. Truffled Comte fondue? A waiter asks me. Yes, please, I say, taking one. Oh my God, I think as the taste registers. I've never had anything like that before. The table next to me says Spice Bazaar, and I eagerly start reading the descriptions of the dishes. Did you see who Nardone brought tonight? I freeze. Who is she? No one. Just some trashy gold digger, I hear. From West Butt Nowhere. Did you know he promised to buy her a dance studio? I hear they looked at the Brill building. Expensive taste. I turn around and lock eyes with the closest woman beside me. It's Janice, Bob's wife, who I met earlier. She's not part of the conversation, but she's overheard it as well. I can see the embarrassment for me in her eyes, and in that moment, I realize everyone sees through me. Every single one of them. I'm just some obviously broke girl pretending I belong in this world. The only person I fooled is myself. And somehow Derek. He'll figure it out before long, though, especially when he hears what everyone is whispering. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm walking out. I'm holding my head up high, but inside I'm trembling, broken. I ask the doorman for a cab. No biggie. I'm at the plaza, and I need a cab. He, at least, treats me like I have every right to be there. It's not until the door shuts behind me do I realize I probably should have tipped him. I burst into tears. Miss, the cabbie says, how about I get you home? Where is that? Skyside, I manage to blubber out. I know it. I manage to pull it together by the time we get to Skyside, and I tip the driver double. He tries to give me some back, but I insist. Hope it works out, he says as I get out. I don't know what button to push in the elevator. I kind of just want to go back to my own apartment, but I have to face this sometime. I'd rather get it over with. Derek will be out late. Maybe after Lainey goes to school tomorrow, we can talk. I know what I have to do. This fake engagement has gone far enough. I have to end it. I walk into the kitchen. I can tell Lucia is surprised to see me, home so early and all alone. Would you believe it? I say, tossing my purse on the counter. They didn't have anything to eat. Can I have a bowl of that? Caldo verde, she says quietly. She heats it up for me. When she sets it in front of me, I send her home. I could make this. It's good. It's homey. Who needs the plaza? Who needs any of it? I hear the door open. Forget something, I call out. But it's not Lucia. It's Derek. He goes right to the refrigerator. Correction, the freezer, and pulls out a bag of frozen peas. He puts his hand on the counter and the peas on his hand. What? I say. It's all I can think of to say. Mr. Daniel Cunningham III has a very hard face. He says, Who? What? You hit someone. I was looking for you, and Janice told me what happened. Guess he won't be investing in N&N anytime soon. No, I say. That's terrible. Now our fake relationship is costing him investors. We have to break up. Now. I don't care where you are from, he says. I figured out a while ago that you weren't exactly as rich as the average Skyside resident. It doesn't matter. I don't belong here, I say. You must belong here somehow. You lived at Skyside before we even met. Not really. It's a long story. My friend Camille inherited the apartment and then passed it on to me. I could never afford it. I could never afford to live in New York at all, probably. Well, that explains it, he says. I never saw anyone so uptight about a minibar before. I'll pack my stuff up and get out, I say. Can I do it tomorrow? I'm exhausted. What are you talking about? We need to stop this fake engagement. I just want to make sure Lainey is okay. Jamie. What? I don't want to talk about it. I just want to cry myself to sleep. I look down at my lap. Good luck dress, my behind. I don't care about the company. Why do you think I hit that guy? I don't know. Some sort of guy code? No guy code. I hit him because he disrespected you. It's just a fake engagement, Derek, I say wearily, and I think it's time. There's nothing fake about how I feel about you. Nothing.
Chapter 16. Derek. So you see, by transitioning people before the merger, we'll have the resources on hand to manage it better. Maximus Jones is nodding. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Jamie leaving the room. I give her a low wave, but she doesn't notice. Probably needs to use the restroom, I think. Hey, I'm starving. You want to eat? Maximus says. I follow him to the other end of the room and we start looking over the food. We each grab a plate of food and head to one of the tables. We eat and talk, hashing out the details of the merger. We're almost there, I say, and finish my last bite. The lawyers would hate us, Max says. I laugh and agree. Everything here is off the record, of course, I say in a fake lawyer voice. Max laughs. I better go find my wife, he says. Hey, why don't you come with me? I'll introduce you. Sounds good, I say, standing up. A busboy in tails and white gloves swoops in immediately to clear our plates. I follow Ed across the room. Hopefully, if you're here, she won't chew me out too much for abandoning her for business. Where's your fiancée? What's her name again, sorry? Jamie, I say. Max explains that that's another thing that drives his wife crazy. He can remember every number in a quarterly report, but he can't remember the name of their babysitter or all his wife's aunts' names. I'm barely listening. I'm pretty good at multitasking, so while we were discussing the merger, I was keeping one eye out for Jamie. I expected to see her happily circling the room, or maybe finding the group of people spearheading the project, then excitedly exchanging ideas. I haven't seen her at all. The room is big, but not that big, and I was watching the door. There was only one way to enter and exit the ballroom tonight, probably to make sure the organizers didn't miss the chance to hit anyone up for more money. I follow Max over to a group of people. Bob is there and Janice. Hey, I say, grabbing Janice's elbow. Have you seen Jamie? Her face changes immediately. What? I ask urgently. Is she sick? I saw her leave a while ago, I think. I thought she was going to the restroom. I don't think so, Janice says. I'm not imagining it. She looks very uncomfortable now. Excuse us, I say to the group. I grab Janice by the elbow and pull her firmly away. What is going on? I ask. I think she left. Why, was she not feeling well? I pull out my phone. If she was sick, she should have told me. I would have taken her home immediately. I think she definitely was not feeling well. There's something weird about how Janice says it. I look up from my phone. God damn it, Janice, just tell me! Okay, well, that guy. She points and I look. The one with the blue tie? The guy she's pointing out is talking to Max now. She nods. He said, Yes? He said she was a gold digger from West Butt Nowhere. What? I know, she says miserably. I know Jamie heard him, and she ran out immediately. Maybe I should have said something. Never mind, I say. I walk away from her and bust into the little group Blue Tie is in. Before I can say anything, there is a squawk from the PA system. Attention, everyone. Sorry, I just need your attention for a couple of minutes, please. The announcement is coming from the small stage set up at the end of the room. I ignore it. Everyone in the group turns towards the stage. Did you call my fiancée a gold digger? I ask loudly. Blue Tie looks at me. Who are you? He says. Answer the question, I snarl. Did you say she was a gold digger from Butt Nowhere? It was a joke, man. He stops talking when my fist connects with his face. He drops his drink and stumbles back. The man he bumps into steadies him. I'm full of white-hot fury, but even I can hear the shocked gasps of the entire room, followed by the distinct sound of a microphone being dropped. This is Dan Conningham, Max says quietly, one of the junior VPs at my company. The third, Conningham says, touching his face. Who is this guy? Is he nuts? I have to go, I announce. I walk out of the ballroom, keenly aware of everyone's eyes on me. At the door, I look right and left, momentarily disoriented. The front door is that way, sir, a guy who looks like a butler says. I know he's a security guard. The sound of the MC trying to get the party back on track carries out into the hall. I'll make a large donation to the cause tomorrow and they'll forgive me. I look back over my shoulder. Guess people don't get punched out in the grand ballroom too often, I say to the guard. Oh, you'd be surprised, he says, grinning. We once had to break up a brawl. Turns out the groom was sleeping with the maid of honor. She made a speech and told everyone. The bride's brothers got pissed and all hell broke loose. You think that would have made the papers? He shrugs. The starting price of $350 a head buys a lot of discretion. Thanks, I say, and clap him on the shoulder. So, I haven't totally ruined myself for society tonight, I think, as if I care. Tonight was $5,000 a plate, and the company bought 10 places. They'll want me back. I walk out of the hotel and look over at the parked cars. Crap, I say out loud. Sir, the doorman says. Sorry, I just realized my driver won't be back for a couple of hours. I need a cab, please. Absolutely, sir. He motions to a cab. I tip him $100. The staff talks. By the time the story gets to the kitchen, I'll be a hero. Skyside, I tell the cabbie. He turns around and looks at me. Is that a problem? I ask. I kind of need to get home fast. No, he says. I just ran a lady up there, so the coincidence surprised me. He pulls around. A police officer stops traffic so we can get out of the minuscule driveway with limited spots. Can you describe the woman? I ask as a bad gnawing starts to grow in my gut. Not really, he says, keeping his eyes on the road. But she was crying her eyes out. Damn, I think. There's nobody to punch in the cab, and I really want to punch someone. It's not worth it anymore, I realize. First Sabrina is spreading her vicious lies, and now this. Maybe I should just give Sabrina my shares and start fresh. I have enough money socked away. I don't really have to work. The only thing keeping me there is that my dad built the place. Sabrina doesn't deserve it. That's not what matters, though. Family is what matters. My dad taught me that, too. What's important is doing what's right for my family. And that means not only Lainey, but Jamie. Come on, the cabbie yells. I look up. The intersection is blocked. Sorry about this, buddy, he says. I won't hold you responsible for the traffic, I assure him. Thanks, but it's not that. Then what? I ask. Well, you need to get home to your wife. Girlfriend? I hesitate. It would be nice not to lie to someone. A cabbie I'm never going to see again seems like the perfect choice. It's complicated, I admit. Is it? He says. Pardon me, but probably not. Probably you guys are just making it out to be complicated. Excuse my butting in and all. No, I say, leaning forward. Butt in, please. The way I see it. God damn it, go, he says, and blows on his horn this time. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Continue, please. You either love someone or you don't. The rest is easy. You married? 32 years, he says proudly. I don't know why she puts up with me, but she's an angel. I know every day I hit the lottery big time in the most important way possible. You see what I mean? I do, I say. Finally, he says, and we start moving. I'm going to get over as soon as I can. This is unbelievable. People who can't drive. I tune out his rant about out-of-towners and focus on what he just said instead. Suddenly, it's all very clear. I love Jamie. I'm in love with Jamie. She and Lainey are all that matters. And she and Lainey love each other, and I love them. Together we make a good family. No, a great family. And that's the most important thing. Lainey, Jamie, me, and us all together. And I have to protect this. I have to save it. Jamie's the one I've been looking for my whole life. The fact that Lainey loves her too, and that Jamie's already the world's best stepmom just seals it. We were meant to be together. You all right back there? The cabbie asks me as he turns down a side street. Got out of that mess. I'll have you there soon. Great, I say. Things are going to be okay then, huh? I'm going to try. No trying. Make it happen. He points his finger at me in the rearview mirror, and I laugh. Maybe you missed your calling, I say. You should have been a marriage counselor. Some nights, buddy. I feel like I am. I really do. His navigation strategy works. The car's finally moving at a decent speed. I'll be home in no time. I'll have to tell Jamie what happened, what I did at the gala. But at least I have a plan now. It's simple. I have to make Jamie fall in love with me. The faster, the better.
Chapter 17. Jamie. There, I say, closing my sock drawer with some well-feigned satisfaction. After the gala, I was exhausted. Then Derek came home and announced that he punched the guy out and that there was nothing fake about his feelings for me, so I fled. I couldn't flee very far, but thankfully I fell right to sleep. The relief of being alone crashed over me, and I was out. I woke up early, so I stayed in bed for a while. Then I showered. Then I attacked my sock drawer, killing time so I could be sure Derek would have taken Lainey to school by now. Finally, I was ready to face the empty apartment. I need coffee before I make any decisions about what I am going to do today, or for the rest of my life. I walk into the kitchen with a singular focus: coffee. I can smell it halfway down the hall, and that alone raises my spirits. I round the corner into the kitchen. Morning. Derek is sitting at the counter. You. What are you doing here? I managed to stammer out. Lucia came early to take Lainey to school. She's picking her up too. Act normal, I tell myself firmly. I walk confidently over to the coffee pot and pour myself a large mugful. So you are heading to work soon? I ask him. I want to cross my fingers, but I can't make it obvious. I dreamed about Cozumel last night. I want this. I want him. But it all feels like a terrible mistake. No matter what he says, I'm still just some poor black girl, some nobody from nowhere. This is never going to work between us as anything more than a joke, and it's going to break my heart if I get my hopes up. No work, he says cheerfully. I took the day off. I wanted to ask you something. What? I say, 1,000 questions filling my head at once. You ever been rock climbing? What? There's a gym on the west side, indoor rock climbing. I've always wanted to try it. I decided today is the day. Come with me. Please. It will be fun. I look at him. He looks less assured than he usually does. At the same time, there's an enthusiasm that is very familiar to me. It's Lainey, I realize. That's where she gets it. I didn't know that. I've never seen this side of Derek. He's usually overflowing with confidence and direction, which in and of itself is very alluring. This is more of a devil-may-care attitude, a reckless abandonment. Why do you want to go rock climbing? With me? I ask. I have to ask. He squirms in his chair a little bit. I just thought we should do some stuff today. Just the two of us. No Lainey. Lainey didn't go to the gala, I remind him. Yes, but I think we can agree that it was an unmitigated disaster. Do you want breakfast? I'm going to run down to the solarium. I request a bagel, egg and cheese. He touches me on the shoulder before he leaves, and the simple contact is somewhat thrilling. Think about it, okay? He says, it will be fun, promise. 2 hours later, we are both getting strapped into our safety harnesses. Since we had never done it before, the employee recommended we start with the staff ballet. I learned that means they will have someone who knows what the hell they are doing holding the rope. Can't argue with that. How high is it? I ask, looking upwards. 40 feet. I think I'm just not going to look down, Derek says. Great idea, I say. We start climbing. I quickly realize that I'm better suited using my legs. I just use my arms to brace myself. My quads are strong from 2 decades of dancing. I beat Derek to the top and wait for him. How did you do it so fast? He asks me. His hair is hanging in his eyes. I resist the urge to brush it out. We ride the ropes down and it's kind of fun. You're a natural, my belayer tells me at the bottom. Derek is told to use his legs more and not try to pull himself up. With that bit of advice, he is faster the next time. We go up and down over and over. You look like you're having fun, he says to me on one of our descents. I admit I am. My head feels clearer. You really have to focus when you are doing this. I don't have the time or energy to worry about anything else. After our time is up, we take an intro to knot tying class. I'm not sure I'll ever be confident enough to want to do this without someone holding onto my rope, but that's fun too. How about we get some sandwiches and take them to the park? Derek asks me when we are changing back into our own shoes. We huddle over his phone, checking out the menu of a deli nearby. He smells good. He got just a little sweaty, I think, and he smells a little extra like him. He places the order, and we leave. It's a little awkward, but a little exciting. It feels like a first date, I realize, and I suppose it is. We never really had a date, just an arrangement and then sex. We did it all wrong, I think, but slowly I'm starting to feel like we can fix it. Maybe not fix it. Maybe it won't work. But I think maybe we do have a shot. We find a bench and eat our sandwiches. I have to tell you something, I announce suddenly. He looks at me. What? He says. Is it bad? Bad is a matter of opinion. Whose opinion? Yours, I say. What I have to say is the truth, plain and simple. We started our relationship. I'm not sure what we have even qualifies as a relationship, but whatever it is, with a lie. If this has a shot of working, something I am starting to believe or at least hope, we can't have any more lies between us. That guy last night wasn't completely wrong, I say. It hurts more than I thought it would to admit that. I am basically from nowhere, USA. I'm not a gold digger, though. I came to New York to try to make it as a dancer. You will... No, I say, shaking my head. I won't. I'm 28. I've known for a couple of years that I missed the chance. Derek starts to say something, but I shush him. I don't need a pep talk. I knew when I came to New York that drive and talent wouldn't be enough. That's part of the reason I started the classes at Skyside. I said. I mean, most dancers end up teaching. Even if they dance professionally, it's a short career. Makes sense, Derek said, nodding. You are a wonderful teacher, by the way, he adds. Thank you, I say. But sometimes I really think I should just go back home. Why would you do that? He says with a touch of alarm. He holds out the bag and I shove my sandwich wrapper in it. I just don't belong here. Of course you do. I don't. Last night at the plaza, everything was so glamorous and beautiful. I don't belong there or here. Well, that, he says, squashing up the bag with quite a bit of aggression, is ridiculous. You have every right to be there. They'll never accept me. So what? He says. I know you, the real you, and you're pretty awesome. If people are going to judge you before they even know you, screw 'em. It's not that simple. I think it is, but we can agree to disagree on that for now. For now, I'm going to change your mind. How? Not sure, but I will. Come on, he says, standing up. Let's walk. It's a beautiful day, but since it's the middle of the afternoon in the middle of the week, it's not that busy. We meander down various paths and stop to sit by a pond. Turtles have it pretty easy, I think, watching them sitting on a rock. Oh, the zoo, I say when we pass the sign. Do you want to go in? Derek says. I laugh. I was just thinking it would be nice to bring Lainey sometime, I say. We can, he says, but I kind of had a different idea for tonight. Tonight? I told Lucia we'd be out late. Of course, I could just send her home, but he types on his phone and holds it up to me. I have to cover it with my hand and squint to see it. Swan Lake? I say. What do you say? He says. I think of it as enhancing my ballet education, he says. Apparently, ballet is Lainey's passion. I need to know more about it. I'm sure you could find a YouTube video, I say. He grips my upper arm tenderly. I want to take you, he says. Please. I have nothing to wear, I say desperately. Why am I saying no? He's being so nice, and I've always wanted to see Swan Lake. Wear what you wore last night. That's perfect. No, I say, shaking my head. That's Emily's. I have to get it cleaned. There's a cleaner around the corner from Skyside. I don't want to wear that dress again. It may have been good luck for Emily, but for me, it definitely wasn't. Tell you what, he says, looking at his phone. Let's go shopping. I bet you can find something. I agree, mainly because I'm out of excuses. He makes the sales associate cover up all the price tags. Why not, I think, looking at myself in the mirror. That night, when the lights go down and the music starts, Derek and I look at each other. He takes my hand. The opening notes are so mournful and beautiful that I swear you don't just hear them. They touch your soul. I can tell he feels it too. I look back at the stage. The dancers are beautiful and perfectly in sync. The audience is entranced. Why not, I think? I don't want to go home. I want this to be my home. I want it all. Or, like Derek said, screw him. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand.
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Derek! I have to go, Doris, I say as I pass her desk. Big plans tonight? She asks. Not really, I say. I have to pick up my daughter from her ballet class. Jeffries is waiting for me outside, and we are back at Skyside in a jiffy. I'll have to log on and get back to work afterward, but I want to watch as much of Lainey's class as I can. There's no one in the hallway outside of the room Jamie is using at Skyside. I peer through the viewing window. 6 little girls are lined up in the pink leotards. I watch Jamie demonstrate something, and they all copy her. Lainey is enthralled. When she finally gets the steps right, she's so excited she jumps up and down. Her face is practically bursting with joy. Someone's nanny wanders in and looks in the window. I thought they'd be doing the leaps by now, she says, turning her attention back to her phone. Leaps? I wonder. Jamie lines the girls up in one corner of the room. She talks to the girls and then turns, facing the center of the room. She takes a few quick steps and leaps. She's in a full split, suspended in the air. One arm is high above her head, the other is stretched out in front of her. It's gravity-defying, a mix of grace and power that is amazing to behold. She lands and continues to the corner. Then she turns and smiles. She beckons to the students. One by one, they race across the room. They leap, although some of them forget until they are almost to the other side. Their arms are every which way. Some of them don't leap as much or they kick out their legs awkwardly, but every single one looks like they are having the time of their lives. They repeat the exercise from all 4 corners, and then the girls all rush towards the door, all except Lainey, who stays behind with Jamie. There's a fair amount of chaos as caregivers and kids try to meet up. Then they all have to change shoes and get their bags. As the girls sit down to change their shoes, I carefully step around everyone and go into the studio. "Daddy!" Lainey says, and comes running over. I'm expecting a big hug, but she pulls up short. "No street shoes in the studio," she says reproachfully. She's full of the kind of glee only a kid can have when they catch an adult breaking the rules. I look at Jamie. She shrugs. "Technically it would be okay here since we don't have the Marley floor," she says. "But they need to create good habits. That's why they wear buns and stuff." The studio, I think. I totally forgot about it. I've been so busy focusing on Jamie, on us. I forgot my promise to her. I'm not sure if us is still going to happen. Though it will if I have my way about it, I'm determined. Regardless, I want her to have the studio no matter what happens with us. I don't want it to feel like something she had to sell herself to get. She deserves it, regardless. "I was watching you," I tell Lainey from the doorway. "I'm not going to violate the shoe rule again." "Your leaps were great!" "You mean Grand Jets?" she says dryly. I look at Jamie. She nods and shrugs. "We always end the class with those," she says. "The kids love them, and I always make sure we have them in the recital. Not that I have any plans for a recital yet. Hopefully someday. Hopefully soon, I think. But I just turned to Lainey instead of saying anything about that yet. "Well, let's go. Go change your shoes." At least I know that much. Jamie says I can help her clean up. "As long as it's okay with your dad," Jamie says. "It won't take long, then we'll come upstairs." "Okay then," I say. "I can tell you guys have this all under control." I head up to the apartment and go into my office. I do have some work to do, but I'm really kicking myself for dropping the ball on Jamie's studio. The first thing I do is look up my contact who owns the Brill building. "Derek," he says when I call him. "Long time no hear. What's up?" We exchange some pleasantries. I learn that he's got another kid out of the house and at college, 2 down, 1 to go. I mentioned Lainey is taking ballet, which is the perfect segue. You have any space available at the Brill? I ask. Sure, office or studio. Studio, definitely, I say. Let me see, I hear him typing. You starting a band or something? Oh, not a music studio, a dance studio. Huh? I explain that I'm helping a friend open a dance studio. She liked the idea of the Brill building. Oh, and we need a Marley floor. What now? I actually Googled that in the elevator up to the apartment, so I know what I'm talking about. I also found a whole list of ballet terms with pictures. You won't catch me calling a pirouette spinning anytime soon. It's a special floor for dancing. It comes in big sheets and they roll out. I did some more Googling when I got to my office. You seem to have done your homework. You can come by and see what we have available, but any space we have here is going to require extensive renovation to meet those requirements. I don't care what it costs, I say, and he laughs. Well, what landlord doesn't like to hear that, he says. But we'll have some structural limitations, too. Tell you what, I'll send you the list of what I have and also my realtor's info. He might have something that's better suited. Great, I say. We make some more idle chit-chat and then hang up. Then I really have to get back to work. Once I finish the most pressing issues for N&N, I turn my attention back to the studio. I start filling out a spreadsheet with everything a studio needs. Marley floor, check. Barres, check. But fixed to the wall or movable? Both? I have no idea. The list grows. Mirrors. Curtains to cover the mirrors. That confuses me, but I keep going. I know what weights are, but not therabands. I save the document and shut the laptop. I had a notion of presenting the studio to Jamie as a present, finished or ready to go. I'm not ready to give up on that idea yet, but I want to get it right. Her input may be essential. I leave my office. In the kitchen, I find Jamie and Lainey chopping up stuff for a salad. Well, technically, Lainey is tearing the various lettuce to bits. Harold, the stuffed unicorn, is sitting at the counter. In front of him is a cutting board, a knife, and a carrot. Harold's slacking, I say, picking a tomato out of the bowl and popping it in my mouth. Jamie, who is actually slicing carrots, points her knife at me in warning, but she's smiling. It's not his fault. Harold doesn't have fingers, Lainey says in a hurt voice. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, Harold. Please forgive me. I make a sweeping bow in Harold's direction before glancing at Jamie. She's obviously trying not to laugh. Can we watch TV now? Lainey says. I pick her up and spin. No, pirouette her around. Is your homework done? Yes. Is your room clean? Yes. Have you brought about world peace? What? Daddy, no. Wasn't that on your chore list? No! Okay, I'm kidding. I take her into the living room and get her settled watching something appropriate. She wants me to watch with her. I tell her I can't leave Jamie alone fixing dinner. That's true, Jamie's not our housekeeper. She is a hell of a cook, though. I walk back into the kitchen and sniff. Meatloaf, she says, answering my unspoken question. It smells great. Sometimes I just want homey food, you know? I do. Help her finish the salad. She turns on the burner for a pressure cooker I only vaguely remember owning. Dinner is nice. We sit at the table. It's getting dark earlier now. As we are eating, the sun goes down and the city starts lighting up. We get Lainey to bed and go back to clean up the kitchen. I ask Jamie about the dance classes she has been teaching and how it's going. I'm hoping to glean some info about what she really wants in the studio. It is just so wonderful to watch them progressing over time, Jamie says. That's probably my favorite part about teaching, and they're so happy when they master something they've been working so hard on. The conversation is useless in terms of information, but I absolutely love listening and watching Jamie talk about teaching. Her face lights up. I also wish I could make her dream of performing come true. I'm going to have to follow her lead on that and be accepting of reality. That ship has sailed. If she's at peace with it, maybe I need to quit fighting that battle for her. We settle down in front of the TV. I debate bringing my laptop out to show her the properties, but I don't. I'm still not sure if I should go for the big reveal or let her pick everything, right down to the location. She was excited about the Brill building, but if there was something closer to Skyside, that would definitely be more convenient, I think. Can we watch this movie? Jamie asks. She's been operating the remote. Sure, I say. I don't even know what it is. As the opening music starts, all I do know is what I want. Everything we had today. Jamie teaching, Lainey happy, and all of us eating a quiet dinner together as a family. I add fabulous family vacations to my mental list. And date nights. Very romantic date nights. At least 2 or 3 times a month. Now I need to make it happen. And I know I will.
Chapter 19. Jamie. I don't totally recognize the face staring back at me in the bathroom mirror. She looks fatigued, with dark recessed rings around her eyes. The scarf keeping her hair atop her head is disheveled and coming undone, curls attempting to spring themselves free from their fabric prison. I can see the knot in the scarf coming apart in slow motion, but I don't even have the energy to reach up and fix it. And of course, there's the bloating. It's pretty normal to see your face change, the doctor assured me yesterday. Most people know to anticipate changes in the midsection, but increased water retention is nearly universal during pregnancy. Pregnancy. You're pregnant, I remind my reflection for the millionth time. My gut flip-flops, not with the nausea that sent me to my doctor in the first place, but with the very thought of, pregnancy. I have to keep telling myself that it's true because it still feels bizarrely surreal. Every time I'm reminded that I'm pregnant, a rush of anxiety swells in my belly, which is quickly followed by denial. You can't be pregnant. You've only had sex once in recent memory, an incredulous little voice in my head asserts. Yeah, well, once is all it takes, I chide back. The anxiety returns then, and the whole cycle begins anew. It's exhausting. And it's compounded by the fact that I envision a flashing neon sign that says pregnant in big red letters above my head anytime I see my reflection. It's not that I'm not excited. A small part of me is thrilled at the prospect of being a mom, especially to Derek's child. But the trepidation about everything else promptly took over any positive feelings I might have had. Now I'm vacillating between bouts of extreme dread and an urgent need to distract myself. The stress is so bad, I actually caved and took the day off so I didn't have to look at myself in the floor-to-ceiling mirrors that line the walls in the studio. But because I'm a masochist, apparently, I've resorted to standing in front of the bathroom mirror, confronted yet again with the small but noticeable changes my body is already undergoing. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out my own appearance and forcing myself to picture Derek's face instead. I imagine the way his green eyes brim with understanding when I'm feeling vulnerable, something that has happened a lot since the gala. Today, when he asked why I wasn't going to work, he took me at my word when I said my doctor advised me to take a rest day. He didn't pry. He just gave me the benefit of the doubt. He assumed exhaustion was all there was to it. Normally, I'd swoon a little. Instead, my stomach rolls again. His sensitivity to my needs has only made telling him about the pregnancy that much harder. And it's not like I haven't tried. Last night, after Lainey's mom picked her up for the weekend, Derek suggested we go upstairs and watch a movie. As he sifted through the feature films on HBO, I willed myself desperately to fess up. It could be my chance to let him off the parenting hook, so to speak, or at least to give him more context for my doctor's appointment earlier in the day. But I froze. Then this morning, after I told him I was taking the day off of work, I just stirred my coffee absent-mindedly, internally battling over whether to explain why I had brewed decaf. Obviously, the guilt of revealing the truth and throwing a wrench in his life was trampled all over the guilt of withholding this sort of information. Because I know how it looks. Right now, Derek doesn't believe I have an ulterior motive, but I can't imagine that the constant stream of gold digger accusations from his closest friends and associates won't suddenly ring very true when he learns I'm pregnant. But I also know my internal battle will shift, and soon. I am fast approaching the "you've known you're pregnant for X long and you're only telling me now" threshold. I need to make sure I don't pass it. I open my eyes and look down at the piece of paper on the bathroom counter below me. I can barely read the clumsy cursive I've scrawled onto it, never mind understanding the clutter of words that tumbled out of me when I sat down to compose what I wanted to say. Sighing, I decide I'll have to rewrite it whether I give Derek the physical note or deliver it to him verbally. A part of me considers leaving the message in its current, indecipherable chicken scratch form, wondering if it will still count as sharing the news. The angel on my shoulder knows that's a cop-out, though, so I grab the paper from the counter and return to the kitchen table with a fresh sheet and a pen. "Derek," I start, then pause to consider the greeting. This seems borderline confrontational, but throwing in a "dear" seems too clunky and formal. So I decide I'll have to live with it. "I'm not totally sure how to tell you this," I continue. "So I think I'll have to be blunt. I'm pregnant." I stop again and reread the single sentence over and over, trying to choose if I should rephrase it, or nix the introductory self-doubt entirely and just go with, "I'm pregnant. Jamie." Short and to the point. Eventually, I decide against any revisions and resume. I realize the timing of this news is suspect, so I don't expect you to believe me when I tell you it was completely unintentional. Still, I hope you will believe me when I tell you it was unintentional. To be clear, I intend to carry this pregnancy to term and to raise the baby myself. And while I likewise want you to be involved in our child's life, I don't expect it. You may hate me right now, which is understandable. I just ask that you try to separate any resentment you feel towards me from your feelings for our child. I pause, unsure about where to go from here. I gave him an out. I think that's the best I can do, considering. I'll almost go to sign off, but stop in my tracks when I realize I'm instinctively going to write, "Love, Jamie." Kicking myself a little for my urge to mention the L word, I ultimately opt for a more neutral ending. "Sincerely, Jamie." I pause and reread my note aloud in its entirety. "Derek, I'm not totally sure how to tell you this, so I think I'll have to be blunt. I'm pregnant. I realize the timing of this news is suspect, so I don't expect you to believe me when I tell you it was completely unintentional. Still, I hope you will believe me when I tell you it was unintentional. To be clear, I intend to carry this pregnancy to term and to raise the baby myself. And while I likewise want you to be involved in our child's life, I don't expect it. You may hate me right now, which is understandable. I just ask that you try to separate any resentment you feel towards me from your feelings for our child. Sincerely, Jamie." I stop, staring at the letter. It's fully legible this time, the dark ink settling into the fibers of the paper, bleeding ever so slightly as they do. The message itself is straightforward without being callous. I acknowledge his point of view, but lay out my expectations for him. It's as good as anything I'm going to come up with. And yet, I hate it. I have to get rid of this thing, I think to myself, looking down at it. Irritatingly, I let a little huff out of my nose and look idly about the room until my gaze falls on the kitchen cabinets. Taking both letters, the illegible one and the rewrite, in one hand, I stalk to the kitchen and begin rifling through the drawers there until I find a lighter. Then I move into the living room. Crouching below the mantel, I crumple both letters into little balls and place them on top of the charred kindling in the fireplace. Then I click the lighter until it sparks a flame and hold it to each letter. It's as if they were made to burn, the way they catch fire. All balled up, it doesn't take long for the blazing browning edges to engulf both pieces of paper, and they disintegrate into ash, settling in the ridges of the charcoal beneath them. The flames move to take on some more imposing tinder, and I watch them dance for a minute desperately wanting to avoid thinking about what I'm going to do next. Finally, at long last, I grab the poker and the spade from the tool set, and with some prodding, I manage to put out the fire. I'm just putting the tools away when I hear a key turn in the front door, and I startle. The rush of adrenaline sends me to my feet, and Derek looks rightfully confused when his head appears from around the door. "What you doing?" he asks quizzically. "Nothing," I lie. He makes a face. "It smells like the fireplace was on." "Oh yeah, I was just trying to figure out how it works." Usually you would build a fire in it." "Yeah, I got that. I just wasn't sure if it was electric or something." Derek looks like he still smells something funny, but I glance at the clock on the wall and realize it's only a little after noon. "You're home early," I say before he can push the fireplace thing further, and he brightens almost instantaneously. "Yes, well." He drops his briefcase by the door and strides purposefully towards me. "I have a meeting uptown in a bit, so I figured I'd swing by and ask you a question." He pauses to put his arms around me. "I wondered if you'd like to have dinner together tonight." He smiles warmly, looking down at me. I melt a little under his gaze, but immediately experience a rush of guilt and anxiety over it. He's being so sweet, and he still doesn't know I'm pregnant. I start. I'm not even sure how to respond. He takes my non-answer to mean I'm apprehensive about dinner itself. "I'll be in charge of everything. You don't have to worry about preparing a meal or whatever. It'll just be a nice night for the two of us since you won't be teaching late tonight," he promises. I force a smile and play along, pretending it really was the prospect of preparing a meal that deterred me. "I'd love that," I say. "Good," Derek replies, planting a quick peck on my lips. "I'm off to my meeting, but I'll text you all the details." I just smile and nod. "Okay, I'll see you later," he says, grabbing his briefcase. "See you later," I say softly. As soon as the front door is shut, I scurry to the bathroom mirror to get another look at myself. Leaning on the countertop, I stare at my reflection. The imaginary pregnant sign is flashing above my head all the while. "You have to tell him tonight," I tell the face in the mirror sternly. Consequences be damned.
Chapter 20. Derek. It takes me some time, but I finally designed the perfect ring for Jamie. A jeweler crafted for me 3 heart-shaped diamonds linked with titanium hands. Jamie, Lainey, and me. And the craftsman did it in such a way that further diamonds can be added if our small family grows. "It's stunning," I say to the jeweler. There are simply no other words. The ring in the royal blue velvet box virtually comes alive in my hand. The 3 diamonds sparkle in a color spectrum, and the titanium band glistens. The ring is as flawless and pure and good as the love we 3 hold for each other. I leave the store walking on air. "Back to Skyside, Jeffries, and please make it quick. I have a romantic dinner to set up." "Right you are, sir. Skyside it is." And my driver wheels us away. Holding my treasure in my hand, I'm oblivious to the day's mundane goings-on. I don't hear the honking horns or smell the gas fumes. I am alone, lifted high and wide from all earthly concerns. I'm wrapped up in my own thoughts and what this special night will bring. A perfect ring for my perfect lady. The only thing missing is Jamie agreeing to be my wife and Lainey's mother. But that's why I've planned a Skyside rooftop terrace dinner and a unique proposal. I hope it does the trick. The town car pulls up to the front, and I race out of the car, heading for the terrace to view the preparations I hope are in full swing. Within minutes, the elevator doors open, and I am hit with a wondrous sight. White fairy lights and candles and white damask linens. A fully catered affair with all of Jamie's favorite foods. The cracked crab she liked so much in Mexico, jumbo shrimp on ice, pork medallions in mint sauce and creme brulee, and English trifle for dessert. On hidden speakers, easy listening numbers and soft jazz tunes by the greats pour out and fill the rarefied air. I hear a pop behind me and turn around. The bartender pours a flute of Jamie's favorite champagne. "Would you like to test this bottle, sir?" "Don't mind if I do." I take a sip. "Superb, Gaston. As is everything here tonight, do you know? Is my surprise ready for later?" "Yes, I believe so, sir. The technicians were here earlier for the setup." "Perfect. Well, it looks like we're a go." I glance at my watch. Oh my God, look at the time! I hand back the empty crystal flute, fly to the elevator, and punch the number for our suite. A quick shower, shave, a splash of cologne, and a Brioni tux call my name. In under an hour, I reappear on the rooftop terrace. I'm now showered, shaved, and city chic. The sunset has melted into a starlit night, and the fairy lights sparkle like the diamond ring, which is no longer burning a hole in my pocket. I no sooner get another flute of champagne than the elevator doors open once more. I turn on my heels. There she is. My girl, Jamie. Oh, dear God, how utterly stunning she is! Jamie is dressed in a sleek black pantsuit with stiletto heels and a black satin ribbon around her upswept hair. She looks like a picture of elegance. I expect to see her signature angelic smile, but in its place is a dour look. I choose to ignore her expression, thinking she may have had a trying day. "Jamie, there you are! How do you like the place?" I swing my arms around. "Wow, quite the setup. This is all for us? The entire terrace?" "Yes, for tonight the Skyside rooftop terrace is our world and no one else's. Champagne?" "No, not tonight, thank you. Maybe a club soda and cranberry juice on ice." I nod to the bartender and he quickly gets to work to mix her drink. I don't say a word but find it odd Jamie isn't up for a celebratory champagne. She's never refused before. I pull out her chair and we sit down at the intimate table. The night sky is clear and the wind is warm and calm. Even the candles barely flicker. To us, Jamie. To our future. I lift my glass and offer a toast. Jamie lifts hers and we toast, but she forces a meek smile. "I guess you are wondering why all this to-do tonight." I have to start the conversation somehow. Jamie isn't saying a word. Jamie looks around at the rose petals strewn all over the terrace and the chilled champagne in the silver stand. Yes, I guess I am curious, but... I raise my hand. "No, please, let me go first. I have something I need to say. I need you to know. Not guess at. Not surmise, really know. And I've waited far too long to do this. It's just, well, words from the heart don't come easy. But when it's worth it, really worth it, I'll speak up and keep on speaking to let you know how I feel about you every day." Jamie shifts in her seat. Her hands are not on the table. I know something's up, but I barrel on through. "Jamie, maybe this started out as a convenient deal. But if I'm being brutally honest, it never was just a transaction for me. Jamie, I love you. I've loved you since the first time Lainey introduced me to you as her dance instructor. I just repressed those feelings, maybe to protect us both. I don't know, but I'm not holding back anymore. Derek, I don't know." "No, please wait, let me finish." She silently nods, but worry lines on her forehead show deeply. I swallow hard. "I want the three of us to be a proper family. Look at how easily we were together in Mexico. Look at how easy it's been for you living with us like you had been in our Skyside suite the entire time. I will do anything, say anything to make you stay, Jamie. I'm apologizing this minute for offering you this fake marriage, when all along I should have offered you a real one. I want us to have a future together, build on what we have. Maybe even a little brother or sister for Lainey someday." Just then, Jamie gets up from the table and walks over to the terrace furniture, sits on the sectional, and takes in the view with a vacant 1,000-yard stare. I quickly follow, and as I do, I wave the servers away. The staff quietly leaves. "I'm overwhelming you, aren't I?" "I don't mean to. But Jamie, I need you to know how devoted I am and how mercilessly in love I am with you." I reach over and grab a remote. I push the green button. A soft motor hums up from the latticework roof. Guided on a track, it lowers a white satin pillow with flowing ruby red ribbons. I use the sideways arrow to maneuver the pillow right over Jamie and push the down arrow to have it land in her lap. I get on one knee. Jamie, you are my everything. I can't imagine taking a breath without you by my side. You and Lainey are my future. Will you do me the most profound honor and become my genuine wife? Jamie, her eyes wide, shifts her gaze from the glittering diamond ring positioned on the pillow to me and back again as if she can't quite take it all in. I nod and smile, trying to convince her the sight and my words are real and true. Yet, instead of joy and contentment, I see her worry lines and a furrowed brow speaking of an unease, and my heart and all its hope sinks like a lead balloon into my churning gut. Jamie doesn't touch the pillow or the diamond ring. She finally keeps her gaze on me, and after clearing her throat, a whispered voice comes to life. Derek, before I can take this all in, before we go any further, there's something you need to know. And once you know it, you may change your mind about your proposal tonight. I lean back on my haunches. Her soft words hit me like 2-ton bricks. My mind reels. Something I need to know? What could be so drastic to warrant such a thing to say? And right in the middle of a marriage proposal. We've been together all this time. Sabrina has been a thorn in our sides, but not enough to have Jamie look and act like this, surely. Jamie has to know by now there's nothing between Lainey's mother and me. I feel the blood leave my face. My eyes dilate, not out of joy, but out of fear. I don't know if I'm still breathing. Everything in me feels so shallow, every organ barely functioning, as if in dread of what she might say. I rise enough to sit beside her on the sectional. I take her hand in mine, and I silently pray. Please God, whatever this is, let it not be a rejection. I can't live without Jamie now. She is my world, and Lainey adores her. Please God, please let it be anything but an end when we should be at the start of a beautiful life. Under the starry night sky, we two sit together, silent but alert. Neither Jamie nor I dare to speak. I know it's at this moment when I could have it all, or nothing at all. And for the first time in my well-controlled life where I always called the shots, this decision to live our lives together will not be up to me. The speakers overhead still sound out musical strains of love. Their dulcet tones are either providential or mocking. I'll either well remember or terribly rue this Manhattan night, high above in our heavenly skyside realm.
Chapter 21. Jamie. I stare into his eyes, which at the start of the evening had been filled with joy. Now they have the look of fright. I can't prolong this torture. I can tell I'm killing him with my heavy-handed words. Spit it out, girl. Rip the bandage off fast. Put the poor guy out of his misery. The sooner you do, the faster you can get on with your life without him. Derek, I'm pregnant. That's what I needed you to know. You can take back everything you've set up here on the terrace and all your loving words. I will hold nothing against you. We can call it a night. I can move out tomorrow, and we can live our lives apart. After all, the deal is done. I watch as Derek's fearful gaze vanishes, and his eyes again are sparkling with glee. My hand he's been holding grips me hard. He raises my hand and kisses it over and over. I know what this feels like, but I don't know what it means. Finally, through an emotion-choked voice, Derek repeats what I said. You're pregnant. I nod. My expression, I know, is a mix of shame, fear, and hope. The last emotion, I assume, is a wasted one. Jamie, oh my God, you're pregnant. The love of my life is having a little us. Derek hugs me and kisses me over and over. The usually controlled man is anything but. And his unabashed act makes me giggle and then outright laugh. Derek, you do know what this means, right? Everyone really is going to think I got pregnant just to force your hand. They'll all think I'm a gold digger, and you're the stupid man who got trapped by it. Derek stops kissing me, sits back, and takes my head in his hands. Jamie, did you not hear me? My confessed devotion, my love for you, and how I said maybe a little one of our own one day. Jamie, I'm so deliriously happy. There are no fitting words, other than I love you and will until the day I die. But all this, you really won't judge me for this someday? Think I played a dirty game against you and resent it? Because I'm willing to let you walk away now. Listen to me, darling. I knew this night would be a gamble, but no matter your answer, a yes or no to a genuine marriage, I would hold up my end of the deal. Not only to be my wife, but to present you with your new dance studio as promised. Look at the white card under the ring. It's photos of your top suite at the Brill, ready and waiting for you. I look over at the envelope, but I don't touch it. I look back at Derek. But that was then. This is now. I'm confused. Derek takes my hand again. I was a fool to look at you and offer you a fake life. Tonight, I wanted to show you my love and prove to you, no matter our potential future together, you would have yours. From tonight onwards, I wanted to sever the deal that should have never been and start our love affair anew. And I wanted it all to be your choice, sweetheart, and only yours. My choice. Yes, yours. No cold deal from an ignorant me, but a proper proposal devoid of any bribe, as it should have been from the start. But for you tonight, a ring and a real life with Lainey and me, which will include anything you want, or your freedom with what I promise you. And I am prepared to hold my end of that deal. No hard feelings either way. That last part is simple as no matter your answer, I'll always love you. I know I've won in life just having you for as long as I did. But a baby? So soon? You can't have wanted that. Jamie, a baby from our love. What could be better? I'm deliriously happy about us having our own little one. And Lainey will explode. The joy she'll feel finally having a little baby brother or sister. She said that for as long as I can remember. I'd always felt guilty about her being an only child. Now, with this wonderful news, she gets her wish, and I'm the happiest daddy in town. For the first time tonight, I breathe easily. I lean back on the sofa and place a hand on my tummy. No longer do I feel alone. No longer the life growing inside me has to fear what tomorrow might bring. All I have to do is say yes to Derek's proposal, and I, and the little one inside me will never be alone again. I turn to Derek and whisper, yes, 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 I want to be your wife, Lainey's real mom. I want the 4 of us to be a family from now until the end of time. So, yes. Derek jumps up, runs to hit a service button, and soon the bartenders and the chef reappear. She said yes, 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 yes. Please, can you get a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne? We are going to be parents too. The bartender and servers congratulate us both. And in no time, I'm holding a flute of baby-friendly bubbly champagne. Before we return to the dinner table, Derek unties the diamond ring from its pillow perch and slips it on my finger. The titanium band fits perfectly and slides on my finger like it's meant to be. I turn my hand back and forth and watch how the diamonds catch in the light. There are 3 heart-shaped diamonds, soon to be joined by a 4th. I smile, my worry lines melt, and my furrowed brow is gone. I look out at the city skyline, imagining Derek and I at the top of the world. I know in my heart I'll never have a reason to frown ever again. Over dinner, Derek and I banter, back and forth on baby things. Which room in our suite becomes a nursery? What color scheme? And the all-important issue, a name for the little one. How about Derek? After you. A real junior. But what if it's a girl? Jamie, of course. We both laugh. I'll bet when we let Lainey in on our wonderful news, she'll have more than one name in mind. I lean forward, and my mind's eye goes to our little girl. Lainey, yes, my little Lainey. Oh, to have her to be my daughter for real will be so amazing. I hope and pray she feels the same. Derek gets up and arranges for our dessert, and in that time, I think back to this whirlwind romance, the trials, the skirmishes with Sabrina, the doubts and confusion, and all the words that should have been said early on but never were. I look out over Manhattan's skyline. It's an island of glittering diamonds all its own, and for the first time in my life, the skyside lifestyle feels real to me, like I belong. No more faking happiness or success. I have it all, in the love of one man, our beautiful daughter, and the one yet to be. Tears well and pearl, but they're happy drops. I don't hide them or wipe them away. They are proof of literally how fulfilled I am at this moment and how I'll be for the rest of my life, with Derek Nardoni by my side. Derek has dessert served to us at the sectional, and before I take a bite, my curiosity swells, and I can't help but take the white envelope and peek at the dance studio photos. Oh, Derek, this space is enormous. And look, the polished parquet floor, the mirrors, and the bars. Oh, and change rooms and an office for me? Everything is perfect. Derek looks satisfied. I consulted an expert in your field so I could have the place designed properly, yes. But if there is anything missing, all you have to do is say the word, and I'll have contractors back in to meet your needs. I want this to be a fresh start for both of us in our own careers, too. I'll work so much easier at N&N if I know your career dreams are also coming true. I lean against Derek's shoulder. You're a dream. Lainey's a dream. All of this tonight is an unimaginable dream come true. Please don't pinch me. I never want to wake up. I won't wake you up if you don't wake me up. We laugh. Derek feeds me a spoonful of the silky creme brulee. It's heaven, like everything else around me tonight. I sip some of my special champagne, look out into the night sky, and think aloud. You know, I secretly hoped for more between us, but I never dared to think beyond our arrangement. I never guessed you would have such deep feelings for me as I did for you. Well, I think we both have Lainey to thank for our future. She seemed to know our predestined future before we did. We laugh again. She's too smart for her own good. While we were afraid of our feelings, she was screaming happily ever after for us, right from the start. Derek takes the flute from my hand, sets it on the coffee table, turns to me and kisses me so gently, so intently, the act takes my breath away, and my mind swims in utter delight. Derek is no longer kissing me out of physical attraction, but out of love. I feel it now. I feel it like I've never done before. Tears well and pearl again, and our conjoined lips mingle in the salty flow. In our love's embrace, Derek and I rise above the glittering terrace, maybe not physically, but our hearts soar, and together we are flying high and happy, wide over the spectacular building that once held our arranged union. Skyside, tonight and forever. Now it holds our forever home.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, Alpha male billionaires. Strong black women. Steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged. And uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 22. Derek. When we get back to the apartment, our apartment, I bring her into our bedroom. I had to restrain myself in the elevator. I've been dreaming about our night in Cozumel for weeks. Now that Jamie has agreed to really marry me, I can't wait to repeat it. I close the door behind us and we both slip out of our shoes. I run the back of my fingers down her upper arm. She shivers at my touch. "You've made me so happy," I say. I bend over and kiss her stomach. Our baby is in there. It's almost impossible to believe that, and I pause mid-thought and try to calculate, but give up. It doesn't matter. Something like 7 months, give or take. In any case, there will soon be a whole new person in the world, one that we created together. It really is a miracle. I stand back up and cradle her face gently in my hands. "I thought if you agreed to marry me, I'd be the happiest man in the world," I tell her. "I can't even describe how you've made me feel with this." Instead of explaining, I just caress her stomach lovingly. "I love you so much, Derek," she says. I pull her hand out so I can gaze at the ring on her finger. She's really going to be my wife. I kiss her softly, gently, with the reverence she deserves. As I wrap my arms around her, her body seems to melt into mine. She fits me perfectly, another sign we were meant to be together. I pull my lips apart slowly and hers follow. I dip my tongue into her mouth, warm and sweet. She tastes as wonderful as I remember. I haven't been able to stop thinking about our last night in Mexico, I say, stroking her chest through her clothes. "Me neither," she admits. "I dream about it." "So do I." "How about we make some new dreams?"
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I wrap my hands around her and hold her until both of us are breathing normally again. I think I could sleep in the chair, inside her just like this. She starts to doze off and then jerks back awake with a start. "Let's get in the bed," I say. "Can't have you falling off the chair." She agrees and climbs off me. Together, we toss the pillows off the bed. As I grab them one by one, I know I'm never going to forget the image of her naked, ready, wanting me. But now we need to sleep. I pull the covers back and she climbs into bed. I get in behind her and gather her into my arms. I pull her up against me and smell her hair. "Good night, my love. My loves," I say, correcting myself. "I hope I'll be a good mother," she says. "You are going to be a great mother. Now let's sleep. Tomorrow's a big day." "How so?" "Tomorrow, we start the rest of our lives. Together?" I kiss her again. Together.
Chapter 23. Jamie. Daddy, Daddy. I open my eyes and look at Derek. He grins and kisses me quickly, then jumps out of bed. "Give us a minute, Lainey," he calls through the door. "I'll meet you in the kitchen." "Okay," she says. I hear the sounds of her little feet heading away from the door. Soon to be 2 pairs of little feet, I think happily, hugging the blankets around myself. Derek walks across the room. God, that man is beautiful. He disappears into the closet and emerges a couple of minutes later in a sleeveless shirt and basketball shorts. My disappointment is so strong I can almost taste it. He stops by the bed to kiss me again. I need to sneak back to my own room and grab some better clothes, I say. He picks his shirt up off the floor, and I put it on. He helps me do up the buttons. Seems like a real shame since I much prefer him undressing me. When I'm thoroughly buttoned, he grabs my shoulders. Ready for some sneaking? He says. He seems positively delighted at the idea of us plotting together. No wonder he's such a great dad. He's still mostly a kid himself. A big, gorgeous, extremely sexy man with the heart of a kid. A giant one. Heart, that is. Well, heart and something else. What's so funny? He asks. Nothing, I say. If I start explaining that I'm laughing remembering the size of his package, that won't go well. I'll just wait until tonight and find some other way to express how fond I am of it. He grabs my hand and leads me to the door. Then he sticks his head out and waves wildly. I run down the hall to my room and shut the door behind me. Where are you, Lainey? He yells loudly. I know we are in the clear, and I sigh, hugging myself again. I'm so lucky. I hold my hand out and admire the ring. I look up and see myself in the mirror. I walk over to it. Being engaged for real this time agrees with me. My skin is positively glowing. I don't want to take Derek's shirt off. I pull up the collar and sniff it. It's the best smell in the world. Of course, the real thing is waiting out there for me down the hall. I quickly change into some athleisure wear. I look at my profile in the mirror. I can't tell anything yet, but the baby is in there. I love you, little one, I say, caressing my stomach the same way Derek did last night. I head down to the kitchen. Lainey is sprawled on the floor coloring. Good morning, I say. She doesn't look up. I'm coloring ponies, and Harold is doing dinosaurs, she says. They both have a coloring book, and markers are scattered on the floor. What should we make for breakfast? Derek asks. I did the coffee. Oh, wait, do you need decaf or something? Oh, I don't know, I realize. I hadn't thought about it. He whips out his phone. Can you drink coffee when you are pregnant? He asks. Most obstetricians agree that a small amount of caffeine daily, about the amount found in 1 cup of coffee, is safe throughout pregnancy. The voice assistant on his phone declares. Thank God, I say. Derek pours me a cup and brings it to me. I sit down at the counter. Can we have waffles? Lainey asks. Derek and I look at each other. I can call down to the solarium, he offers. No, I want you to make them. I know I've seen a waffle iron in the cupboard. I walk over and pull it out. Well, what do you know? Derek muses. He seems genuinely surprised. I don't know how to make waffles, but how hard can it be? I shrug. Derek picks up his phone again. Easy waffle recipe, he says. The easiest would be calling downstairs, but we muddle through. We have all the ingredients. I know how to separate eggs and whip them separately. When we pop the first one off, we high-five. We make a good team, he says. We got this. Waffles. Yes. But a baby? I know how to work with kids who are older, but teaching isn't parenting. You can't hand them back to their parents when you are the parent. Plus, all of my students come to my fully potty trained. I'm not ready, I think, as panic fills every inch of my body. Taking care of Lainey is one thing. I love her like she's mine, but she's not. I'm going to be somebody's mother. How is this even possible? Speaking of teams, Derek says, nudging me and smiling. Lainey, come sit at the table with us. We have something to tell you. Are the waffles done? Soon. Come sit, please. Lainey sighs like she's being asked to climb Mount Everest. She gets up and comes over to the table, dragging poor Harold by his horn. She plops him into a chair and sits down next to him. Derek grabs my hand, and we sit down. He's twisting the ring on my finger. Jamie and I have a big announcement, he says. We're ready to start planning a wedding. Soon it'll be official. Remember when you wanted her to be your mom? Lainey stares at us. I hold out my hand to show her the ring. Your dad gave me this ring. We love each other very much. A touch of inspiration hits me. Almost as much as we love you. So we are going to get married. What do you think? Derek says. Oh boy, I think. Maybe asking that question wasn't the best idea. Why is she taking so long to answer? Come on, kiddo, Derek says gently. How about it? It won't be that different. What do we always say? That we're a team, Lainey says. Right, we're a team. Now we'll just have 3 on our team instead of 2. 4. What? I say. I look at Derek and our eyes meet. Oh my God, she must have figured it out when Derek asked Google about the coffee. Derek has what do I do? Look on his face. I shrug and then nod. I wasn't planning on telling Lainey yet, but if the cat is out of the bag... Well, yes, Derek says. We should have known you'd figure it out. We are having a baby. What? Lainey obviously has no idea what he is talking about. I open my mouth, but Derek charges ahead. That's right. You are going to have a new brother or sister. Lainey's looking at him like he has 2 heads. Lainey, I say. What did you mean when you said we had 4 on the team now? 1, 2, 3, 4, she says. It's pointing at each of us in turn, finishing with, of course, Harold. Oh, Derek says. Oh no, oh boy, I'm sorry, he says, looking at me. Don't be, I say, waving it off. I turn to my soon-to-be stepdaughter. Lainey, your daddy and I love each other very much, and we are going to have a baby, so like your dad said, you'll have a new brother or sister. How do you feel about that? Lainey takes her time thinking about it. I want a brother, she announces, and I let out a sigh of relief. Giving kids an option usually helps with acceptance, but pretending Lainey had a choice in the matter was a particularly dicey game. Why a brother and not a sister? I ask her. So we can name it Harold. 2 Harolds? Might get confusing. I finish Derek's sentence. We don't have to decide anything now. Bing. Another waffle is ready, Derek says and jumps up. We eat our breakfast and make plans for the day. Lainey asks to take her scooter to the park, and we agree. I have another idea, she says as Derek and I start clearing the plates. What's that? You could have 2 babies. My friend Chloe has 2 babies. She has 2 girls, though. I want a girl and a boy. Derek looks at me. Lainey and Harold go back to their coloring books. You need to pick up the markers and get dressed so we can go to the park, Derek says. I'll get dressed first, Lainey says, and runs off to her room. I sit down in a chair hard. I was afraid to ask her what she would name a girl, Derek said. Haroldina? Harolette? Twins, I say. I look up at him. Did I ever tell you I have twin cousins? They're identical. Identical twins are supposed to run in families. Emphasis on supposed. The idea of one baby was overwhelming. The idea of twins is absolutely terrifying. Derek, on the other hand, looks positively thrilled at the idea. She's just being funny, but you haven't had an ultrasound yet? I shake my head. Who knows? We could get lucky, he declares. Lucky? I say in disbelief. Lainey comes skipping back into the living room. She starts throwing her markers at the box. "What's wrong?" Derek says. "Lainey, stop that." The markers aren't landing anywhere near the box. Harold wants to come scootering with us. No, he wants to. We don't have a helmet for him, I say. We don't want him to get hurt, right? Lainey stops and looks at me. The horn is not helmet friendly. "Clean up," Derek says firmly. "We'll get dressed. Then we'll go to the park. Come on," he says, grabbing me by my shoulders. He steers me into his room and sits me down. Then he gets down on his knees and takes both my hands. "Spill it," he says. "I know something's wrong. Tell me." "I want to marry you and have your baby. I love Lainey. I'm so happy. But I can't be somebody's mother. I'm not qualified." He bursts out laughing and pulls me to my feet. He takes me through a door I assumed was another closet, but it's an empty room. "This will be the nursery," he says. "I'll be with you every step of the way. It will be all right." I look at him, and I know that he's right. It will.
Chapter 24. Derek. I wake before the rest of the house, pad downstairs to the kitchen, and make a pot of coffee. Through the massive living room windows, dawn is breaking. It's another spectacular day over Manhattan Island. Ferry boats are already on the move, rushing through the turgid water. Each ripple sparkles like the diamonds on Jamie's ring. I sit down to read the morning paper. The doorman always slides it under our door in time for my morning wake-up routine. I quickly leaf through it as the carafe fills with the burbling brew. The sound. The smell. I love early mornings. Just the usual city hall disputes and development wrangling, I mumble to myself. Somehow, today, I can't keep an interest in city affairs. I fill my cup and sit down on the stool, facing into the lounge and those spectacular windows. My thoughts float through the glass, light and breezy as the day. I really am the luckiest man alive. Jamie is a dream. Lainey, too. And soon another Nardone will be on the way. I wonder if it will be a boy or girl. Meh. Doesn't matter. If it has Jamie's DNA, how can the child not be perfect? I take a sip. The steam rises from my cup. I look at the white swirls in awe. Everything in this world is amazing to me now. From the biggest to the smallest thing, I see beauty and color all around me. Once my life was a dreary shade of gray. I was going through the motions, mostly for Lainey's sake. Now my world is rich and full, with splashes of color everywhere I go. I smile and shake my head in wonder. People will think me out of it if I can't wipe this silly grin off my face. I think back to Sabrina and all her mind games. I gaze into my cup, see the creamy swirls, and talk to them like they can listen to me and understand. You know what, Coffee? Even my ex can't affect me anymore. She can lie and sneak around, placing emotional landmines here and there. But Jamie and I are immune to her blocks. All I really feel is sorry for the woman. With another sip, I hear noises coming from the hall, then the pitter-patter of small feet. Morning, Daddy! Lainey, still in her pajamas, runs and gives me a hug. Hey, beautiful. What's got you so lively today? Usually, Jamie or I have to use a winch to get you out of bed at this hour. I tussle her soft hair. Oh, nothing really. I'm seeing Mom today, and she's promised to take me to the Cartier store so I can pick out my first earrings. She said, "You're okay with me getting my ears pierced now?" I sigh. Yes, I am. You're growing up so fast. I don't like it, but I have to accept it. So, it's diamond shopping that has you all alert? You're definitely your mother's daughter. I chuckle and look down at my watch. Grab some cereal and get a wiggle on. Your mother is expecting you in under an hour, little one. Lainey mumbles what I assume is a yes, her mouth already full of muesli. I watch her gobble the cereal like a rabid squirrel and race off upstairs to get changed. I know she's not a teenager yet, but at this moment I swear I can see into the future of a long-legged beauty like her mom with teenage angst and dreams. I silently curse the thief that is time. Less than an hour later, Lainey is all packed up and ready to go. As I walk her toward the door, her overnight bag slung over my shoulder, she chatters away at me. I can't wait to tell her all about the wedding plans and my little baby sister or brother. For baby names, I'm leaning Scarlett for a girl and Jake for a boy. Mom will love those names. I smile but say nothing on that front. Inside, I'm getting quite the chuckle out of that scene I won't see. I can just imagine Sabrina's reaction to the news. She hated the idea of a wedding at all. Now my wedded bliss plus a new baby on top of it? My mind's eye sees Sabrina with smoke coming out of her ears, like in some frustrated cartoon character ready to blow. The old me would have wished such news would drive Sabrina nuts, but the new me couldn't care. I'm so in love with Jamie that Sabrina barely registers on my emotional radar. I see the woman as Lainey's mother and nothing more. Maybe someday Sabrina will let go of the hurt she obviously feels and see me objectively too. I'm so in love, I want happiness for the entire world, Sabrina included. Once I deposit Lainey in front of Sabrina's door, I rap to announce her arrival. Then I hand Lainey her bag. Have a wonderful day, sweetie. Make sure Mom pays a bundle for those earrings. Oh, Dad, you're so silly. But yes, I will. Lainey kisses and hugs me goodbye. I start walking away down the hall toward my own condo. It's a comfort knowing there's only a hallway between us, even if I stop in my doorway to make sure Lainey gets in okay before I shut the door behind us. By 5 o'clock, Lainey bursts through the front door of the condo again. Dad! Jamie, I'm home! Jamie and I are relaxing in the lounge, waiting for Lainey to arrive. For tonight, we three have plans. Baby plans. Hey, you! So, how was your day? I turn my head in time to see Lainey jog into the lounge. Look, look! Lainey leans in and turns her head back and forth. The glint of her new diamond ear studs is spectacular. I can tell Sabrina outdid herself this time. Oh, Lainey, those earrings are gorgeous. Jamie leans forward to take a closer look. Uh-huh. I think so, too. I picked out another set, but Mom saw these. Pink diamonds. Daddy, what do you think? I look closer, too, and all I see is Sabrina's credit card bursting into flames. That alone makes me grin. Oh, they are pretty, Lainey. An excellent choice. I hear cash register bells go off in my mind. Well, now that you're all pretty, are you still up for helping us make the baby's room pretty too? Jamie asks with playful eyes. You betcha. Let's go. Let's go. The store is only open until 9. I checked. Lainey grabs both our arms and tries to tug us off the couch. Jamie and I laugh. Okay, we're coming. I help Jamie up. I know if we don't get moving, Lainey will tear us to bits. In no time, our driver wheels in front of the mammoth Fifth Avenue store. The display windows are full of everything baby-to-be, from carriages to cribs and everything in between, in retro pastel shades and the modern black and white. Now it's my credit card which is sensing friction in my pocket. But I don't care. I'd buy the world for our newborn to come. Daddy, look, this playpen, Jamie! You could put this playpen in the dance studio. The baby could come watch our classes, don't you think? I look at Jamie, and she looks back at me. I wave a salesperson over and hand her my business card. Wrap this sucker up and have it delivered to this address, won't you? Certainly, sir. Anything else? Oh, yes. So much more, Jamie says with her smiling eyes. For your convenience, we offer this sticky note set. Place a note on anything you wish to purchase, and we will take care of the rest. Yay! Lainey yells, jumping up and down. Yay! I mimic her. With a smirk, I hand over my platinum card to the bright-eyed girl who I'm sure is calculating the huge commission in her head. For the next hour, Jamie, Lainey, and I stick notes on all manner of items, including a complete nursery furniture set, a rocker, and, thanks to Lainey's zeal, enough baby toys and stuffed animals to fill a truck. I watch as Jamie and Lainey select one item after another, like a true blue mom and daughter would. It's as if Jamie has been a part of our family since day one. I'm in awe of how they gel, laughing and giggling like the best of friends. Okay, you two. Are you going to leave anything for the other customers? Lainey pipes up. Oh, sure, Dad. Anything in this pukey green they can have. I roll my eyes. How generous of you. I scan the store and all I see are oceans of sticky notes with our name on them. I inhale. Not from the price tag, although I know that will be monstrous. More from the volume. Jamie, how on earth will we fit all of this into the nursery? Oh, I've drafted Lainey as decorator-in-chief. Great, yes, that'll solve everything. Not. I chuckle. I watch as my two girls leave for the town car. I stay back to await the charges. The salesperson hands me the delivery slip and the receipt. The latter prints out as long as a staircase, I swear. I blanch at the sight and trail the endless paper out the door. Jamie and Lainey see me and my register receipt train, and they laugh up a storm. Fatherhood. Jamie will wear the wedding dress. Who knew I'd end up wearing the train? I put my hands up as if in surrender and laugh, too. I hope that wasn't too much of a sticker shock, Jamie says as she holds my arm, the three of us seated in the town car. I chuckle. No. I was playing it up. It truly wasn't that bad. The real sticker shock will come when both our kids become teenagers. Jamie shudders and laughs. Lainey overhears and rolls her eyes. Oh, Daddy, you're so silly. What do we need that we don't already have? I look with loving eyes at my wise little girl. She's right. What could my little family need that it doesn't already have? We have it all. Love, trust, loyalty, the works. I sit back and smile and let the baby store receipt fall to the floorboard. Lainey, sweetheart, you're so right. We have it all.
Chapter 25. Jamie. I stare into my dressing table mirror. I apply lipstick and put on my special pearl earrings. Derek and I are going on a date night. Sabrina has Lainey for the evening, so we are free to wine, dine, and romance. Sabrina, for her part, seems to have given up the ghost in fighting our relationship. Maybe she's finally realized she can't stop the tide of a genuine marriage. And a baby on the way. I hope so. Mostly for her sake. To live in constant torment is no life at all. Sabrina deserves to be happy too. Maybe she's seen into her future and wants a change. Gosh, I hope so. For all our well-being. We need to get along, if for Lainey's happiness at least. We three all adore Lainey, and she should feel our love shine on her with no lingering resentment or jealousy. And especially now that another child is on the way. I get up and look at myself in the full-length mirror. The white and indigo flower-printed dress I'm wearing is willowy and breezy, but my tummy bump shows. I guess I'm not the most attractive date a man could have, but maybe attractive enough in Derek's eyes. Are you about ready, sweetheart? Derek's voice calls from the living room. Just about. A couple more minutes, I call back. I sit back down and wrap my hair into a matching scarf, the ebony curls falling in a relaxed bun. A spray of perfume, and I'm ready. I grab my clutch purse, but before I rise, I take a silver-framed photo in my hands. It's a new picture, one Derek, Lainey, and I had the salesperson take at the baby store the other night. Derek is holding a pink and blue elephant mobile. Lainey is holding up a stuffed animal giraffe and a monkey. And I'm holding a white linen-lined bassinet. All three of us are sporting wide smiles. I run my finger over our faces. It's happiness caught in one shot. I wonder how I will feel, years from now, when this baby is fully grown and Lainey is a mother of her own. When Derek and I sport gray hair, I chuckle at the thought. Oh, don't hurry away the future, Jamie. Luxuriate in what it is. The future will come fast enough, maybe too fast. I set the frame down, blow it a kiss, and head out of the bedroom to meet Derek. Jamie, my God, just when I think you can't look lovelier, you do. I smile at Derek's stunned expression. It's like he's fallen in love with me all over again. I reach his arms, and we softly kiss. Where are we off to, Mr. Nardoni? To a very special place, soon to be Mrs. Nardoni. Oh, so you're being secretive, I see. I raise an eyebrow. Yes, it's on a need-to-know basis. Derek winks and takes my arm in his. Our chariot awaits. We head downstairs. In place of the town car I assume will be waiting for us is a winter white carriage, the same kind of carriage that can be found giving rides around Central Park. I cut my hand over my mouth. For us? Yes, for us. A fairy tale ride for my queen. I giggle and allow the driver to help me into the open-air landau. And I sit down on the red velvet seat and feel like royalty. I had always seen those carriages in the park, wishing one day I would ride in one with my Prince Charming. And here this moment comes, and my body is tingling with excitement. The driver lays a horsehair blanket over our laps, and I cuddle close to Derek, not because of any cold, for the night is soft and breezy warm. The closeness I need comes from love and wanting to share this experience, as if Derek and I are one. The driver jumps on top and calls to the horses. Soon, we are on our way for a river shore ride, watching the sun reflect off the glistening water. I don't ask Derek any more questions. I don't care where we go. As long as we're together like this for the rest of our lives, Derek can be at the reins, and I'll happily ride along on life's journey for two. Sooner than I wanted, we arrive at a quaint white brick facade, the ornate sign outside reading, 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. I'm beyond excited. Oh, Derek, we're dining here? This is the most romantic restaurant in Manhattan. I've seen the splash about it in Vanity Fair and Homes and Gardens. I never thought I would dine here. I only dreamed. Well, you have Lainey to thank for this. I gather you gushed over the place one day when you two were leafing through wedding magazines. She gave me the lowdown on your wish, and so here we are, madam. Wish granted. The driver and Derek help me out of the landau, and we enter the rarefied space. Inside, the red brick facade and crackling fire give the intimate gathering a warm and cozy feel. Right this way, Mr. Nardoni. Your table is ready. The maitre d' leads the way. Oddly, we pass all the inner tables and walk out through an archway set of French doors into a private terrace with a single table done up for two. Fairy lights are strung through the English ivy and grapevines, and I hear birds chirping in the leafy trees. It's a world away from the city's hustle and bustle. It's more like we are transported to gay old Paris in the blink of an eye. I turn to Derek, tears welling. Oh, honey, I don't know what to say. He holds me close. Then say nothing at all. Just enjoy this night. I silently nod, letting my happy tears flow. We sit side by side, holding hands. The server brings the first course of 7, including both food and wine. We don't have to ask or order anything. You planned this all? Yes, with Chef Gary. He's a tough guy to nail down, always in demand, but I selected the entire spread with his expert advice, of course. All the drinks are non-alcoholic too, so you can sip to your heart's content. Junior won't be bothered in the least. Junior? You're sure it's a boy? I rub my tummy bump. Kind of, yes. Derek grins. You know, men can be ballerinas too. I wink. And linebackers. Derek winks back. The evening is ours. The sights, the sounds, and the incredible scents of flowers in the courtyard, and the delicious culinary adventures on the plates are all thrilling. Our palates travel from colossal crab to Atlantic sea scallops to Hudson Valley foie gras. And that's just for starters. I'm in my element. Each taste is better than the last. Before our dessert course, Derek hands me an envelope. Here they are, sweetie. The photos of the renovated studio at the Brill. What do you think? My eyes pop. I look at the envelope with such glee. I quickly undo the gold seal, and pull out the glossy photos. One after the other, each room, each space is kitted out just like in my dreams of what my dance studio should be. Derek, oh my gosh, it's like you read my mind. This place is a dream. And look at the last photo. He winks. I shuffle to the end of the pile. It's a photo of the door. A sign overhead with my name embossed in gold. My dream is no longer a dream. It's real life. It's true, and it's for me. I break down. Tears flow. I quickly wipe them from the paper. Oh, sweetie, don't cry. I can't help it. You have no idea what this means to me. All my life, I studied, I practiced, and I hoped for a place just like this. Jamie, you deserve this, and so much more. You have given Lainey and I such love of these last few months. It's we who are indebted to you. You took us from two souls lost to a family found. We kiss beside the candlelight, the tears on my lips wetting his. I am in a whirl of wonder, cloaked in so much love, my heart bursts. Now it's officially your studio, Jamie. You can do what you want with it. My designer is on hand to do the finishing touches, as per your own style, color scheme, whatever. You only have to say the word. Derek, I'm speechless. Oh, and there's more. I've got Doris working with NNN's marketing department. They will do an ad campaign for you when you're ready to go public. Big billboards spread throughout the city, pamphlets at the Met and more. Even meet and greets at some of the swankier lounges in town where parents with eager kids socialize. I put a hand over my mouth, and with the other, I pinch myself. This can't be real, but I know it is, and I'm beyond thrilled. All this, for me? Well, it wasn't part of the original deal, but so what? And I'd do it all over again for you, deal or not. You are worth so much more to me, Jamie. So much more. You can't imagine. And yet, slowly, I am beginning to imagine. I'm no longer a solitary hopeful in a sea of solitary hopefuls, in a town that can be as cold and disheartening as it can be warm and inclusive. Now, with Derek's love, I belong. And I'll never want another thing again. I reach over and kiss Derek once more. This time, it is long and slow. I don't care who sees us or what they think. For the first time in my life, I am basking in love.
Chapter 26, Derek. Doris brings me documents all day to be assessed and signed, but all my attention is on the wedding. I let my secretary add to my inbox pile. I smile, nod, and wait until she leaves my office, and I go on my personal to-do list. There are 1,000 to-dos before the big day. Somehow it's not stress I feel. I'm swimming in pure joy. The moment Jamie said yes to a real future with Lainey and me, and told me of the little one on the way, no ceremony or reception could ever mean as much. Since that night, my feet haven't touched the ground. I lean back and check off things on the list. Caterers, check. Reception hall, check. Tux, check. Limousine, check. My smile follows the list until I get to the last item, and my smile melts to a frown. Jeez. Way to go, man. Leave the worst for the last. Talk with Sabrina, the paper reads. I mumble. I'd rather shove bamboo shoots under my nails. Those 3 words land like a millstone in my gut. When in the recent past have she and I ever had a conversation that doesn't end in yelling and name-calling? How will this time be any different? I know the 2 main things on the horrid agenda that I have to discuss with her before the wedding, and Sabrina will detest both. Maybe even fight both. Underhanded? Legally? Who the hell knows? I gulp back my distaste for this chore and punch in her number. The phone rings. With every sonorous toll, its death knell reverberates in my chest. After a very curt conversation, Sabrina agrees to come over to the NNN offices. I hang up the phone and I wait patiently for her arrival. Boss, Sabrina is here, Doris calls on the intercom. Thanks. Send her in. I throw on my blazer and gulp air. Oh, for Pete's sake, man, get a grip. She isn't the devil. More like the devil wears Prada. Sabrina, in all her blonde-haired, long-legged majesty, swans through the door. She's dressed like a character out of a Danielle Steele tome, in a white and black suit dress and matching hat whose brim is so wide it could force a solar eclipse. I look at her and smile, but all I'm thinking is, what was I thinking when I married this chick? Lainey is an angel, but I must have been on drugs to be attracted to a living Natasha Fatale. I swallow my jaded thoughts and spit out a greeting. Thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. I wave at a chair for Sabrina, and she sits like it's a throne. Dear, this had better be good. I promised the girls cocktails at Ophelia, and you know how I don't like to be late for cocktail hour. I smile, nod, and erase the biting retort on the tip of my tongue. I know I need her on board. It would be a mistake, tempting as it is, to fire the first volley. I take the seat opposite her, but make sure I'm far enough away. I have a couple of pieces of news, or rather, things I think you should know, Sabrina. Sabrina crosses her legs and smirks. Oh, you do? Well, Peachy, do go on, dear. I clear my throat. You've known for quite some time Jamie Dempsey and I have been together. Oh, that mousy thing? Yes, she sighs. Rebound sex, I presume. You poor thing. No, Sabrina. Not rebound anything. I brought you here to tell you Jamie and I are making a serious go of our relationship as man and wife. We will be formally married within days. I thought you should hear this from me before it hits the papers. Oh. Sabrina uncrosses her legs and sits upright, rifling through her purse for something. She pulls out a can of Evian water and sprays a mist over her face. I force myself not to grin. I know she always reaches for that water mist when she's about to go all dramatic and threaten a faint. Yes, Sabrina, and to that end, I really think you and I should sever all ties. Yes, we divorced, but we never dealt with the financial issues in terms of your shares in N and N. I think it would be best for you to sell your shares and walk away from the company. I will offer you 20% above market value. Sell my shares? Derek, my father, was a shareholder in N&N since the company went public decades ago. Yes, and I know my late father was so pleased with your family's faith in the company. But all things concerned, for you and me to go our separate ways and not have to be constantly intertwined or at one another's throats would be best. You choosing to walk away from N and N is the only way we can move forward in our separate lives, don't you think? Sabrina crosses her legs the other way and puts a finger to her chin. Inside, I get a chuckle at her squirming. Yes, she whispers. I suppose. I mean, all you and I do is fight when we do meet. Stress lines on the face are the worst. Fine, Derek. Have it your way. I'll sell my shares. I'll have my broker call yours. I'm thinking of moving to Cannes, anyway. At least for the winter months. There's a man there, Gustavo. A shipping magnate. It's a long story. Sabrina smirks. I breathe. I mean really breathe in and out at her agreeable manner. No fight. No yelling. No name-calling. Somehow she's come around to my life with Jamie. I'm stunned and confused. I should just smile and nod again. But the curiosity in me is too high, and I ask, so what brought about the change of heart? This Gustavo fellow? Sabrina laughs. Oh gosh, never, dear. I need a yacht to sail on, and he's nice enough. No. Once I figured you were serious about this woman, and she really wasn't the worst person to have near my daughter. I dropped my defenses, my fight, Derek. It's always been about Lainey, you know? She sighs. I may not be housewife material. I get that. But it doesn't mean I begrudge you finding that, or Lainey having that in a stepmom. It wasn't exactly the way I pictured you going next, though. Forgive me that I was worried that you were playing around and bringing home women at all hours of the night to a house where my daughter lived. She shakes her head. I wasn't there anymore to keep an eye on things, and if it wasn't for Lainey, that wouldn't have mattered. So yes, I made a big stink about my concerns that you were acting like a playboy. Yes, I did want to see you settle down. Not with me anymore, heavens no. And then you found Jamie. Did I distrust the poor thing from the start as someone who found an easy target in a freshly divorced and wealthy man? Sure, but I regret it now. I sit back in the chair. For the first time, all Sabrina's hijinks aimed at Jamie and me make sense. She distrusted me for the lifestyle she thought I was leading, not for Jamie and the love I have for her. In her own weird way, she really was protecting Lainey. It was about as effective as the rest of her mothering, but at least she was trying in her own way. So, you realize my marriage is for keeps? Yes, dear, I do. And honestly, I'm happy for you. Our little Lainey has filled me in on all the things you do as a family when she is around. It's all so wholesome. How can I dislike that? I've not seen Lainey this happy in a long time. I believe I have you and Jamie to thank for that. I lower my head and smile. The visual cue is the closest to a thank you that Sabrina is going to get from me. And listen, sweetheart, you know how I get itchy feet when the leaves turn in this town. I head for Milan, Cannes, Monaco, when I'm feeling lucky at the casino. The entire time I'm floating around the Mediterranean, I'll know Lainey is in safe hands. What more can I ask for? I raise my head. Sabrina, we were never a good match, were we? I mean, not really. Yes, we had some great times, some laughs, but I don't think we were ever long-term couple material. It feels almost cathartic to finally be able to admit that with no pointing fingers. We just didn't work. Sabrina laughs. Oh my word, you can say that again. I think we met at a posh soiree and forgot the party was long over. The greatest thing we ever did was make Lainey, so I don't count our time together as a failure at all. But it's time for our two ships to pass in the night, as it were, and pass on friendly terms. My eyes pop. I've not heard such generous words come from Sabrina's lips in maybe forever. Somehow she has grown, at least where our relationship and Lainey are concerned. My stress about this meeting was for nothing. We're parting on good terms. After all the fights and ploys and scams, we are leaving as friends. Or at least, not as enemies. My smile is wide. I can't thank you enough for what you've just said. You know, I wish you every happiness going forward, too. We both deserve happiness. Sabrina grabs her clutch purse and bolts out of the chair. Don't we ever, sweetheart? Happiness to the moon and back. Now listen, I must dash. If Adolfo lets the ice melt in his shaker, my Cosmopolitan tastes like motor oil. Sabrina offers her gloved hand and I take it. Derek, send my best wishes to your bride. Hope you two have a wonderful day. I mean that, you know, from my heart, wherever it is. She laughs and swans out of my office, offering a backhand wave. I watch her leave from my sitting position. Good thing, too, as her generous demeanor could have bowled me over. Deep down inside, Sabrina has a heart. It's buried under silver spoons, unlimited credit cards, and side cheeks kisses. But it's there. Maybe that's the gift she gave to Lainey, a generous heart. I slowly rise from the seat and wander back to the desk. I pick up my wedding to-do list and check off the last to-do. I holler with glee, plunk down in my office chair, and whirl around in it like a kid on a tilt-a-whirl ride. And there has to be another word for happiness. I'm just too happy to think of one. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 27. Jamie. It's time. One of the wedding coordinator's assistants, complete with the cordless headset, lines up my bridesmaids. She comes over to Lainey, who is twirling in her lavender dress. "You can walk down the hall with me," she tells her. "Can I have the flowers?" Lainey says. "They're at the entrance to the ballroom. I'll give them to you when we get there." "Hey," I say, "you got this." We fist bump, and she heads down the hall. I take my dad's arm. "She's adorable," he says. "Reminds me a lot of you at that age. I see you got her to leave Harold at home, by the way." My family came in a week ago. They have gotten to know Lainey and Derek really well. We did the formal photographs yesterday, so Derek and I could enjoy our own wedding. It's not the traditional way, but nothing about our relationship has been traditional, so it seemed perfect. It wasn't easy, I admit to my dad as we follow the line down the hall. I told her the band would probably freak him out. There was extra fabric left over from Lainey's dress. I had the dressmaker make Harold a bow tie and a hat complete with a hole to fit over his horn. That way, Harold isn't missing out on the party completely. "Stay back," the wedding coordinator says as Lainey steps into the ballroom. "No," I say firmly. "I'm watching her." My dad and I line up in the doorway. I can see a few guests notice me and point, but I don't care. This is Lainey's moment, and I will not miss it. She scatters the petals perfectly. When she gets to the end of the aisle, she tosses a handful in the air overhead, then takes a deep curtsy. A warm laughter ripples through our guests. "Exactly like you," my dad whispers. The music starts, and the crowd stands and faces me. All I can see is a blur of faces, except for one waiting for me at the end of the aisle. Derek. The groomsmen all match the bridesmaids with lavender bow ties and cummerbunds. Derek is in tails, all black and white. He looks like he belongs on the cover of a magazine. As I get closer and our eyes meet, those green eyes locked on mine, I feel electricity surge through me. It's the way I always feel when he looks at me like that. I'm used to it now. It doesn't take me by surprise anymore, but it still takes my breath away every time. We promise to love, honor, and cherish each other. Lainey is invited up for the ring ceremony. Instead of a ring, we had a necklace made for her. It's a locket with her initials on the front. On the back it says, "You are loved." Derek fastens it around her neck, and she skips back to her place in the front row. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." Derek took me in his arms when the officiant started the declaration. His lips connect with mine on the word wife. I'm his wife, I think, for the briefest second. Then it is just us, him and me, kissing for the first time as a married couple. The crowd is cheering. The kiss ends, and I look at him. He's staring at me. "What?" I ask. "I'm just wondering how I got this lucky," he says. That's what I was thinking. We lead the crowd to the palm court. The band starts up as we enter the room. We'll be announced at dinner. Right now, the ballroom is being transformed from a wedding chapel into Party Central. "Cocktail?" the waiter says. "I'll take a Lainey," I say. "Child or adult?" "Child, please. I need to keep my wits about me." The signature cocktails were a bit tricky. I can't have any alcohol, obviously, so the mixologist came up with a special virgin daiquiri combo and named it after my new stepdaughter. Lainey was absolutely thrilled, especially with the pink color. It's being served with shots of dark rum in case the guests aren't into the non-alcoholic option. I watch as my family members each ask for an adult Lainey. The white-gloved waiter pours the rum into the daiquiri glasses for them. The other drink is called the Nardoni-Dempsey Merger. I'll get to try it someday. Derek and I circle the room, tasting every appetizer that is offered to us. We greet people and accept congratulations. Even though it's pitch black outside, it feels like the middle of the afternoon. The middle of the afternoon in a tropical paradise. The cocktail hour flies by. I don't want it to end, but I know there is more to come. We line up again. I'm nervous again, but now for a different reason. I had my doubts about the ballroom, about the plaza entirely. But Derek convinced me we needed to have our wedding here. I do belong here. I walk in on his arm to a room full of guests cheering for us. People who love us, who love me. I don't know that I'll ever forget that awful man or that awful night, but now I'm going to have 1,000 better memories to replace it with. Derek and I dance to a song from my favorite ballet. I see people exchanging glances, but as he glides me around the floor, they start nodding. He dips me gracefully. He's my perfect partner, I think. We finish to a smattering of applause. The music launches right into Dance of the Little Swans. I showed it to Lainey, and she loved it. She wanted to go out and buy pointe shoes immediately. Despite its name, the choreography is very challenging, even if you're not in a wedding dress and pregnant. Instead, Lainey and I choreographed something together. Lainey is having the time of her life, and her happiness makes all the practicing worth it. We finish by linking hands. Derek holds Lainey's hand over her head for a final pirouette, and then picks her up and places her on his shoulder. Everyone applauds, though I may be the loudest of all. Then I dance with my dad. After Derek dances with his mom, the dance floor is officially open for business. The wedding planner's assistant approaches me with a waiter. He has a single glass on a tray. "What's this?" I say. "Mr. Nardoni wants to make sure you stay hydrated." I laugh and dutifully drink my water. Derek has been going with me to every OB visit and taking all of the advice very seriously. Leave it to him to make sure my every last need is taken care of today. After an hour of dancing, we are asked to sit for dinner. Derek gives me a quick kiss on the cheek and says he'll be right back. I sit down in my chair and wonder if I could lose the shoes now. If I take them off, I don't know if I'll be able to get them back on again. Test 1, 2, Derek says into a microphone at the front of the room. The room quiets down. I look over at him. He's probably going to thank everyone for coming or something. Should I get up and go over there? I know usually the toast is done by the best man, Derek says, but Jamie and I don't do the usual. You might say we did everything backward, but we're here now. I'd like to ask my wife to join me up here. I stand up and walk across the room. Everyone's eyes are upon me. I realize I don't mind at all. It feels like home, but I am glad I left my shoes on. Derek reaches out, grabs my hand, and pulls me into him. I wrap my arm around his waist, and he puts his own arm on my shoulder. I want to toast her. I know I said it in my vows, but I can't stress it enough. She's made me the happiest man in history. To Jamie. To Jamie, everyone repeats. I look over at my parents. My dad has his arm around my mom. She is wiping away a tear. I'd like to toast them. They were the best role models that a girl could hope for. Derek gives my shoulder another squeeze. My dad founded in, hoping that one day I'd join him in the business. Today I have a special wedding present for Jamie. I'm giving her her own shares in the company. What? I say in almost belligerent confusion. The mic picks up my comment, and everyone laughs. The noise, rather than mocking, is kind and affectionate this time. I don't quite understand what is going on, but I know that everyone here loves us. That's enough. In is no longer Nardoni and son, Derek continues. It's Nardoni and wife, I want Jamie to be my partner in everything, and that includes my business. People start clapping. Derek puts the microphone down. I got the shares back from Sabrina, he says quietly. I don't need them, I say. I've got the studio, I don't. I want you to have them. I look at him. He's serious. This is important to him, so I agree. He has papers for me to sign. Okay, folks, that's done, he says into the microphone. I grab his hand and pull it down. Time to party, I declare, and everyone cheers. We cut the cake. Lainey comes up to help. I can tell she's fading fast, and sure enough, less than a half hour later, Lucia brings her over to say goodnight. They've only just served the main course, but Lucia promises that Lainey has had her fill of appetizers. We promise to have some cake sent to their room. We do not tell her that the top tier will be sitting in our freezer for the next year. The rest of the evening passes in a blur. There is dancing and more food. Finally, people start coming to say their goodbyes. It's over. But now the best part, the rest of our life together begins.
Chapter 28. Derek. We'll be back in 2 days, Jamie says. I know, Lainey says. We'll be fine, Lucia adds. Jamie grabs her bag and I pluck the handle out of her hand. No way, I say. It has wheels, she says, rolling her eyes. I don't care, I say. Oh, that reminds me. Where's the water? Right here, Lucia says. I sling the small cooler over my arm. Bye, Lainey, I say. Do I get a kiss? Fine, Lainey says. She gets up and comes over to me like it's the biggest chore in the world. At least I'm not told to kiss Harold too, which is an improvement. He's still wearing his bow tie. I'm not sure where his hat ended up. My car is ready when we step out of the elevator in the garage. I load the bags. Jamie climbs into the front seat. Traffic doesn't look too bad, I say as I climb in next to her. We make good time out of the city. The weather is mild. When we get off the highway, we roll down the windows. The house looks just like the picture, and we can hear the waves crashing. I smell the beach, Jamie says, breathing deeply. I think this is just what we need, I say. Thank you, she says. I know you wanted something. It's okay, I say. Once the baby gets here and things settle down a bit, we'll take a huge vacation. We can bring Lucia along so there is plenty of time for us, as well as making great memories with our kids. A long trip just wasn't practical right now. We check out the house. It's on the smaller side for Hampton's beachfront, with only 4 bedrooms. That's way more than we need. But if we were staying fairly local, I wanted to at least get the best view. I put our bags in our room. It has a balcony overlooking the ocean. Hey! I yell to Jamie, standing below me. Get down here, she says. Get up here and put your bathing suit on, I call back. I change and pass her on the stairs on the way down. I have a few more tricks up my sleeve. I check out the refrigerator. I found a smoothie prep delivery service. The house management service was able to accept delivery and put the package in the fridge for me. I'd like to spend the weekend toasting her with Dom Perignon, but that isn't possible. Instead, I plug in the blender on the counter and start dumping in ingredients. Jamie comes in. What are you doing? She says. Surprise, I say. I know you can't drink, so I ordered a bunch of smoothie kits. Delicious and chock full of nutrition for you and Junior. We've started calling the baby Junior. We still don't know if it will be Derek Jr. or Jamie Jr. It's definitely not twins, though. I turn the blender on. I thought you were changing, I say. What? She says. I shake my head and we wait until the blender stops. Weren't you putting on your bathing suit? I ask. I did, she says and looks at the floor. She's wearing a dress over it. I fill 2 large tumblers that came with the order, cap them, and insert the reusable straws. Beach or pool, I say. Ooh, I haven't seen the pool yet. I don't really know where anything is, but we find it after a bit of walking. I set the smoothies down on the bar. You want to get right in? I ask. She tugs at the bottom of her dress. What's wrong? I think I brought the wrong bathing suit. I look around. You'd need a helicopter to see in here. You don't need a bathing suit, I say. How about we go au naturel? I reach for the drawstring on my swim trunks, but she isn't into it. Instead, she picks up her smoothie and takes a long sip. Her eyes get wide and her face changes. What is it? I say. Is it spoiled? The ingredients looked fresh. No, it's good, she says, obviously lying. Yum. I pick mine up and taste it. It's fruity enough, but then it finishes with something decidedly more vile. That is awful, I say, putting it down. Don't drink it. What's in it? Berries, banana, mango, ginger, I say, trying to remember. Oh, and celery and kale. We look at each other and start laughing. I think the kale was definitely a bad idea, she says. So, about that bathing suit, I say. It's too sunny. She's standing right next to a huge umbrella. I crank it open, then I grab her hand and steer her under it. She's completely in the shade. There, I say. Derek! Nope. Dress off. She listens. She pulls off the dress and exposes a bright pink string bikini. Her chest, two of my favorite things in the world, have gotten somewhat bigger these past couple of months. Junior is finally starting to show. She looks like a goddess, and she's all mine. You look amazing, I say. I look pregnant, she says, with more than a trace of dismay in her voice. You are pregnant, I say in confusion. You don't understand. Explain it to me. It's just... these things are happening to me that are out of my control. Wonderful things? I ask, taking her hand. Yes, of course. Wonderful. But I've spent practically my whole life training and making my body do what I want it to do. This... it sounds unnerving, I say. It is. I put her hand on her belly and cover it with my own. I'm happy, really, she says. This would be enough to freak anyone out, I say. Yes, she says. I pull her into me. Even in the shade, her skin is warm. Her bathing suit leaves plenty of her naked skin pressed against mine, and it's the best feeling in the world. Would you be less freaked out if I kissed you right now? I ask. That might help. That's all the invitation I need. I kiss her and run my hands up her sides. I can feel the tension melting away from her. Better, I whisper. Yes, she whispers back.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We hold each other, trembling. She speaks first. I think I like the Hamptons. Well, I say, let's see if I can make you love it.
Chapter 29. Jamie. As I look at my cell phone calendar, my head knows it's been a month since we officially tied the knot, but my heart thinks it's been 10 minutes for all the joy we've crammed into those 30 days. My new office in the Brill Dance Studio faces out onto the floor. There are wide wall-to-wall glass windows, so no matter where I am or what I'm doing, I can watch my pupils dance. And I'm doing more watching than instructing these days. At 6 months pregnant, I'm about as graceful as a rhinoceros in a muddy pond. I look down at my tummy bump, which grows every day. I feel a kick. Hey, you. Watch what you're kicking in there. I laugh. I'm positive this little bundle of joy is a linebacker in waiting. Squeals of glee, giggles, and uproarious talk fill the hall, and soon a bevy of little dancers storm into the studio for the next class. Each tiny tot is dressed in her tutu, her soft baby hair up in a tight bun. Each little ballerina dreams for the future, where they take their first pirouettes on the floor. Mrs. Nardoni! Mrs. Nardoni! I hear the calls. It takes me a minute to register that they are calling for me. I'm still getting used to the name, but so utterly proud to be a Nardoni. I get up from my chair and greet the cheerful girls. Some hug me, some pet my tummy. Others talk to the little one inside. Oh, Mrs. Nardoni, do you think it's a girl? 'Cause if it's a girl, she can dance with all of us. I laugh. Even if it is a girl, it'll be some time before she wears a tutu, and boys can dance, you know. The girls giggle. Now, run along and hit the bar. You know how your teachers are stern about your warm-up? Yes, Mrs. Nardoni, they chorus and quickly scamper to the bar. I hit the remote and turn on their warm-up music. It's calming to the body and the soul and gets everyone in a graceful, thoughtful mood. I walk to the bar myself and mimic back the moves with my arms. I make sure their posture is just so, their focus real. I hear someone at the door. I look up to see Tabby, one of my assistants. She winks at me for the swap, and I relinquish the bar. I know I have to let Tabby lead the lesson right now, which breaks a tiny piece of my heart, but not enough to replace the joy I feel in becoming a mother to the little being inside me. I walk back to my office, and as I do, I whisper, "Little one, you come first and always will. Soon you'll be playing in a crib in this studio. Just you watch." I reassuringly rub my belly. I feel a soft kick this time, as if my little one happily agrees. I grab a bottle of water from the fridge, sit down, and watch the ongoing lesson. Although it's been months now since I started dance classes in the Brill, the place and the setup never stop amazing me. I am right in the middle of everything, and I'm in awe of my place in this bustling world. Every ounce of artistic metal, every hint of a talented dream. It all starts here in this illustrious building where, for decades, dreams have come true. A 1, 2, 3, and a 1, 2, 3. I hear Tabby calling out. The sight, the sound, it's all magic to me. How could I be so lucky? How could a simple girl who had a dream to dance and teach others to dance end up here with all of this? I lean back in my chair and slowly rock it back and forth. I look at my left hand and watch as not 3, but 4 heart-shaped diamonds sparkle in the recessed lighting. Tears well. I shake my head. Hormones. I'm an emotional freak, but like that night on the Skyside Terrace, I don't wipe them away. Every time they pour, they baptize me. They seal me in this forever happiness I feel. Soon, the early class ends, and the second class begins. And in runs Lainey. My, she has grown. No little kid clomping through her first class anymore. Lainey is a graceful young lady now, and right before my eyes. I notice she has her mom's lithe neck and long legs. Lainey will be a beauty when she's fully grown. There's no doubt. I look down and whisper to my tummy. But she has her father's generous heart. Lainey waves at me, and I wave back. Nobody has to tell her to hit the bar for warm-up. She knows the drill. I fish through my inbox and find the scouting notice. Lainey has turned some heads in competition circles, and now's the time she'll shine. I won't tell her about the scout attendance. It'll only make her nervous. I'll say the scout is only a teaching assistant wanting to learn more by observing a session. I know it's a white lie, but I want Lainey to shine as she does right now at the bar. Look at her. Her neck is just so. Her chin is high. Her arms are like feathered wings. She's the most graceful ballerina my classes have ever seen. Tabby starts the class, and as her routine begins, I see another person darken the door. To my shock, it's Sabrina. I assumed our driver picked up and brought Lainey to the class. I have never seen Sabrina take such an interest before. I'm stunned and pleased, and a little taken aback by her unannounced visit. I stand up and wave the elegant woman into my office. She nods and tiptoes around the dancers. "What a surprise, Sabrina. So nice to have you here." I smile, unsure if I mean those words, hoping I do. "Ah, yes. Well, I'm here for the Met Gala, then off to Lake Como for a bit. For some well-deserved R&R. Fashion Week was a circus. I've never kissed so many cheeks in my life. Can one get carpal tunnel of the lips?" Sabrina looks at me with all sincerity as she takes off her day gloves. I laugh. I assume it's a rhetorical question. I don't mean to laugh at her expense, but it slips out. Thankfully, Sabrina laughs too. "A chilled Perrier? I'm afraid I don't have a wet bar beyond water." "Oh, dear girl, a Perrier would be divine." As I retrieve one of the iconic green bottles, I cock my head at her odd statement. Dear girl? She thinks of me as a girl, and yet we're basically the same age. I suppress a smirk and wipe the condensation off the glass. "You know, I do like what you've set up here. I guess I brought Lainey this time, maybe more out of curiosity than anything else. Word around the city lounges is that you have quite a successful class here, and some scouts are interested." Wow, word travels fast. "Oh, dear girl. Manhattan may look like a city, but with the well-heeled, the place is a small town and growing smaller. One can't cough into an Irish linen handkerchief uptown and not have people downtown know." Sabrina smirks and fishes for something in her purse. I pray it's not her cigarette holder. My dance studio is a smoke-free environment, and I don't want smoke anywhere near the little ones or the little baby growing inside of me. With relief, Sabrina brings out a solid silver compact and dusts her nose. It takes all I have to not smile. Do women still do that sort of thing? Sabrina is like a character right out of a Danielle Steele novel. Then I remember where I got that expression. Derek said it himself once. It's all I can do to not erupt into hysterical laughter. "More than my curiosity, Jamie, I came to thank you." "Thank me? For what?" "For all you've done with my little Lainey. You truly are like a second mother to her, and all the work you've put into her dancing. Scouts! Can you believe it? Much of her development is down to you. I didn't want to jet off again and not tell you so. I certainly owe you that." My mouth opens, but no words come. Now I am truly stunned. To hear words like this coming from Lainey's mother is another dream come true. I honestly think of Lainey as my own. No matter how much joy Derek and I get from the baby to come, Lainey will always be our firstborn, our precious little dancing girl. I finally gather my thoughts, and for the first time since Sabrina floated in, I display a grateful smile. "Sabrina, you have no idea how your words make me feel. I never wanted to step on your toes as her real mother, but I so adore Lainey. I always have her best interest at heart." "Well, I surely know that. When Lainey comes with me when I'm in town, I have to hear the rundown of all her adventures with you." She laughs and shakes her head. "Not that I mind. I'm grateful, actually. I know I'm not the mothering kind, so maybe she has the best of both worlds with the two of us. I'll teach her about fashion and adventures, but she still needs a mom to depend on, you know? It's a good thing she found you, I suppose, because I'd failed the job performance assessment." I lean forward, clasp my hands on my desk, and look Sabrina straight in her silver gray eyes. You know what? Maybe she does. All things chic with her globe-trotting mother. And her home is still in Skyside. Sabrina leans back, removes her giant tea hat, and sighs. Skyside. It might be the best decision Derek and I ever made, choosing to live there. What better house could she have in the city? And now with you, Derek, and the baby to come, you've taken Lainey's house and made it into a home. I will always be in your debt, Jamie. Before I can reply, Sabrina rises like a phoenix and swans out. I smile. Sabrina Nardoni, a divine wind.
Chapter 30. Derek. I step into the dance studio before the first class starts, cradling Jacob's head against my chest, while the rest of the baby carrier secures him against my body. He's asleep right now, but I wanted him to spend some time with his mom and sister before heading back home. There's a calm ambience here that never ceases to amaze me. Jamie put a lot of her blood, sweat, and tears to bring the studio to where it is now. Countless trophies line the walls, commending her students for their impeccable talent and technique. Photographs adorn Jamie's office, showing off her smiling students and the accolades they win underneath her direction. What's even more heartwarming is the fact that she bought a playpen for our baby to spend time with whenever he finds himself in the studio. He starts squealing happily whenever he sees Lainey twirl by. "Derek?" Jamie walks in with a coffee in her hand, dressed in a dark jumpsuit with a new dance instructor by her side. I think her name is Tiffany. Their faces brighten at the sight of Jacob. "Is he awake?" "Not yet, but he might wake up once he hears your voice." "Oh, what a sweetheart," Tiffany whispers, bringing her hands to her chest. She reaches out and places her hand on his head. "How old is he?" 9 months, Jamie answers. She's a proud mother. Whenever she gets the chance to gush about our baby boy, she does. His personality is coming in. He's loud and he loves to jump around. "So, does that mean he'll be a dancer one day too?" Tiffany perks a brow and smiles. It doesn't seem out of the question, considering his mom and sister are great dancers. "Speaking of which, where's Lainey?" I ask, glancing around the near-empty room. Jamie juts a thumb over her shoulder. "She's catching up with some friends outside, but they're making their way in. They're excited about last weekend's win." Lainey won first place in her category, while her friends both scored second and third place medallions. As a group, Jamie's team nabbed first place for a contemporary piece with many complicated moves. I wasn't there, unfortunately, since dance competitions often mean traveling. That isn't something I can do easily with a baby in tow. With my money, of course, we can pay for plenty of helping hands to make things more convenient. But sometimes it's simply easier to keep the baby in the comfort of home and let Jamie enjoy the weekend with Lainey unencumbered. Still, Jamie sent a lot of videos and photos that made my heart swell with pride for our little prodigy. Lainey's only getting better and better. Before long, she'll be able to dance with the older kids, Tiffany remarks, putting her hands behind her back. Her technique is that good. Jacob stirs against my chest, making little noises. A trail of saliva connects my chest with his mouth as he tries to lift up his tired head and look around. "He's the most precious little thing," Jamie says, beckoning me over to take Jacob out of his carrier. Jacob rubs a fist over his eyes while Jamie hangs him over her hip. At this point, the dancers are coming in with their bags slung over their shoulders. "All right, girls, start warming up." Lainey skips over, excited to see her baby brother. She kisses his little foot, and Jacob responds with happy kicks and babbles. "Dad, are you going to watch us practice?" Lainey asks with a twinkle in her eyes. "We've won 2 competitions in a row." "As long as Jacob's okay with it, I'm okay with it. I don't want him bothering your focus," I reply earnestly while Jamie bounces him. He giggles in response. "If he starts yelling and crying, I'll carry him out." "That's okay. It's what babies do," she replies. Ever since his birth, she's been one of the most caring sisters I've ever seen. Not only that, but she was incredibly gentle with Jamie, not wanting to stress her out in the weeks leading up to the birth. If he screams, he's just cheering us on. "Get some stretches in, little miss," Tiffany says, motioning towards the rest of the girls who are stretching their legs and backs on the polished wooden floor. "We've got some advanced choreo we want to show you." "Like the one from last weekend?" Lainey allows her bag strap to fall from her shoulder down into one of her palms. It was fast-paced, but I think we can handle it again. I love how you're acting like the leader of the group, Jamie remarks, threading her fingers through Lainey's hair. I think it boosts the girls' morale when there's someone they can look up to. You've got your water, right? I ask. Lainey flashes me a thumbs up as she hurries off to join her friends. God, she's growing up so fast. So is he, Jamie says, letting out a huff after carrying Jacob for a while. He's got a lot of spunk. Jacob responds with a giggle while he gnaws on his fingers. He's got a tooth coming in, and Jamie's been getting a few nips here and there on her chin and cheek when she's not paying attention. I'll start the class, Tiffany says, patting Jamie's shoulders. You can join in whenever you'd like, but we need to get going if we want to finish on time for the party. Sure, of course. Make sure to assign the solos and duet pieces. I'll go over a bit of the group dance near the end, thank you. Jamie smiles, watching as Tiffany directs the girls into the main dance room. Then she sighs. This feels like a dream. It's not, I remind her. You've worked so hard for this, babe. You deserve every ounce of success that comes your way. There's a pensive look that crosses her features. Jacob pats his palm on her cheek, leaving some saliva behind. Jamie doesn't mind. It's one of the perks of parenthood to get your baby's goo splattered everywhere when you least expect it. I always imagine myself as the dancer to win awards and to grace the stage with my performances, she says, just as Jacob starts babbling loudly and squealing whenever he sees someone walk by. But I'm glad life led me in this direction instead. When they win, we all win, right? Absolutely. I love seeing the girls succeed. They're amazing in every way. Whenever she speaks about her students, she gets so happy. I see a light in her eyes. She was meant for this job. And when they win, it brings more attention to the dance studio. I've opened up applications to dance here again just yesterday, and I'm already getting swamped. I smirk. Well, that's to be expected. Everyone wants to dance under the direction of the magnificent Jamie Nardone. In my peripheral vision, I notice some of her other teachers starting to decorate the studio while they wear tiny party hats on their heads. Considering it's been a year since the studio first opened, Jamie wanted to do something special for her staff and her students. That means pizza and shaved ice for everyone after practice. She even bought plastic champagne flutes for the girls to pour apple juice into so that they could pretend to be like the adults. After a while, Jamie passes Jacob off to me and finishes up the lesson with the girls in the other room. I watch as the rest of the decorations go up all around us, with one of the teachers coming up to Jacob every now and then just to fawn. He's getting so big. I can't wait until he's running around. Me too. With a sister like Lainey and a mother like Jamie, I already know he's going to be full of life and happiness. It's a joy to watch the girls erupt in excitement to see the pizza and shaved ice coming in. Jamie gently reminds them not to make too much of a mess, but then a piece of blue raspberry ice lands on the floor, and some pizza grease drips onto the wood, too. Staying neat goes out the window quickly, but it's okay. We're in a festive mood. Jacob, happy to be included, gets carried off by some of Jamie's teachers who crowd around him, put a sticker on his cheek, and dance around with him. Meanwhile, Jamie and I sit along the wall, sharing a root beer float-flavored shaved ice. It's one of Lainey's favorites. Best day ever, right? I ask, watching as Tiffany and the others clap for Jacob as he crawls across the floor towards his sister. I'm so proud of you, Jamie. You're seriously the best thing that ever happened to me, she admits. Honestly, that chokes me up a little bit. I watched so many of my friends and family get hitched with the guys of their dreams, and I really thought that it wasn't going to happen to me. Why not? Seemed too good to be true, I guess. I already had it easy considering Camille let me stay in the condo, and I hardly had to worry about money. I figured asking the universe for a nice relationship would be pushing the limit. You deserve it all and more because you have a heart of gold. You've always stood by others and watched their dreams come to life. It was about time that the same thing happened to you. Jamie picks at another piece of shaved ice, observing the boisterous room around us. Lainey and her friends are enjoying their pizza slices. Smiling students encapsulate us. All of the teachers are too engrossed with Jacob and his baby noises to care about anything else. Scooting closer to me, Jamie rests her head on my shoulder. I'm excited to see where life leads us from here. It feels like we're on top of the world right now. I don't know how things can get better than this. As long as you're by my side, I say, linking my hand with hers. I'll be happy wherever we go.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.